This audiobook contains 218 censored sentences and 479 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Fools who don't understand the situation. Cease this at once, or you shall face my anger. Silence followed his words. The nobles and ministers were stunned, while the merchants were taken aback. Only Ming Yuchan was able to react and bowed with his fist clenched. I apologize for the outburst. I just can't understand their decision to suddenly raise the tax. Surprise and murmurs filled the hall once again when they saw Ming Yuchan, the CEO of Four Seas Merchant and a man who is also famous, not bowing his head to just anyone, acting humbly. This is a good opportunity to stop the dispute as well as saying something. However, there is one thing I want to say. The young eunuch's voice was sharp, and he looked directly at the emperor. Their gazes met each other, and the fake emperor nodded. He understood what Shang was trying to say, even without exchanging verbal words. He stood up and bowed toward the young eunuch. You are right. I cannot make a decision like this without the approval of the real emperor. It seems like I cannot control myself. My apologies for my lacking insight. If people were surprised before, now they were dumbfounded. The fake emperor had just revealed his identity and confessed that he was not the real one. And it was the attendant, a young eunuch, who had the power and control of the situation. The real emperor had been hiding in a plain sight. It seems like Shang had prepared this. The help Shang asked him and the plan to overthrow the Murim alliance wasn't all talk. By showing himself like this, he just painted himself as a large target for anyone who wanted to take the throne. But his move was also a testament to his intelligence and his ability to use the opportunity. So, moving toward the throne, he sat down to show that he was the real deal. Everyone bowed at once and offered their greetings. Now, let's settle the dispute between the merchant and the nobles. Please, come to the side and we can discuss it. Emperor Sheng's voice was calm, and his expression was dignified. The minister and the merchants did as he said and approached the throne. With the arrival of the real emperor, the dispute between the two groups finally came to an end. It's a good thing to raise the tax, but we won't just take it from a merchant. Civilians' taxes will stay the same, but we will increase the nobles' tax for their luxury items. This will give you the benefit of raising the tax as well. Is this fine with everyone? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed and accepted the proposal. They had no choice. The situation was resolved, and the tension in the room began to ease. With that, Sheng nodded and looked around. His eyes landed on Leo, and their gazes met. A bad feeling washed over him, telling him that he should avert his eyes. No, this is good. Standing out as Yang Ji right now is good. Sheng probably knew that when he said, I will trust Yang Ji to create the details of the tax increase. I believe you already have something in mind. Yes? Make it as fair as possible for both sides. The person with the biggest paint in the banquet hall had passed some of that paint and made Yang Ji's mark bigger than before. Leo could feel gazes from every direction. The effect was immediate, and the nobles and the ministers were looking at him, their eyes filled with suspicion and jealousy. He didn't care. Instead, he took it as an opportunity to show his capabilities and gain some reputation. Yes, Your Majesty. Leo stood up and bowed. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. I will gladly help you with that, as your most trusted man. And with that, Yang Ji's name and fame would spread, and he would have an easier time building a business and gathering resources. Especially about that business. He's really moving fast, taking risks and making the most of it. Leo couldn't help but admire him. This was the kind of man that he could learn a lot from. Now it's my turn to act. Creating the new tax that Emperor Shang asked him wasn't a particularly difficult task to finish. He just needed to get some blueprint that existed in the cloud and modify it by comparing it to the existing one. Since Leo was a former businessman in his previous life, he knew what the emperor needed and what the nobles and the merchants were willing to pay. He didn't forget to make the tax fair and equal for everyone. Of course, Jessica also helped him in that. As a result, he finished it in just 2 days, actual time 2 hours, and submitted it to the royal estate once again. He raised the new tax proposal, Your Majesty. As soon as he entered the palace, He was immediately escorted to the secret room and met with the emperor. Now the position was inverted. Sheng sat on the throne, wearing gaudy clothes, while the fake emperor stood by his side. Liu just found out that he was actually the eunuch that served the emperor's lineage since the past, but that wasn't important. Good, now let's see. Emperor Sheng took the document and skimmed through it. His eyes scanned the paper and his eyes widened, reading it carefully once more. Wow, this is detailed and well thought out. Did you study taxation before? It's just a hobby. Well, if that's a hobby, then I wonder what your main job was. Sheng chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, this is too good. I expected you to submit a blank paper today, as I already prepared everything, but should I just use this tax system instead? It's so simple and easy to understand. Feel free. It's all yours. But do give me credit for creating it. Liu shrugged and smiled. Sure. This will help us a lot. The nobles and the merchants won't protest as much as they did before. And I won't forget about the credit. After all, we need to offer you the finest deal so the right person will come take the bait. No? That's the way of doing business, right? Right. So, can you provide me with additional information about the bandits? I need to know the location and their number. Ah, yes, of course. Sheng nodded and gave him a scroll. Everything is written there. I am counting on you for this matter. And if you're done, you can just send a letter to my man over here. He looked at the eunuch beside him, and the man nodded. Please call me if you have any problems. I will do my best to help you. His voice was low and smooth, and his eyes were clear and bright. His features were delicate, and his expression was gentle. Truly, if one didn't know better, they would still think that the man was the emperor, while Sheng was a fake one. Okay, Liu nodded. Then, he remembered something. Oh, right. Can you announce that you hire hallowed insect for the bandit extermination? I believe a large target will be a great bait and make the enemy slip. That's a great idea. I will definitely do that. With that, Liu bid farewell and left the palace. As he walked out, he felt a gaze following him, and it was a very familiar one. He spotted a small, black, and smooth doll peeking from behind the wall. It was Chiaki's dear companion, Mini Coco. The fact it showed itself to him only meant one thing. She has arrived. Muttering so, Liu couldn't help but chuckle. He saw the doll waving its hand and toddling away as if asking him to follow it. Without thinking twice, he entered the alley and followed Mini Coco's movement. The little doll was quick and nimble, and it didn't take long for them to reach a place. In front of him, a small and inconspicuous sweet shop was waiting. Mini Coco ran toward it and jumped at the lap of the woman sitting in front of the shop, eating ice cream. The woman was a beauty, with her black hair cut into a bob cut. She looked at him and smiled. Then, she looked at the shop where a brown-haired girl was paying for the ice cream. She bowed at the shop owner and turned around. At first, she looked confused as to why Chiaki was smiling at a random man. But then, a realization hit her, and her eyes lit up. Ah, leader. Astrid rushed toward him and shouted. You didn't tell me the surgery was so painful. I nearly fainted. You know. Liu didn't answer. Instead, he put his hand on her head and rubbed her hair. But you survived. Congratulations. His disguise was turned off after he ensured that the area was secure, and he revealed his true appearance. Anyway, good timing. We've received a request to exterminate bandits near here. Let's get moving immediately. Oh, really? Who's the client? Curious, Astrid asked. Liu couldn't contain his grin as he knew Astrid would be surprised. The Emperor. Yeah. And just as he had expected, her reaction was priceless. He saved a captured image to a secure folder in his personal cloud. Chapter 158, Astrid's New Power Bandits. They were a plague, a nuisance, and a curse. No matter how much the government tried to eradicate them, they would always pop up like a weed. This was the case in the Muram world. Even in a world where martial arts were prevalent, there were still people who couldn't follow rules or just loved to take what the others had, leading them into a life of crime. All they could do was keep fighting and hope that the evil didn't spread. However, now the situation had changed. A bandit attack was on the rise, and the merchants and the common people were suffering. The start was when Green Forest Bandit was destroyed. No one controlled them anymore, and they could now do as they pleased. Not only that, There were rumors of a large army coming from the south. They apparently created a new group called Black Dragon Army, and their leader was a mysterious and powerful martial artist. Their purpose was unknown, but the bandits were their allies and did as they pleased. Many villages were raided, and the economy was in chaos. Because you mentioned it, I have spread mini cocoa all over the regions and found them. It seems that the rumors were true. The Black Dragon Army had indeed arrived in the north and occupied one of the villages they raided. Chiaki explained and handed Leo the report. He read it and frowned. The fact that the bandit appeared in the north wasn't good news. Why? There is nothing stopping them from the north. If they advanced this way, they could even reach the capital. This was a very serious situation, and it was his responsibility to solve it, as the Emperor had requested him. Let's move fast and exterminate them. We shouldn't let them have their way and do as they please. And we can't forget about the supreme evil and the followers. They are still active and could take advantage of this situation. These bandits look like a prime subject for being sacrificed. Leo had a bad feeling about it. If the supreme evil was controlling the minds of the people and manipulating their actions, the damage they caused would be bigger and harder to predict. Therefore, the quicker they could eradicate the bandits, the better. But there was something that was more important than eradicating the bandits. Leo looked at Astrid, who munched on a cookie, and glanced at the window. I will have you to handle them alone. Can you do that? Huh? You want me to take care of the bandits? Astrid seemed confused. She didn't expect to be put in charge of a task this big so suddenly. She thought she just tagged along like before, and her leader would do all the heavy lifting. Yes, you had undergone the surgery, so it's the best time to learn how to move your new enhanced body in new bodysuit. Besides, Leo paused and smiled. Aren't you curious how strong you become? I can feel that you have broken through 5 stars and awakened your element too. Yeah, indeed. She had undergone the surgery and had grown significantly stronger. Her element had also awakened, which was unusual. However, she didn't have the time to test her new power yet. Would she be able to fight the bandits at her current state? What if she met a strong enemy that she couldn't beat? These questions ran through her mind, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Can I handle them alone? Sensing the anxiety and unease in her tone, Leo nodded. The bandits are composed of maybe only 2 to 3 stars martial artists. Their leader won't be stronger than a 4 stars martial artist, so you will be able to handle them. Also, with your new battle outfit and your new strength, dealing with them alone is easy. I believe in you. Astrid fell silent. She was nervous, but her heart was filled with determination. She was tired of being weak and not having a chance. This was her chance to prove herself. The nail was hammered into the coffin when Chiaki spoke. Or did you not trust my surgery process? Want to do it once again? And no, I trust you. Please don't say that. Chiaki smirked and leaned forward. Then, please, have fun fighting the bandits and testing your new powers. Leader will be watching. She patted her head and smiled. A rare moment of Chiaki being kind to Astrid. It was a sight to behold. Fine, I will do it. With that, Astrid stood up and left. Her expression was resolute, and she was ready to face the danger. Leo smiled. Seeing his companion's progress had always been satisfying. He was indeed at the endgame content, but there was still happiness in nurturing people he could discover. Now, let's move and take down those bandits. Following Leo's lead, Chiaki and Astrid stepped forward and joined the hunt. When they walked along the capital, many martial artists looked surprised. After all, their enemies had walked in their main territory and were moving without fear. Still, they didn't even try to approach them. Why? The reason was clear. Leo was holding an insignia that had the Emperor's seal on it. Anyone who saw it knew that the group was an agent of the Emperor and couldn't act against them. We need to report it. Quick, return to the Alliance. Some martial artists hurriedly returned to their sect or clan, their expression grave. Who were they? Astrid, who noticed their conversation, muttered and looked at Leo. She didn't think that she would be able to hear their conversation so clearly, even though she wasn't trying to listen. Just some insignificant bugs, even lower than us, you don't need to worry. Leo answered with a soft smile. The insignia in his hand was gone before anyone realized it. In fact, he intentionally waved the insignia around to avoid unnecessary troubles. He wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible and avoid conflict. Not only that, he also wanted to show them that the emperor had recognized the mercenary union and actually asked them to eradicate the bandits. The news would spread tomorrow when they finished the task, or so was what he guessed. Emperor Sheng surely waited for the best time to announce his cooperation with the union. This would give him a boost in popularity and recognition, not just by the nobles and the ministers, but also by the people. The people would see him as a hero and the savior of the empire, as well as a force that protect the civilians from dangers, different from the news that the Murim alliance spread. It was a perfect plan. Showing the same insignia he put away at the gate, Leo was able to exit the capital and head to the destination where the bandits' lair was. According to the intel, the bandits were hiding in a village, using it as a base and storing their loot. They attacked villages and robbed the merchants, making it a daily routine. As for their purpose, Leo didn't care. He only knew that they were a problem and needed to be taken care of. Here, leader, the map and the detailed information. Just follow the route, and you will reach the bandits' lair. If we're running, it will take around 20 to 30 minutes to reach the destination. Chiaki pointed at the map and the direction they needed to go. I see. How far is the closest village from here? Around 20 miles. That's a bit far. He muttered, let's run as fast as possible. I don't want to waste time. Yes, leader. With that, the three of them set off and moved. They ran at a speed faster than any normal person could, their feet light and their pace quick. Leo glanced at Astrid a few times to ensure that she was okay. Are you sure you can keep up with this pace? Yes, I can. Astrid nodded, her eyes determined and her voice firm. She's really serious, huh? And she's smiling. She's excited. That's good. Astrid's growth had impressed him. She changed from a sheltered, arrogant princess who attacked him because he took her table to a reliable and mature Barado of the hallowed insect. Maybe the procedure and the new gear were a great help. After running for half an hour, with a slowed-down pace, they finally reached the village. From afar, Leo could see the buildings were wrecked and the streets were empty. Fields were ravaged. A trace of burning could be seen in some areas, and the doors and windows were broken. They really did a number on this place. Shaking his head, Leo scanned the area. There was no sign of the villagers. Only the broken houses and the burned fields were left. Some life signs were detected inside the ruins, probably the bandits who were still alive and looting the place. Leader, there are more than 50 people in the village. I can sense their presence and their level. Astrid reported, her expression serious. They're just 2 stars martial artists, as you guessed earlier. There is someone who has reached 4 stars. I think that's the leader. However, there are no other 5 stars or above. Good. Detecting the enemy from 200 meters away using smart lenses was easy. However, for a first-timer, it could be a little bit difficult. It showed that Astrid's ability was getting stronger. Chiaki helped Astrid to create a distraction so she can enter the enemy's rank. Just showing Coco should be enough, I think. These people love something unusual and exotic, and a small, cute doll is a perfect bait. Then, Astrid can ambush them and take them down. Once she reaches the leader, finish him. I will be waiting here and handling any incoming reinforcements. Yes, leader. Both Chiaki and Astrid nodded. The former whispered something to the doll on her shoulder, and Mini Coco jumped to Astrid's hands. Go ahead and make me proud. With that, Astrid left, running toward the village by circling from behind and the bandits' hideout. She kept her posture low and activated the optical illusion her new bodysuit had and disappeared. A smile formed on her face as she ran faster than the wind. The exhilarating feeling of being powerful and invincible filled her heart. This was her moment. Entering the village from behind, Astrid looked around and saw no one. The bandits must be all in their hideout, celebrating their victory and robbing the village blind. Let's see how well you guys can handle this. She quietly unsheathed her sword, the one she brought from Pong Estate in her run. While it wasn't a prize sword, it was still forged by a master blacksmith, boasting great quality and sharpness. She didn't bring the ones the Union provided her, as she felt a little uncomfortable with the idea of using the strange weapons. Besides, metal swords fit her element better. Therefore, she had brought her own sword and prepared herself. Astrid waited for the right moment to strike. She had seen many people loitering around. They were drinking and partying, unaware that a deadly hunter was lurking in the shadows. At that moment, a single metal doll walked toward the hideout. The bandits were attracted by its appearance and gathered. Look, look, it's a tiny doll. I never see anything like this. Let's capture it and make it ours. Does it move by itself? Maybe it can be sold at a high price. Greed flashed in their eyes, and they were about to jump toward the doll. But then it jumped and climbed up the wall, escaping from their grasp. Hey, get back here. Stop right there. When the bandits were distracted and chased after Coco, Astrid made her move. Her footsteps were light and soundless. She approached the group, her chi gathering at her palm extended to her sword. Purple flame danced around her as she swung her blade. The bandits didn't realize her presence until she was right in front of them. What? One of the bandits was cut off mid-sentence, collapsing to the ground. The other bandits froze in shock, but Astrid didn't waste time. She slashed her sword, swiftly taking down the others, leaving them defeated on the ground. A burst of bravado emerged from her blade, finishing her opponent in an instant. It's easy. She couldn't help but feel happy. This was her first mission, and she was able to complete it flawlessly. This is the power of a 5-star martial artist with nanites. Maybe she could take them all. Her appearance with purple flame had already made an impact, and the bandits were scared. She could see it in their eyes. Raising her sword, she was ready to attack again. Kulme. Chapter 159. Uninvited Disruption. Astrid challenged them. Her chi was rising, and her fire burned brighter. The flames spread and burned the building, illuminating her figure. She was truly the embodiment of fire, a dangerous and unstoppable force. More than 5 bandits had been killed and burned in such a short time. Who are you? Enemy attack. Someone shouted loudly, and the bandits panicked. Get out and stop her. We will avenge our fallen comrades. Their anger and their thirst for revenge overwhelmed them, and they rushed forward. Facing them, Astrid smiled. She was overflowing with her strength and the rush of adrenaline. Being drunk on one's power was a bad thing, but she couldn't help it. It happened a lot in Murim, especially for martial artists who had just advanced and awakened their element. She couldn't let herself get overwhelmed. With that thought, Astrid focused and fought. She dodged the bandits' attacks and killed them without hesitation. Her flame danced, and her sword moved swiftly. The battle raged, and her enemies fell. You can't defeat me. You can't stop all of us. We're too many, they shouted, their anger and frustration growing. Their strength was greater due to their inner chi, but they were by no means strong enough to be a match against Astrid. I'm not afraid of your numbers. I can handle you all alone. Astrid smiled and charged forward. She didn't know how much time had passed. Her sword moved like a snake, cutting through the enemy's defenses and striking them down. But then, she noticed something strange. There's too much smoke. Is there a barato? No, it's not my barato. Something burned with my purple flame won't create any smoke. That means, pulled out from her trance, Astrid looked around and realized what was happening. Wait, is the village on fire? How can it be on fire? She couldn't understand. There was no source of fire besides her, and she had controlled her flame to only burn the bandits. So, the one burning these buildings should be the other bandits. They are burning their own home. Her eyes widened as she realized what was going on. The bandits were desperate, and they couldn't let her chase after them. Therefore, they burned their own village, hoping that the fire would distract her. In fact, it worked. She didn't realize that there were fewer people in the village when she first arrived. They had escaped, leaving her to deal with the remaining. You were smart. She couldn't believe bandits could think this far. It was a smart plan, and she fell for it. Damn it. She wanted to chase after them, but the smoke was too thick and she couldn't see clearly. There were still 5 people around her, and they were trying to ambush her. Don't think that you guys can escape. Feeling anger bubbling inside her, Censuredo and they were defeated. Astrid stood there, breathing heavily as the smoke rose high from the flames. Staying here any longer would be bad for her. Well, it's time to go. Astrid sheathed her sword and turned around. No one was around anymore, as she couldn't feel their chi. I should get out of here fast. The smoke is so thick and I can't see clearly. She could sense Leo's presence and knew that he was nearby. Leader Imdan. Her words stopped as she felt a hand grabbing her. She couldn't react fast enough, and the figure behind her was quick and nimble. What? Her eyes widened as the person behind her flung her away. When she realized it, she was already in the air, and the person was moving toward her. Huh? Who is? Before she could finish her sentence, the person appeared in front of her and punched her. She cried out as she flew and crashed onto the ground. Her body was in pain, and she couldn't move. She felt her breath leaving her lungs, and the figure landed beside her. You are strong, but not strong enough. A deep, feminine voice spoke. Astrid looked up and saw a woman standing over her. A cold and dangerous aura surrounded her, and her eyes were sharp and merciless. Who was she? Astrid couldn't recognize her. The woman wore a mask and a hood, hiding her face and her hair. The only thing she could feel was that the other party was strong and dangerous. Who are you? She asked, her voice cracking a bit. She was damaged, but not to the point where she couldn't stand up and fight. Thanks to the bodysuit, she avoided fatal damage. The kinetic energy was spread evenly, lessening the damage. Just an assassin. Don't worry about it. The woman shook her head and chuckled. You're from Hallowed Insect, right? What a shame. You are weak and pathetic. Thankfully, only you are here. I can use you, so stay still if you know what's good for you. Cold chi gathered around the woman's hand as she raised her palm, which held a pill with blue color. Astrid's eyes widened as she sensed danger. She couldn't let the other person finish her technique. Without thinking, she took a risk and jumped. Her chi burst forth, and purple flame burst out of her hands. Flame burst. Fireball appeared in her hand and shot toward the woman. The fireball was small but powerful. It collided with the woman and exploded in purple barato. Black smoke filled the air and the ground was scorched. However, when it cleared out a second later, the woman stood there uninjured. Her cold and expressionless face was visible beneath the haze. Her purple hair fluttered, and her eyes stared at Astrid. Interesting. So you can do this? It's not bad. However, it's not enough. The woman smirked and her hand opened, revealing the pill from earlier. Instantly, the woman's figure disappeared. Astrid couldn't follow her movement, and before she could react, she was right in front of her. Centuredo, she had just gotten the power and the opportunity to stand on her own, and she couldn't let it be taken away so easily. As if her wish was heard, a large black machine appeared beside her and sent a punch. Thud. Before the woman could react, she was hit and flung backward. What? She couldn't understand what was going on. The punch came out of nowhere, and she couldn't feel any presence or chi. She flew far away, crashing into a tree and breaking it. At that moment, Astrid looked up and saw Coco, in its gigantic form, stood in front of her, shielding her from danger. Coco! She was surprised and couldn't believe what had happened. And then a voice followed suit. Pretty good for a formerly sheltered girl, but too naive. You should use your nanites to neutralize the poison you've been injected with. Chiaki walked toward her and kneeled down. Her eyes were cold and sharp, and she didn't seem worried at all. She observed Astrid, opening her eyes and mouth before nodding in understanding. Follow my lead. Give commands to nanites using your thoughts. They will do the rest. You can't even do such basic stuff after I taught you before. She didn't ask any more questions or say anything. Instead, she nodded weakly. If Chiaki said that she was poisoned, then she was poisoned. There was no need to question her, and there was no point at arguing. Nanites, cure my body. Affirmative. Poison detected. Begin neutralization process. Please stay still for 60 seconds. Looking that Astrid's condition began to stabilize, Chiaki nodded and stood beside Coco. Stay behind me, she ordered, and looked at the woman who was lying on the ground, her expression confused and angry. You, she spoke, her voice low and dangerous. Who are you? You are not human. Is it another insect? Instead of answering, The woman asked a question. She stood unnaturally upright, and her eyes glowed in the darkness. The spot where Coco had punched her looked oddly misshapen, with a strange color. "What's that?" Chiaki narrowed her eyes. She had never seen anything regenerate like this before. Not even her own wildest medicine would achieve the same effect, repairing the damaged part completely. "You're right, I'm not human. I am something Barado than a human. A perfect being whose intelligence far surpasses yours." The woman smirked. "You insects have touched and entered a cave that you shouldn't enter. This will be the end of you all. My lord will destroy everything and create a new world." Her words were full of conviction and determination. So, it's the supreme evil. Chiaki didn't need to hear her confession. It was clear what she was. "I never expected to encounter the supreme evil's followers this early. So which one are you? Head or eyes?" The woman's expression changed. Her smirk vanished, and her face became blank. She didn't speak. "That means you're a head." Chiaki muttered and smirked. "Eyes are the informant and moved behind the scene, having a lower combat power than the others. I've heard that Head is stronger because not only she had control over Eye's corruption power, but also had the power of regeneration and martial arts." Upon hearing the information that Chiaki casually gave, the woman's expression hardened. She probably didn't expect her to have such detailed information. "Anyway, we don't have time for this." With a wave of her hand, Coco charged forward and swung its arm. The woman was caught off guard and was knocked back hard. "I will get the answers I need, one way or another. Then, I will know who you are and learn everything about you." A wicked smile formed on Chiaki's face as she laughed like a mad scientist who found an experiment subject. Chapter 160, Mad Scientist Coco, Remove the Limiter. We're fighting against the enemy's strongest follower. She can regenerate and heal, so you need to break her as many times as possible. Machine mode. Coco's frame shuddered and its armor split apart, revealing a machine-like core underneath. The already menacing appearance was now even Barado frightening. Green acid liquid dripped from its hands, and its eyes glowed a deep red. "Let's go." As Chiaki gave the command, Coco sprinted forward and attacked the woman again. Its punch was faster and more destructive than before, but the woman was ready this time. She popped a pill inside her mouth and her hands swelled, transforming into a gigantic claw that could match Coco's strength. The two figures clashed. Centuredo, her eyes glowed in different colors as she used her smart lenses to monitor the situation and give orders to Coco. Not only that, she also analyzed the pill taken by Head. The one she was about to feed Astrid earlier was Blue Pill Spider, the same one that used on Tang Soso and made her lose her rational thought. DNA manipulation? The cells are multiplying, and the wound is healing. This was a surprise to her. It was the Barado. She had encountered a pill that could heal and regenerate a wound so quickly. It was almost as good as the nanites. Maybe it's not a pill, but a secretion. But it's not the time to think about it. Coco, focus and strike her weak point. Aim carefully. Let's see how tough she really is. Coco heard her order and moved forward, its arms turning into long, sharp claws that struck the head. The woman stumbled, wounded and shaken. "Surprising. You can pierce my skin with that?" Head spoke, her voice strained. "Yes, because I made sure that my little boy is not weak." Chiaki smiled, and Coco twisted its claw. Centuredo, only a strange purple glow remained where her head had been damaged. But then, a liquid spread out from her, and her injuries started to close. From afar, it looked like she was mutating. Chiaki ordered Coco to return to her side and observed. "What's going on?" A foolish move, but something understandable for a researcher like her. She wanted to know what secret the Head was hiding. A strange Barado emerged, then quickly vanished. She was smiling, and her eyes were filled with determination. Following that, she stood up and glared at Chiaki and Coco. "How interesting. The way your body reacts is fascinating. What's the secret? Your brain? Your name is Head, so your power might be around that part. Hey, tell me more about yourself. How'd you do it?" As if a switch had been flipped, Chiaki's attitude changed. She looked like a mad scientist, and her eyes were bright with madness. Head didn't answer. She only sneered and raised her hand. A red pill was held between her fingers, and her chi gathered around it. This is not enough to stop me. Your machine is interesting, but I will not be defeated. Her tone was strong and firm. She swallowed the pill, and her chi flared out, enveloping her and changing her body. Her purple hair turned red, and her scara turned black. Her appearance was more monstrous and terrifying than before. Now, let's continue. Head's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Chiaki. Coco was quick, but not enough to stop the punch delivered by the enemy. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Chiaki was flung away, landing on the ground a few meters away. She rolled on the ground a few times before getting stopped by Coco. Your doll is strong, but you are weak, Head said, grinning. Now, let's see how you deal with this. She raised her hands, and the air around her was charged with chi. A strange power was forming, and it seemed like she was preparing a technique. Meanwhile, Chiaki stood up. Her face and clothes were covered in grime, and she was bleeding. She couldn't move her left arm, and her legs were broken. But her eyes were still shining, and her lips were curled in a grin. Wonderful. Instead of being worried or scared, she seemed happy. Her grin widened as she opened her mouth and shouted. She fished a syringe out of her pocket and stabbed it in her neck, injecting the strange liquid inside. This is fun. I don't need to hold back anymore. This is the best. She pulled out the syringe and dropped it on the ground. Instantly, her wounds began to heal, and her broken legs were restored. Her arm was mended, and her body was stronger. Come on, hit me. Make it hurt. Coco. Responding to her command, Coco jumped forward and attacked Head. Its claws were sharper and its speed faster. The woman was caught off guard and was pushed back. What is this? You're not human either, Head said, surprised. Interesting, maybe I will capture you and do some experiments on your body. But first, I need to finish you two off. My lord will be pleased. Excuse me, how rude of you. I am 100 human, and this is science, not some black magic stuff like yours. No, you won't have the chance. Coco, attack her. Show her what you can do. As Chiaki shouted, Coco moved even faster. It swung its arms and kicked with its feet, unleashing a flurry of attacks that the woman couldn't defend. Barato seeped out from its barato, and when it opened wide, a huge ball of barato was launched. The blast of barato engulfed the woman, leaving her badly burned. She cried out in pain. Ha ha ha. How about using another method if the first one doesn't work? A normal person would be gone in a second. Show me what your strange regeneration is capable of. Oh, look, she's regenerating again. This is amazing. Coco, test her again. Maybe we can find out how she's able to heal so fast. As if listening to her order, Coco lifted Head up by the neck. The woman collapsed to the ground. Chiaki walked over and knelt down, inspecting her closely. She didn't seem disgusted or shocked, only curious. A pair of eyes glared at her, but she was unaffected. Fascinating. The cells are rapidly multiplying, and the brain is not completely dead yet. Is this her real ability? The regeneration and healing power that's stronger than even nanites. The pill from earlier also helped, it seems. There's a small composite material that looks like a brain in her body, maybe her real brain. Coco, Centuredo, let's put them in a compressed capsule with liquid nitrogen to ensure they are fresh and alive. Fufufu, I will find out her secret and create a perfect weapon that will defeat any opponent. Tang Soso will also recover soon. I will test my antidote on her, maybe. She's a good test subject. Her mutterings were strange and terrifying, but Astrid couldn't care less. All she cared about was that she got a new experiment subject, one that was alive and not a lab rat. The one who kept bothering her leader, making him stay at base less and less. Her only love. Standing a short distance away from Chiaki and Coco, Astrid wore a wry smile. She couldn't help but feel jealous and bravado. And reality seeped in, making her realize how lucky she was. I'm still weak. Although she had the same nanites everyone else had, and being a 5-stars martial artist with a unique purple flame element, she was not strong enough. She had just gotten a power, but she couldn't control it fully yet. She was naive and arrogant, and she was caught off guard, allowing the enemy to take her down easily. Unlike Leo, who was calm and collected and had experience in fighting, or Chiaki, who was a genius and always ready with a solution, she was still a beginner. I can't rely on them forever. She clenched her fist and took a deep breath. She needed to be stronger, smarter, and wiser. Her time had just started, and she couldn't let anyone or anything stand in her way, not even the supreme evil. But for now, she wanted to look away from reality. The grim aftermath was bravado than she could bear. And then a voice called out, "I'm glad everything is settled here." Turning around, Astrid saw Leo walking toward her. He looked unharmed and calm, not bothered by the aftermath of the fight. "Oh, leader, you're here. You did a great job, but not enough. I will have you train with Shui and Jack when we return to Chengdu." "Ugh, please not." Do you prefer Chiaki and Jessica? I can arrange it if you, Shui and Jack are okay." They're great. I can learn a lot from them." "Or maybe Anya? I can train with her too." Astrid immediately cut him off and shook her head. She didn't want to imagine anything related to Chiaki or Jessica. She had been trained by the latter and just watched the former's crazy experiments. "I will be dead if I train with them." Not even she could imagine how the training would go. "Ah, is that so? Well, I will tell them that you're willing to train. It's a good opportunity to get stronger and learn how to handle dangerous enemies. As much as I want to teach you myself, I am quite busy lately. So, you need to learn as fast as possible." "Why, yes, leader." Chapter 161. Shui Wang's situation. After bowing and saying her farewell, Astrid left following Chiaki. Once again, he was left alone in the capital, with only Jessica by his side. And now, she was still taking care of another preparation in the royal estate, acting as his representative to teach the officials about the new tax system, which was approved by the emperor. "I'm so busy." Scratching the back of his head, Leo entered the capital without any disguise. He expected the Murim Alliance to make contact with him soon, and he needed to visit their headquarters once more. So, he deliberately showed his presence. However, he was surprised that no one approached him, not even the guards or the martial artists. It seemed like everyone tried to avoid him. Strange, is there something wrong? Leo didn't know what had happened. Usually, he would feel gazes and whispers around him, but this time there was nothing. For some reason, the silence was unsettling. He decided to move fast, entering the alleyway, and used an optical illusion to disappear after he ensured no eyes were watching him. Then, he joined the crowd once again in his disguise as Yang Ji to collect more information. The people were whispering and murmuring among themselves. "Did you hear the news? Thunder God from the Mercenary Union has become the Emperor's right-hand man." Some people had seen him holding the Emperor's insignia. Not only that, he also reached 9 stars, a terrifying power. Ah yes, the Chi we felt last time belonged to him. Bloody guards have talked about him. They said he's strong, but kind. The rumors surrounding him are something that the Murim Alliance spread to scare us, I think. Well, I have never heard the Mercenary Union doing something awful before. Rather, they took requests from citizens and helped them. Of course, they were getting paid. But isn't that normal? We also pay someone to build our house. You're right. New rumors and whispers spread through the capital, and the people talked about him in a new light. His reputation seemed to have changed. Interesting. This is a surprise. I have never expected them to change their attitude this fast. He had underestimated the influence he and the Emperor had. It was good news, and he didn't have to hide anymore. However, as he was about to leave, he saw a figure approaching him. "Finally, I found you." The voice was low and deep, and Leo couldn't recognize who it was. But as the person walked toward him, he could make out his appearance. The man was tall and muscular, wearing a long, black coat that covered his whole bravado. His face, half hidden by his hat and his beard, was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. Even if you try to disguise yourself, you won't be able to hide what you really are. The man seized Leo's collar and lifted him up. "So you're the Thunder God, huh? I've been looking for you for a long time, and finally, I have found you. How about coming with me and answering some questions?" A smirk formed on his face, and his eyes glowed with malice. Leo frowned and sighed. Talk about bad luck. After hearing how the man talked, he could tell who he was. "I think we can talk." Just not here. Let's find a more secluded place. Saying that, Leo undid his disguise and grabbed the man's hand, forcing him to let go of his collar. He couldn't fight here as there were too many civilians, and he didn't want to cause a scene. Fine. The man snorted and walked forward. Follow me, and don't try to escape. I will catch you if you do. No, don't worry. I want to talk with you too. Smiling, Leo followed him, trying to ignore the stares and whispers around him. Many people had seen him and the man talking. Thankfully, he was pulled aside in the middle of the crowd earlier and managed to use an optical illusion to hide that he was Yang Ji. All the onlookers could see was a blurry face before it changed into Leo, the hallowed insect leader. He sighed in relief and followed the man. As he expected, the man took him to a deserted alleyway, far from the crowded streets and the noisy voices. They were alone, and no one would interrupt them. Now tell me. The man glared at him and crossed his arms. Were you? Before that, do answer me first. Leo replied and crossed his arms, imitating the man. He leaned against the dirty wall and smirked. What do Shui Wang, the Murim Alliance leader, need from me? I thought you were pretty mad when your stepdaughter left you and joined my group. You probably want to take revenge, right? His words caused a reaction in the man. Shui Wang's expression hardened and his eyes sharpened. How dare you bring that girl up? You're just a filthy insect, and you shouldn't have dared to touch her. You calm down, Shui Wang. There's no need to get angry. Leo interrupted him and shook his head. You probably find me for something much more important than personal grudge. You're here because you want to ask me about the supreme evil, right? You think I know something about them. Shui Wang looked pretty angry, but there was a reason hidden beneath his eyes. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. You're correct. You do know something about them. And you must know the reason behind this problem I have had for 25 years since I became the Murim Alliance leader. Do you mean your anger issue and irrational decision? Leo teased, grinning. Yes, I heard about it. Your anger was the reason for many wars and deaths, including the one between your former allies, the Black Dragon clan. Well, that's all in the past. But your anger did cause another war, killing thousands of innocent people. You were the one who I did. But whose fault was it? Leo interrupted him with a cold tone. You were the one who declared war on us. There was no visible wound in her bravado, and she had Li Heiyin seated next to her. What did you do? The man snarled, his eyes focused and his face red with anger. Taptisin 74, malting poto. Shirley answered with a smile, waving her hand. Oh, and by the way, my name is not that. It's Shirley, and you better remember it. Or else, I will make you pay for this. I heard that my friend here has a fierce appetite, so she will not go easy on you, since you're small and easy to handle. Haha Loser Barado was furious, and his chi was blazing. Sticky chi was gathering around him, and his skin turned as black as charcoal, his aura turning fierce and deadly. Shirley just smirked, not bothered by his transformation. She had expected this since hearing about him and his ability. And because she heard about it, she didn't want to underestimate him. You want to play with fire? Huh. Hey, I can play with you if you really want. Haha, nope. Shirley shook her head and giggled, her form glowing with white light. But I do like to play with light. With a flash, she disappeared, leaving the man in shock. He could only clench his fist and press his bravado tightly together. Don't blame others for your own shortcomings. You did this, not me. This is the reason why your stepdaughter hired me to kidnap her and join my group. You only saw her as a tool, not a human being. Shui Wang didn't respond. He stood there, his expression unreadable. And now you're here, but not for your own personal revenge or to get your stepdaughter back. What is this? To ask your enemy about your anger issue? Did you hope that I would feel pity and help you? Leo sighed and shook his head. This is ridiculous. You are the reason all of this happened. He scoffed and turned around. Anive, I'm done. Don't expect anything from me. Go and ask the others. Maybe they will give you some tips or advice. For now, I will act as if we never met at all. As he was about to leave, Shui Wang shouted from behind. Do you think you can leave as you please? I will not let you. You will tell me everything you know and cooperate with me. His chi quickly gathered around his palm, creating a blue lightning that crackled wildly, hitting the wall and ground. Each time the spark hit the wall, it was destroyed and left a black mark. You can't run away. Tell me, do you know anything about Supreme Evil? Their name appeared in the report, and they're the one behind this. They're dangerous and need to be stopped. I won't allow you to run away. Leo raised his eyebrows and stared at the lightning. One of the wild sparks went in his direction. This dangerous lightning could destroy a stone pavement and turn it into ashes. However, he only raised his hand without trying to defend himself. The spark hit his palm and disappeared. Leo didn't feel any pain at all. Not even a smoke was formed. After all, electricity and lightning were his expertise. Nothing could hurt him. Let me tell you one thing in case you misunderstand me. Shuiyang. Leo's voice was cold and sharp. You don't have any authority to order me around. Don't think that you can control me or force me to do anything. I am not afraid of you. And the only reason stopping me from taking you down is my promise with Wandering Sword Saint, so consider yourself lucky. After saying his part, Leo walked away. Shuiyang was speechless, and his chi disappeared. He was left standing there, looking at the back of the hallowed insect's leader. How can he block my chi attack like that? That's impossible. He was in disbelief. His chi was one of the strongest, and his technique was known throughout the continent. Could it be the power of a 9 stars chi? Has he really reached that level? But that was impossible. No one had ever achieved 9 stars. There should be no one. That realm shouldn't exist. Chapter 162. Normal humans conversation. So you said that and left? Yes. There is no need for further conversation with Shuiyang. He's indeed affected by either eyes or head's corruption, but that was his fault. He's a leader of the biggest faction in Central Plains. How could he allow their worst enemy to control his emotion and thought? This is beyond shameful. Leo laughed as he sipped wine and enjoyed a rare moment of peace in the royal estate. After walking away from Shuiyang, he went and met the emperor, who asked him for his report on the bandit extermination. He didn't bother to disguise anymore and showed his insignia to the guard, who immediately led him to the emperor. Inside a luxurious room that was filled with golden decorations and expensive paintings, Leo explained the situation to the emperor. He sat on a couch opposite of him, and the servants began to put various dishes on the table. The emperor listened to him and nodded. Thank you, Leo. This is a great help. He smiled and raised his glass. Hey, race a toast for your achievement. I will spread this information to get edges on the Murim Alliance. And the fact you managed to cripple the hidden shadow will be useful for me. I can order Muds to move now. I just finished my job. Don't forget to give us a bonus if you're really thankful. We will. How about some lands in Qin City or capital? You will need it to build the Mercenary Union's branch, right? Upon hearing his offer, Leo was shocked. Land in the Shaanxi region or capital would be a great addition to his group. It would save him a lot of money and time. You're not joking, are you? Stay tuned with Empire, not at all. I'm serious. And as the Emperor, I can make it official. I will recognize the Mercenary Union as an approved organization and give you rights to build your branch here. This will bring a lot of benefits to both of us. We will be able to hire your mercenaries and get the best services. Just say that you want the citizens to use our service. And us being here will further decrease the Murim Alliance's influence. Leo smirked and drank his wine. So yes, this will be a great win for us, making us taking them down easier. Not to mention, with our increased reputation lately, we will be able to hire more mercenaries and have the ability to expand to other regions. Haha, indeed. Both of them talked about the plans to build the Mercenary Union's branch in capital. No matter how ideal Qin City is a place, as it was a commercial center in Central Plains, creating a branch in the capital would prove to be more beneficial. They were also planning to build a secret base or underground headquarters as their real headquarters. By the way, aren't you rushing things a little bit too fast? Shouldn't you focus on your main business first? The Emperor suddenly asked, and Leo paused. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Well, I was talking about your last few feats. They were truly extraordinary. No person could achieve such feats in just a few weeks or less than a month. Aren't you pushing yourself a little bit too much? Even the greatest warrior of Murim should not be able to do it. The Emperor's words were true. Leo had pushed himself too much. For him, not resting for a year or two was normal. In his past world, his company wouldn't allow him to rest even when he had a 39-degree fever. They would only allow him to take a leave if he couldn't move or contracted a serious disease that could spread to others. However, here he had no such limit. The nanites inside him had boosted his strength and stamina. Even with the small amount of energy, he had achieved what a normal martial artist couldn't. With just a night rest, he was able to move as if he hadn't just fought against an entire village full of bandits. But he got Shung's point right now. Do you have a suggestion, Your Majesty? From the way he spoke, Shung surely wanted to invite him to some places where he could rest. This was a way of showing his gratitude. Yes, I do. The Emperor smiled, but before that, I want to make sure of something. You know, this is a matter of security. I trust you, Leo, and I hope that you can also trust me. So, if you want me to trust you, then I want you to answer one question honestly. A serious look appeared on his face, and his eyes were sharp. Do you like women? An unexpected question came out from Emperor Shung's mouth. Leo froze and blinked a few times. What? I know that you're a very private person and not willing to tell me about your past, but I want to know your preference first. I heard that you have a good relationship with the women in Mercenary Union. So, do you like them? It seemed like Emperor Shung was serious, despite his cold and calculative look. The Emperor was still a man. From the look of it, they were also the same age, being in their middle of 20s. At this age, it was natural for him to have a romantic interest. On the other hand, Leo matured too fast for someone his age. His world wasn't kind to him, and his experience had taught him that relationships were meaningless. But he was still a human, and his bravado was a living, breathing machine. He also had an interest in normal, everyday things. In fact, if he wasn't interested in such things, he would keep his distance from Jessica and Chiaki. He also found that he had a rather unique preference in romantic relationships when Anya showed her bold side. To answer your question, I do love women. He finally answered and shrugged. But I'm not crazy about romantic relationships. I can hold myself back and not be involved with just anyone. Good. Shung's face brightened, and his eyes were filled with a mischievous glint. You see, I consider you as a friend. You aren't talking stiffly to me, and we're quite close. And I have a problem that I can't fix. I have no experience of being mischievous with a friend. So, want to hang out together? Spend the evening together? Leo smiled wryly at the invitation. Not being able to experience a mischievous young adult's life was probably due to his strict upbringing and education. But he had no idea that Emperor Shung would go this far. And Leo was actually a bit interested in this thing too. When he was young, he focused on his study and work, not having any chance to have fun and screw around. Now that the situation had calmed down a little, wouldn't it be fine to have some fun? Jessica is also busy with the taxation, so it's okay. She won't find out. He nodded and finished his glass of wine. Well, since you insist, I will accept the invitation. Good. Let's have some fun, shall we? Let me change my clothes. You too, the host will get the wrong impression if you wear strange clothes like that. We need to blend in. And no weapons. Okay. Emperor Shung waved his hand and dismissed the servants, including the ones that were guarding him. Leo chuckled and looked down at his own clothes. I guess I will blend in without putting on a disguise this time. Chapter 163. The capital's entertainment district isn't fun. The capital's bustling entertainment district was always crowded. Cinchuredo, and had his hair tied into a bun like the other civilians. He looked perfectly normal, and no one would expect him to be the Thunder God. Not only him, but Emperor Shung also dressed pretty simple, with only a black robe and his hair tied into a bun, hiding his golden hair color. As they walked down the street, many eyes were on them. They had a strange aura, not like normal customers or even high-rank officials. Several performers and servers approached them, trying to greet them. Sir, are you here for the evening show? We have a best barato in town. Please, come in, dear customer. She will hurt you with her sharp teeth. Hey, no fighting. Look, we have a new one. She's beautiful and will make your dream come true. They were loud and pushy, trying to pull and drag the two men into their shops. No surprise they became crazy. While Leo and Shung's clothes were normal, they looked brand new. Cinchuredo, their presence was strong, and they stood out from the crowd. However, they didn't have the intention to visit any shop yet. Wow, is this how the entertainment area is? It's so lovely, similar to my estate. Shung commented, a smile on his face. I wonder how it will be once we enter the venue. What are you thinking, Leo? We can't just walk around like this. Ah, well, you're right. How about you find some places, Shung? They'll follow you. Let's visit each shop and choose the best one. That's a good idea. Let's do it. With their plans set, they visited every shop on the street. Leo only tagged along because he was invited, and he couldn't refuse a friend's request. He wasn't interested in women he didn't know. They hadn't decided on a place yet. Instead, they chose a tea house where performers served tea and entertained the guests with music and conversation. It was a way to get a feel for the evening before making their final choice. The music here is good. There are lots of talented people out here. I agree. Leo nodded and took a sip of his tea. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is not bad. At least, I don't have to worry about anyone recognizing me. Even if they did recognize him, he could throw the attention by sacrificing Emperor Shung. He was confident people would be bravado interested in their mysterious ruler, whose identity was shrouded in mystery instead of a mere mercenary leader. Maybe I can have fun here. He was feeling somewhat tired from his nonstop working, and bravado fun would be good for him. So, he continued to sit there and enjoyed the bravado. A woman was playing the zither and singing, and another woman was dancing gracefully in a flowing red dress. Her bravado were elegant, and her eyes were bright, and her smile behind the veil was charming. The emperor was attracted to her, and he waved his hand, calling her over. She bowed and approached him politely. Esteemed guest, would you like to continue in a private room? My manager will be happy to offer you a discount if you're interested. Centuredo will keep in mind. With a smile, he watched Shung and his companion head toward the upper rooms. Leo couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. To be honest, his interest in such outings had faded after spending time in that part of town. He just wasn't interested anymore. Not even the beautiful ones. Maybe because he was used to Jessica and Anya's company, or he just didn't like the smell of smoke and alcohol. But overall, it was a waste of time. I should have just returned to Chengdu after the trip. But well, making my client happy is also one of my duties. So, let's try to enjoy myself. Leo took a deep breath and looked around. No matter how he thought, he had never been to a social club like this before, and this was a great opportunity. However, the hostess' attitude was putting him off. He wasn't sure if it was the environment or the lack of trust between them and the customers. But he wasn't that interested until he found something. A girl, smaller than the others, timidly stood there, not moving and not attracting any customer. She looked out of place, with her dark green robe and her messy gray hair hiding her face. Explore more at Empire, she was like a shadow, blending in the crowd. Leo didn't know why, but he found her interesting. She seemed different from the other women, and his eyes were drawn to her. And then he remembered something. Gray hair and small stature, not even reaching my chest. Her eyes are covered, and she looks fragile. With a petite body that was hidden by the robe, her pale skin and gray hair, Leo could imagine who she was. Is she? It was a character from the original novel. An important one that was enough to make a big impact on the plot. She appeared once to help Kim Min-gu when he was on the run, hiding him from the Supreme Evil's follower, as well as the Murim Alliance and other factions trying to take him down. Their detection ability was among the best. And Kim Min-gu's blatant and unique chi was easy to detect. However, this girl had managed the impossible. She masked Kim Min-gu's chi and made it seem like he wasn't even there, which allowed him to escape safely. How interesting. Is it really her? He didn't know if she was the real one. She whom the readers called as Hidden Shade, the bravado that was able to hide the protagonist and even the Supreme Evil's existence from everyone's sight. But maybe it was a coincidence. There was a possibility that this was just a random passerby, and Leo had gotten the wrong idea. Let's ask her name. Centuredo, hey, bring me a drink too. I'm tired of drinking tea. He was loud and smelled of alcohol. The girl paused and shook her head. Her face became pale, and her eyes were filled with unease. What is this? Leo didn't like what he saw. He didn't have a problem with people choosing their own line of work. That was their decision. However, when someone was harassing them after they refused, it was another story. "Excuse me, sir." He approached the man and smiled. "Can you leave the young lady alone? She's not interested, and I have eyes on her first before you. So, can you please let me have her?" His words were polite, but his tone was cold. The drunk man glared at him and sneered. "Huh? Who do you think you are? You're just a poor, dirty peasant. Don't pretend to be a hero. Just get lost and leave us alone." His words were arrogant, and he didn't listen to Leo's explanation. The girl looked up, her eyes still hidden by her messy bangs, but her expression was clear. Noticing that Leo tried to protect her, she scooted over and hid behind him, holding his sleeve. He could feel her trembling in fear. "I'm not trying to be a hero, but I do want to be with this girl. If you can't understand, then you can just leave. It's not like you're the only one who can be with her. And the other girls here will not accept a drunkard, as this is the tea house. Did you not read the rules on Barato?" Leo was calm and didn't raise his voice. His tone was cold and polite, but the drunk man's face turned red in anger. "Are you mocking me? Do you want to die? I am not someone you can mess with." "Oh, who are you? A powerful official?" "I am the leader of the Flying Dragon Gang. You should be honored to meet me. I can crush you in a single blow. So get lost. Don't try to fight me." "Wow, I am scared." Of course, Leo didn't know what this Flying Dragon Gang was. It also didn't appear in the novel, which means he's just a small fry. The other guests laughed at the blatant sarcasm and booed at the drunk man, who was now embarrassed and angry. He clenched his fists and glared at Leo. Then, unable to hold his anger, he threw a punch, one that belonged to a one-star martial artist. It was weak and slow, and Leo could easily dodge it. However, he didn't move. He stood there, not dodging and choosing to block with his hand. "Fuck!" His palm stopped the punch, and the drunk man was stunned. He didn't expect his attack to be blocked, not by a civilian. "How dash?" Before he could say anything, Leo raised his knee and slammed it into his stomach. "Gah!" The drunk man coughed, and his face turned pale. He had lost all his strength and couldn't move. Leo didn't use his chi or any special technique. Stay tuned with Empire, it was just a simple blow. However, this was enough to show everyone who was the boss. "Where's the troublemaker?" Two people dressed in dark blue clothes entered the establishment and approached the drunk man. They had the look of an experienced fighter and held their weapons tightly. Finally, the security arrived. That guy on the floor tried to bravado his way in, ignoring the rules. "Drag him away. We're professional staff, not just simple helpers." How could he pressure our youngest to go with him when she didn't want to? "I hope I don't see his face anymore." Hearing the courtesan's complaint, the security guards dragged the drunk man away. Leo didn't bother to ask what would happen to him. He was already beaten up, and the guards didn't seem to be a patient person. They probably would beat him up some more before throwing him in one of the alleyways. "That was close," Leo said and turned to the girl, smiling softly. "You're safe now. That guy won't bother you anymore." "Thank you, mister." She bowed her head, and her voice was low and timid. Her robe was slightly disheveled from the encounter with the drunk man, but she seemed unharmed. "Ah, I should introduce myself. My name is Leo. What's yours?" My name is Yu. Barato to meet you, Mr. Leo. You can call me Leo. No need to be formal." "Okay, Mr. Leo." No matter how he tried to persuade her, Yu kept calling him Mr., and she seemed like a shy and introverted girl. Leo couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. However, with this he had confirmed it. She's the hidden shadow, the one that helps the protagonist. She was not the same as the character he had imagined from the novel, but her presence and abilities matched the original story. So thin and fragile, forgettable and unnoticed. But she was not just a side character. Her ability to mask her presence and hide others was legendary, and that alone made her valuable. Leo had never thought he would meet her here. "Well, anyway, how about you take a seat, Yu? Let's talk a little bit over tea, shall we?" He sat down and patted the chair, inviting her to sit. The girl nodded and joined him, looking a bit more relaxed. She rubbed her hands, and her body no longer trembled in fear. A perfect opportunity. I will get information from her. How could she ended up here and why? I had a lot of information I wanted to ask, but let's take it slow. Emperor Sheng also won't finish anytime soon. As he thought about this, a mischievous smile formed on his lips. That earned him a curious look from Yu Yu. Mr. Leo. Yes, he replied, and his face returned to normal. What's wrong, Yu Yu? You said you wanted to, stay with me. So, are you telling the truth? Huh, could it be? This girl hadn't realized that he said it to drive the drunk man away. It seemed like she misunderstood his intention. Senzoado, okay. She spoke quickly, her face growing bravado. Leo didn't know how to react. He blinked a few times and looked away, trying not to focus on her expression. What should I do in this situation? Chapter 165, Fleeting Sadness. A miracle. This wasn't something he had expected. He had no interest in this girl, not because of her size or age, but because he wasn't in the mood right now. Of course, he couldn't just say that and let her misunderstand him. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Yu Yu, listen. His voice was gentle, and his expression was serious. I will be honest with you. I was only saying that to drive that drunk man away. He sighed and shook his head. You're very cute and attractive, but I have no intention of getting involved with you. I already have 3 important people in my life, and I am happy with them. Sorry for making you misunderstand. Yu Yu's face turned pale, and her eyes widened. So you're not interested in you, yes. Interested in anything Barato, no. Leo shrugged and pressed his hand to his forehead. Anyway, I have a lot of questions to ask. How about we order some tea? And no, if you want to spend time with me. Then how can I repay you? I never did that before, but I want to repay your kindness. Please, just let me stay by your side tonight, okay? If I can't earn my keep today, then... Just as she babbled on, Yu Yu covered her barato with her hand. Her face turned pale as she looked around worriedly. Huh? Leo frowned, not understanding the situation. This was indeed strange. She looked scared and was anxious about something. But why? He didn't understand. Mr. Leo, if you can help me, then I will give you a special discount. Can you, please, let me stay at your place? Just for one night. Please? Her voice was quiet and timid, but her eyes were determined. She had her hands pressed together near her heart, and her expression was firm. As he looked at her, he tried to remember what he knew about entertainers. First of all, why did people offer their talents in a nightlife venue? In this world, Cinchuredo, not all courtesans or prostitutes did this kind of job because they wanted to. Some were forced into this lifestyle, and others had no choice but to earn a living this way. Leo had seen this kind of situation many times. There were rumors and stories about kidnapped children being sold into forced labor and exploitation. Their parents pushed their debt on the children, or the slavers would come and take them, barato the child to work and serve the customers. In this kind of environment, not everyone has the ability to fight back. And unfortunately, law couldn't regulate or protect them. Mr. Leo, I'm sorry for pushing this matter, but please help me. I need to earn money. Yu Yu's eyes were desperate, and her hands were trembling. Now that the situation was clear, Leo could easily guess what was going on. She was probably someone who had been pushed into a difficult situation, perhaps trapped by a debt, taken from her family, or forced into a life she never chose. No matter the reason, the result was the same. And now, she was doing her best to get through one barato day. Say, Yu Yu. Leo leaned forward and smiled. You're a strong woman, and I can see that. And you have a good reason for being here. So, why don't you tell me the truth? What happened? What makes you so scared? I can't. She whispered, her eyes filled with fear. I can't talk about it. If someone finds out, then what? You will be punished? Don't worry. I will pay to hear your story in this place. Here, 1 gold. Leo didn't have a problem with spending some gold to buy information or help Yu. If she saw him as a good person and benefactor, he would be able to ask for her help. Even better if she became dependent on him. Seeing the gold coin he put on the table, Yu froze and stared at it. Her eyes were wide, and her lips were slightly parted. What do you mean? Is this for real? Yes, it is. Leo chuckled and put the coin in her hand. So, tell me why you're so scared and why I should trust you. Just be honest and don't leave anything out. After hesitating for a while, Yu told him everything. Her name was really Yu. She was born in a poor family and lived in the slums of a small village. When she was 12 years old, a man in a black robe came and bought her from her parents. He paid them 3 gold coins, a fortune for a poor family, enough to live a comfortable life for a year. However, the man took her and her younger brother, Lee, to a large estate in the city. I didn't want to live with strangers, she whispered, so they made me clean the floor and do chores. I'm also shy, so I often hide when there are too many people, only dancing or playing music. No one wanted me because I am so short. But it's not my fault. I can't barato much. I have no money. Yu's story was a sad one, and she was TR barato ed very poorly. Centurado, without a way to escape. No one but her brother was there for her, and now he was gone. It's all right. Take your time. Did you hear anything about your brother's disappearance? No. The boss only said that he ran away with a customer. But I knew he wouldn't do that. My brother is kind, and he won't leave me here. He was taken, I know it, and the boss wouldn't let me go to find him. So they sold him somewhere. But where? Could it be to a noble or a powerful gang? Even worse, to a dark side of Murim where evil martial artists or the worst scum lived. Chapter 166, Beware. Strange weather. Anne, I need to pay debt this year. If I can't pay, then the boss will. Sobbing, Yu couldn't continue her words. She covered her face and cried silently, her body shaking. You're a strong woman. Nabi, the leader of House Sect, also had a sad backstory. He hadn't heard it directly from her, but her story was pretty well known in the novel, becoming one of the best female characters. And now, Yu's fate. It was cruel and pitiful. Listen, Yu. Leo spoke softly, his tone filled with compassion. I know my words alone won't solve your problem, but if you can cooperate with me, I promise I will get you out of here. However, I will need your help too. Can you promise me that you will not run away or betray me? Will you become my loyal helper? What do you mean, Mr. Leo? Wiping her tears, Yu stared at him, her eyes still wet and red. She was confused, but there was some hope in her heart. I mean, I will help you get out of this place and find your brother. The latter, I can't promise. But the former, I will do my best. He sipped the tea he ordered earlier. It was already cold, but he didn't care. Rather, he took out ice from his storage ring and made it into an iced tea, ignoring the gaze from surrounding. But you have to do what I ask and no more hiding anything. Just be honest with me, and I will take care of the rest. And in return, I will pay you well. Yes, I will have you work under me as an apprenticeship. How's that sound? Yu looked stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. What did she do to deserve this kindness? Leo had saved her from a dangerous situation, and he was willing to help her get out of this place, even offering a job on top of that. Was this real? Are you sure, Mr. Leo? Her voice was quiet and full of disbelief. And my debt is high, and I don't have enough money. I can't pay it all. After a few years, it doubled and doubled. Even this gold coin you give me is... I'm sorry. Noticing her rudeness, she apologized, not wanting him to think that she was being rude or ungrateful. How could she sound so ungrateful? Stupid Yu. She berated herself for being too stupid. It's okay. I have a friend who can pay any amount of debt. Leo smiled meaningfully. He wasn't lying. Emperor Shung's wealth and power would be able to solve any financial issue. Anyway, we can talk about the details later. Let's just focus on getting you out of this place first. Where's the boss? Yu hesitated, not knowing what to say. She was still scared, not trusting Leo fully yet. But she could tell that he was different from other customers and was not lying to her. T, the owner, is with the person who sit with you earlier. As she's attending to him. Oh, then I'll be quick. Shung probably listened from the room about his conversation with Yu. He didn't bother to turn off the small communication device he had in the form of earring, which paired with the one he gave Shung when they changed clothes earlier. Then we just need to enjoy tea while waiting. Can you tell me some stories? Your way of telling a story is interesting, and I like listening to it. Mr. Leo. Smiling, Leo leaned back and relaxed. He was enjoying the moment and letting himself breathe a little. As time passed, Yu also appeared to be calm. She was still a bit worried, but her heart was at ease. This stranger called Leo had promised to save her, and offered her a new job. It was a miracle, and she didn't dare to doubt his word. She was the happiest she had been in years, and her face was bright with a smile. However, this would change in a second. Crash! The entrance was blown away, and footsteps followed suit. "That's the guy, brother. I want that girl over there. Get him." A loud voice echoed through the tea house, and Leo frowned. He was still sitting with Yu, and they had finished their tea. But as he turned around, he found a man earlier along with some rowdy men standing near the broken entrance. They looked drunk and were laughing, looking at him with a challenging gaze. A quick count told him there were at least 10 of them, and each had weapons in their hands. "New. Yeah." The guests and the courtesans were surprised and panicked, not knowing how to react but scream. They were scared, and the guards had no chance against so many people. Once again, Yu trembled in fear. Her presence suddenly disappeared, and she was invisible to everyone. She knew she was the reason why these scary guys came here. Help! A weak voice escaped her bravado. Then, she felt a strange warmth on her head. Leo raised his hand and patted her, ruffling her unkempt gray hair. "Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you," he said softly, not caring about the scene behind him. The men approached menacingly, standing behind him. Calmly, Leo turned around and faced them, wearing the kind of smile that could make anyone shiver. "Good evening, gentlemen." "Huh?" The leader blinked, not understanding what Leo was doing. Why did he greet him politely? But they understood why the next moment. "What a beautiful day. I heard today's weather will be full of lightning that strike without any warning." "Huh? What are you talking of, Boom?" Before he could finish his words, a thunderbolt struck the man's body, electrocuting him. It was an instant death, and his body fell to the ground. The men behind him froze in shock. "Oh, look at this." A lightning struck him suddenly. What an unlucky fellow. Chapter 167, Friends 1. Leo shrugged, acting calm after the confrontation. Meanwhile, the others were terrified. How could he use chi so casually? "You hurt my brother. How could you?" Another man yelled and charged at him. Leo raised his hand and stopped the sword with his bare hand. "Centuriado, see? It's so dull and brittle that it got destroyed just like that." How can you?" From behind him, the men screamed in horror. They couldn't understand what was going on and didn't know how to react. This was a nightmare. "Brother, quick, get him. We have him surrounded. Stop him. Stop him. Don't let him get away. Avenge our leader." Their faces were red with anger, and their eyes were full of hatred. They had lost their leader, and the man in front of them had hurt their friend. There was no need for mercy. "Get him. Take him down. Take him down. Take him down. Charge! Charge! Charge!" They were shouting and rushing forward, charging at him without hesitation. All their weapons raised above their heads, attempting to strike him down. Yet it ended at that. An attempt. Leo moved and dodged every blow. His bravado was fast, faster than any human being, and he could move with ease. His eyes were focused and sharp, and his mind was clear. Each step he took was quiet and precise, like a bravado gliding through the crowd. A small folding blade, no larger than a pocket knife, was concealed on his person, held securely in place for when he might need it. Huh! A small cut appeared on the men's necks, and they collapsed. The blade passed so swiftly that they couldn't even feel the pain. They fell to the ground one by one. What is happening? The last man was left standing, his face white with terror. He was the one that Leo had talked to before, the one who bothered you. His expression was full of fear and regret, and his whole body was shaking. "So, what's your group name again?" "Ah, Flying Dragon Gang, right?" Leo chuckled and stepped closer, his face smiling like an angel. A death angel that would bring his judgment upon anyone. "Then let me introduce my group. It's called the Hallowed Insect. Do you know it? Hallowed Insect." And that lightning. No way. The man was horrified, and his knees buckled. He had heard the name Hallowed Insect before. A powerful group that was feared in Murim, and their name alone was enough to make evil martial artists tremble in fear. And the one who controlled lightning was famous as their leader, a 9-stars martial artist whose strength could be compared to heaven itself. He couldn't believe it. The man in front of him was the leader of the infamous Hallowed Insect. Thunder God, please, I don't know who you are. Forgive me. The man fell to his knees and begged, not caring about his pride or image. He was a coward and had no intention of dying here. If I knew who you were, I wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Please forgive me. I can't fall here. I also won't approach her if I know you are interested in her. I swear. Leo raised his eyebrows, not expecting this response. So you mean that if I were another person, you would hurt me and then take advantage of you? Is that it? And no, it's not like that. I see. Well, since you know the difference, then I won't punish you. Hearing his words, the man looked up and stared at him with disbelief. Oh, really? Yes, really. You know, I'm in a good mood today. I had tea and talked with a cute girl, so we'll let you go. But next time, don't cause trouble like this. Why, yes, thank you. Thank you. The man bowed and didn't waste another second. He turned around and ran out the door. His feet never stopped. Leo watched him leave and chuckled. What a coward. Peace had returned, and the guests were safe. They thanked him and even offered him a drink, which he refused. Some of the staff tried to invite him upstairs, but Yu stopped them, saying that Leo was her customer and wouldn't be taken away. I will be the one showing him around. She was still timid, but she had regained her confidence. Her face was bright, and her expression was determined. Her arms were still holding onto his sleeve, not wanting him to go anywhere. Let's go, Mr. Leo. Her eyes were clear, and her voice was low. She had made up her mind, even though she was embarrassed. She didn't hide her face or her gestures. Refusing a young woman's request was a shameful thing to do, and gentlemen didn't behave that way. And this was not the case with Leo. He wanted to help her, and her story had touched his heart. However, he was not interested in getting involved with someone he didn't know, even in a casual way. So he just followed her into a room on the second floor. Yu looked at him and was about to do something when Leo's hand moved fast and stopped her. Sorry. Instantly, she felt stunned and fell to the ground. He caught her before that happened and set her down gently. Now, let's wait for Emperor Sheng and ask him for help. Sighing, Leo smiled and looked at the door. He could hear a very loud conversation coming from the other side. An embarrassing one that belonged to Sheng and the woman inside. Ugh, I have been a bad influence on him. Shaking his head, he waited. He sat on the bed and looked at the note he made regarding all important characters in the world, especially Yu, the hidden shadow. A short description was written there, including her ability and how she managed to hide the protagonist Kim Min-gu and the supreme evil from everyone's eyes. Her abilities were legendary, and he needed her. If she could hide someone, there was a high possibility she had a tracking talent that would allow her to find anyone, even the elusive Kim Min-gu and his enemies. And now, she will be part of the hallowed insect. Leo wasn't sure if he could keep her, but he would try. Right now, he had one hunting dog that used his nose, or senses as he called it, to find the dark chi in the capital. Since Leo defeated and killed Hans, the dog hadn't contacted him yet. He asked him to rest and take his time, not wanting him to get tired and injured. Well, it's not like we're in a hurry. I can also have Shirley train Yu and have her focus on her abilities. I am sure she can find a lot of information and techniques to enhance her power. With her, we will have a powerful hidden weapon. Chuckling, Leo waited. Chapter 168, Friends 2. A few minutes later, he heard the door of the room across his creek open. Wow, that was a wonderful evening. You were a wonderful companion. I would like to stay longer, but my friend has been waiting. He's such a headstrong person and refuses to join the other guests in this tea house. Emperor Sheng's voice was loud. Censuredo, but you know that I implemented a law about not marrying girls under 17 years old. No? I'm not sure about other places, but the Central Plains follow this rule. What are you talking about? Leo snapped back at the accusation and shook his head. I did not have any improper relations with her. She wanted to repay me for my help, so I made sure she got some rest. When she wakes up, they'll let her know everything worked out. Also, she's 20 years old, only Barato younger than me. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Sheng laughed and patted Leo's Barato, earning him a glare. Censuredo. Perfect. After agreeing, the two went downstairs to talk with the owner. Leo cradled Yu Yu in his arms, holding her gently. She was a bit light and thin, and her gray hair was covering her face. However, her expression was calm, and she had a faint smile on her lips. Maybe for the first time, she had a peaceful dream. A peaceful and happy dream. The conversation with the owner was quick and smooth. Leo and Sheng sat there and listened, and soon a price was agreed upon. Thank you for your business. I will prepare the document and hand her over to you. The attractive woman shut her fan. Cinchureto, her face was full of mystery and allure, but Sheng didn't even bat an eye. Then she glanced at Leo, her eyes filled with interest and bravado of confusion. Your friend is indeed interesting. Out of anyone here, he chose you, and to buy her immediately after their first meeting. She said, laughing softly. Cinchureto, and she had no name or reputation. No one would miss her, not even her boss. I will escort you back to the castle, and I will have to return to Chengdu for a while. My other companion, a student from Wudong sect, has to report back. If the preparation from your end has finished, contact me using the communication device. Wow, you're the first person to ever give instruction to an emperor. How bold. Huh? You're not my emperor, but my client. I will maintain a respectful language, but I can also give instruction to make our work smooth and effective. You're not the same as others. I like you, Leo. Maybe this is what it feels like to have friends. What do you think? I don't know. As someone who didn't know the term friends in his whole life, Leo didn't understand. He knew about friendship and the concept of being close with someone, but the idea of having a relationship that was deeper than just business or mutual interest was new to him. He had never cared about his relationship in his last world. That was why he cared so much about his subordinates, the members of hallowed insects. They were what he could call his friends, his family, and he would do anything for them. But this was the first time someone else had referred to him as a friend, and it was Emperor Sheng. Don't worry, you're not obligated to be friends with me, but do know that I think of you as a friend now. Sheng smiled and patted his shoulder. Let's get back and prepare for our next plan. Yes. With a nod, Leo carried Yu and followed him, a thought in his mind. Friend? Me? He couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time someone called him that. What a strange feeling. He had never experienced anything like this before, and he didn't know how to respond. Still, it wouldn't be bad to have an emperor as a friend. After meeting many people, he knew Sheng was sly and cunning. However, there was this hidden naivety and honesty belonged to a child. Maybe this was a side effect of being an emperor, where he could only trust a few people and was always surrounded by darkness and danger. Leo couldn't relate to him, but he felt a strange connection between them. Well, it's not bad. Chapter 169. A turning point after escorting Sheng safely, Leo returned to the inn. It was already evening, and the sun had started to set. When he entered the room, Jessica was sitting on the bed, staring at the sky through the window. She turned at him when she heard the door creaked open. Welcome back, leader. She smiled softly. Her gaze slowly moved from his face to the unconscious girl in his arms. And she is? Yu, he said, moving to the nearby couch and putting her down. One of the important characters. Maybe you will understand if I say that she's the hidden shadow. That one. Moving next to Leo, she looked at the girl with a surprised expression. As Leo's secretary, Cinchureto, so... She glanced at him suspiciously, seeking an answer. Leader, did you dash? No, of course not. She wanted to repay me for helping her. But I'm not interested. Leo shook his head and smiled. You know I would never pressure anyone, right? I just waited until she was calm, so we could bring her with us. She'll wake up later. I see. Jessica nodded and sighed. Not in relief, but in disappointment. She had seen Leo's power and abilities, and she was attracted to him. However, he had never shown interest in anyone, not even her. He was a man who worked hard and focused on his goals. While that was usually a good trait, Cinchureto leader, he tried to picture what she might look like. Her tone was warm and persuasive, and she leaned close to him, her hand brushing his arm. Leo looked at her strangely. She had always kept her feelings hidden when there were others around. But at best, she would only speak casually with him when they were together. But now, somehow, Jessica's personality had changed slightly since they were alone in the capital. She was bravado, assertive, and bold, and her interest in him was clear. It was like she had transformed into a different person. "You're really something else, Cinchuredo." "No?" Jessica's voice was soft and unusual. She had never acted like this, and Leo couldn't help but stare at her in disbelief. He couldn't help but put his hand on her forehead, wondering if she was unwell. With nanites coursing through her system, getting sick was practically impossible, but he was curious. Still, she was fine. No fever or anything. If anything, she felt warm and comfortable. Her temperature was perfect, reminding him of the cozy nights they spent together, cuddling and hugging. "Leader, are you thinking about something mischievous?" A playful smile appeared on her face, and her fingers played with his shirt. "I will teach that girl how to be a proper lady, and you can spend time with both of us. How's that sound?" She didn't wait for his reply and smiled warmly at him, resting her hand gently on his arm. Her touch was warm and comforting, and her smile was full of warmth. It was a different side of her, Cinchuredo. Jessica was still whispering to him, and her words were distracting him from his thoughts. Once again, as a gentleman, refusing a girl's request felt wrong. His face got closer to Jessica's, and he leaned in toward her. "Lately you've been bravado, disobedient, Cinchuredo consequences. People like you should face consequences." Leo's voice was low and serious, and he didn't look like a man who would ever do something like this. "You do know I care about you for who you are. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. Jessica, you're better than that. So stop trying to change and act like you're something else. Just be yourself, and you'll be fine." "I'm sorry, leader. I don't know what's gotten into me." Jessica's voice was weak, and her eyes were wet. "I was just joking, I swear. I don't mean anything by it. I was just being playful, and I know." Cinchuredo. I have been holding back since she had been trying to manipulate me with her shy and innocent behavior. If she wanted this confrontation, I would confront her and put her in her place for what she did before. "El leader, wait. Don't, not with her." Jessica's voice was quiet, and she couldn't stop him. His hands were strong, bravado her arm. "Cinchuredo, oh no, no, no." "Oomph." To quiet her, he turned her around and gave her a bravado on the cheek. She fell silent, her face turning red, and she looked away, unsure what to say. "Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo." Cinchuredo, the leader of the hallowed insect, had confronted the young woman in a commanding manner. Her secretary stood nearby, her face bright red with embarrassment and her expression overwhelmed. At first, Cinchuredo, 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 her hand resting on his leg. Her gaze was filled with deep devotion, and she didn't care about the consequences. This man was the one who saved her and promised her a new life, and she would remain loyal to him no matter what. Stepping backward, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. "Cinchuredo, I want to feel close to you. Imuus," she whispered softly, her eyes begging him to come closer. "Very well." Without wasting another second, Leo pulled her gently into his arms and held her close. It felt like a perfect fit, and they nestled together comfortably. He held her tenderly, finding peace in the moment. Cinchuredo showing a swollen area on her stomach. It was an intense and uncomfortable feeling, and the overwhelming bravado caused Yu's eyes to roll back until she lost consciousness. The feeling was simply too much for her to bear. Leo was concerned, but he understood. She appeared to be inexperienced and likely had never gone through something like this before. Gently, Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Finally, she took a small taste and found it salty but not unpleasant. There was still a thick residue left behind, and she bravado it carefully. A satisfying feeling spread through her, and her eyes were filled with determination. She had never tasted something so delicious and addicting. "You're a natural." Leo smiled and patted her head. "Continue." Looking upward, she was greeted by his warm smile and his gentle, caring eyes. It was a different side of him, a kind and thoughtful one. Her heart skipped a beat, and she didn't care about anything anymore. Centurado, 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 centurado. It was an amazing feeling, and she couldn't get enough of it. He. She couldn't help but laugh, her face bright and her eyes clear. She was happy and satisfied, and her heart was racing with excitement. I think I fell in love. Chapter 171. Warping up in capital. All kinds of business in the capital was finished. However, Leo stayed in the city for a full week because he had to take care of Yu and gave her some briefing. Jessica played a big part to teach her and fix her appearance. This is me? As a result, she was transformed from someone troubled into a young woman with a graceful appearance. Her long gray hair was tied in a ponytail, and her pale face was clear and beautiful. She wore a thin shirt, and because Leo had expected to recruit some members, he also brought a low-level armored suit that could be worn without nanites inside the wearer. It was resistant to cuts and bullets, and better than some artifacts circulating nearby. He gave her one of her size, along with new clothes, so she could look neat and professional. Here, now, you have to work and focus on improving yourself. I have given you a bit of my knowledge and technique, so it's your job to master them and grow. Jessica put down a stack of books and papers on the table. This is the basic information you need. Learn them, and we'll start the training. Knowledge is important. Being in a secretary mode once again after so long, she didn't hesitate and acted professionally. Igriagis. Nodding, Yu stared at the pile of papers, her eyes full of determination. She was still timid and shy, but her expression was bright and hopeful. Someone who thought they had lost everything, but given a chance to regain a better future, would have bigger motivation and more determination. Leo was sitting in the corner, smiling at the sight. In the last few weeks he had been in the capital, many things had happened. One was his trip to a private establishment with Emperor Sheng and the aftermath. Jessica had tried to behave differently and get close to him. It was strange behavior that was unlike her. After some investigation, he realized that it was the effect of the drug she had been drinking, something that Chiaki secretly put in her tea to alter her mood without her knowledge. The scariest thing was that Jessica didn't realize it, which made her nanites unable to address it fully. However, after his punishment and a long lecture, Jessica was back to normal and apologized. He had to punish Chiaki next when he returned to Chengdu. Talking about returning, I have to make a plan to connect Yangji and Hollowed Insect. To ensure his second identity wasn't discovered, he needed to find a way to bring them together. The plan itself was easy, but he wanted to keep Yangji in the capital to make an illusion to the supreme evil followers that their target was sitting nicely. But no matter how much they tried to find him, he wouldn't find Yangji, and making a connection between Leo and Yangji would be crucial in his future plan. Preparation was necessary, and to start it, I need your cooperation in something, Master Ming. I will properly pay for the help in the form of a product idea, something that will give you more profit than the current product you are selling. Leo was sitting across the richest and most powerful merchant in the city or even in Central Plains. The man was a middle-aged man with a strong build. His face was sharp and his eyes were full of interest. And he was one of two people who knew his real identity as Leo. So his cooperation was necessary in this plan. Oh, that's a big promise. Are you going to sell me the method to make this pistol you gifted me in the past? I will gladly help if that's the case. He nodded and rubbed his chin, smiling dubiously. Please, that will be too much. The balance of this world would crumble if I teach you how to make that pistol. Martial artists would be obsolete if a normal person can use that weapon to kill other people. I understand. Well, what can you offer me then? Something better. Leo grinned and pulled out a stack of papers, handing it over. This is the basic design and description of a tool that can control fire. It's still in the prototype phase, but it's something that will give a new wave of invention and prosperity. Ming Yuchan took the scroll and looked at it, his eyes wide and his expression amazed. What is this? Something that can control fire, like a flint or a lighter, but much more efficiently. It's something that will make firewood or other flammable objects unnecessary. Imagine how easy it will be to cook on it. Every household will buy this tool. What Liu showed to Ming Yuchan was a prototype of a wonderful tool called a stove. And not just any stove, but a stove that used oil or liquid as its source of fuel. It was something that could change the world for now. And since Ming Yuchan was the richest and most successful businessman in the city, he had a lot of money and power to make his dreams come true. Not only the tool itself. You can sell its fuel and the rope used to light the fire. The profit will be enormous. And if you're the first to sell it, your name will be known in history. A convenient tool that everyone could use. In this age, people usually were still cooking using a clay stove or a wood stove. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the process was dirty. Food created by a fire pit was always smoky and greasy. But the stove was different. It could heat the food evenly and quickly, without wasting a lot of firewood or leaving a mess. It was perfect and convenient, and the taste was much better. Not only that, look at the second scroll. Liu grinned and waited, watching Ming Yukin's expression as he looked at the design. A complex expression appeared on his face. His eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. Is this a cooking tool designed to fit the stove? You don't need a large pot or cauldron anymore. This tool does the job and makes food tastier. It helps reduce grease and smoke, is easy to clean, and leaves less mess. It works like a wok, frying pan, and rice pot. They were the main kitchen tools that could be used with the stove, and the cooking process was faster and easier. With the new technology and innovation, anyone could become a chef and create a delicious meal. If you want to try the rice and meal cooked using these, I have it in my storage room right now. Of course, the result depends on the cook, but I prepared 2 meals prepared by the same person using different stoves and equipment. Let's see which one is better. Interesting. Show me, please. Leo nodded and pulled out 2 dishes, both in a bowl covered with a lid. He had asked for you to cook for him using the usual stove in the inn and the one he made using the stove. The result was clear and obvious. One dish was much more moist and fluffy, while the other was dry and had a strong, smoky smell. Ming Yuchan tried both, and his eyes focused on the one made by the stove. This is amazing. The rice is moist and fluffy, and the flavor is well-balanced. Although there is this earthy smell, it doesn't bother me a bit. In fact, it's better than the previous one. You can also sell this stove and the tools used to cook with it. But I want part of the profit. Leo grinned and held out his hand. We have a deal? Of course. This will change the world. But let's keep it a secret until we get the prototype done. I want to know how to mass produce it. No problem. I can help you with that. You just have to find the materials and the place. I will send a machine that can help with that. Leo crossed his legs, his smile brighter. Well, you can start preparing for it. I will send someone to help you. And of course, the payment. Thank you. I will help you with your plan to the best of my abilities. In fact, I will find a body double for you too. That would be perfect. Laughter echoed in the room, and the 2 men drank tea and discussed the plan. Meanwhile, back in Chengdu, in an underground arena, a young woman was facing off against a beast. She was swinging an axe larger than herself with ease and defeating the giant lizard. And the sound of her axe hitting the ground and the monster's scales was loud. The barbarian wearing modern clothes grinned ear to ear as she raised her axe, shouting and laughing. She was a wild and dangerous person, and she was always fighting, never stopping. In her head, a voice was always echoing, telling her to fight and win. It was a strange voice that didn't belong to her, but she couldn't refuse it. A barbarian lived to fight, and fight Li Heian did. This is great. The audience was cheering, and the beast was finally defeated, brought down by her blade. Watching from the audience seat, counting the money gained from the fight, was Shirley. Her lips curled upward as she heard the clinging sound of gold coins being poured into a sack. The audience was cheering and waving, and her smile grew wider as she saw Li Heian approaching her. She stood up and greeted the barbarian, known as Crazy Fury. Good job, Li Heian. You did it again. It's nothing. She grinned and wiped the barato off her axe, slinging it on her back. I am hungry. Chapter 172. Moving in earnest, don't worry. I have prepared food for you. Follow me. Great. The two walked out of the arena and entered the small room nearby. A large feast was waiting on the table, composed mostly of meat, and Li Heian didn't waste time and started eating. She bravado ravenously, chewing loudly. Shirley sat opposite her, drinking wine and eating slowly. Her expression was calm, and she was happy that Li Heian was able to defeat the beast and earn them a lot of money. But they had to move on to their real goal now. It's almost time. Li Heian was famous in the tournament now. Every match, including her, would draw a huge crowd. Her name was known, and every fight was a big show. And this fame would attract the attention of the top brass of this ring. Let's start right away. These two who went to the capital had also returned, and Leo would also return soon. If we make no progress before he returns, I will be embarrassed. In a way, this was Shirley's first mission. She was a rookie compared to the other members of the Hallowed Insect, and she didn't want to embarrass herself. Failing was normal, she knew that. However, if she could succeed, why not? Li Heian, are you ready for the battle? Your opponent will be a dangerous guy. A 6 stars martial artist, bordering 7 stars, who enjoyed fighting fiercely. From the rumor, he's not a person who could be reasoned with, and his ability to control his chi is strong. He can even make his chi a weapon. It's fine. I will take him down. While munching on some meat, Li Heian didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, she was smiling, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Maybe you think I'm stupid, and maybe I really am. But don't underestimate me. I can feel that my enemy is here, near the arena. Just bravado, and I can have him. She grinned and laughed, a crazy and wicked sound that made the others shiver. If I kill this opponent, I will get closer to that guy, right? Yes, that's the plan. Shirley nodded, surprised by Li Heian's intuition. The barbarian girl was a lot sharper than she thought, and she was ready to use everything to find a target. Good. With a chuckle, Li Heian finished her food and stood up, ready to leave. Let's go. There is no time to waste. And I want to see this 7 stars guy and teach him a lesson. Let's go. There is no time to waste. And I want to see this 7 stars guy and teach him a lesson. You're a crazy woman, Li Heian. That's why I love you. Shirley shook her head and followed the barbarian, a smirk on her face. As they walked out of the room, she didn't forget to remind Li Heian. And your opponent is 6 stars, not 7. You're a realm higher than him right now. But don't underestimate him and be careful. We can't afford to lose you. Don't worry. I will take him down. With a nod, Li Heian entered the arena, her bravado tense with adrenaline and fierce determination. She gripped her axe tightly, ready for the challenge ahead. Shirley entered alongside her as the sponsor. Her job was to hype up the crowd and scout the perfect opponent for Li Heian. She had already chosen her target, one of the most prominent fighters in the ring, someone called Mad Boar whose specialty was his insane strength and toughness. He was known to have survived many deadly fights, and he was the toughest fighter around. Looking around, she found the man standing in the corner, his arms crossed and his expression fierce. His name was Guan Yongguk, and he was known for being fierce and formidable. In this underground arena, he had a record of defeating his opponent in less than a minute. Out of 50 matches he had fought, he defeated 42 opponents and won the remaining 8. Guan? Sorry, but I can't remember the name, but Li Heian said you look bravado like a pig instead of a bull, and she's going to take you down and make a fool out of you. How about that? As expected, the man didn't like it and glared at her. He was a simple man, and his anger was easy to provoke. Everyone in this place had high pride, even though they engaged in a bloody fight and struck each other down. And no one would let someone mock them like this. Get lost. With a roar, Guan jumped to the arena and attacked Li Heian, his bravado covered in chi, and his heavy sword was swung without any hesitation. Huh, come on. Li Heian smiled and blocked the attack, her axe shining with a metallic light. Sparks flew, and the two fighters were locked in a battle. Their movements were quick and deadly, and their weapons were sharp. Every strike could cut a man in half, and the power behind them was enough to overwhelm their opponents and break through metal. Shockwaves barrado from the clash of their weapons, and the ground was cracking and breaking apart. The audience was cheering and shouting, their eyes bright with excitement and intensity. Finish him, what a fight! There was no preparation at all in their battle, surprising the spectators. However, they loved something so unexpected like this. The person responsible for bets immediately shouted to make a wager, and the people started shouting their names. Crazy fighter, crazy fighter, Guan, Guan. Li Heiyin and Guan's battle was a fierce one, and the crowd was chanting their name. Meanwhile, Shirley, who was also in the arena earlier, had moved to the table where the bet was collected. She helped the man, whom she was acquainted with last week, counting the money and organizing the information. And she was also looking for the perfect opportunity to start the next part of their plan. Guan, 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 Li Heiyin, I am betting on you. Crazy girl. The crowd was loud and rowdy, and the battle was still raging. They were fighting fiercely, their weapons clashing and their bodies colliding. Brown and red chi rose from Li Heiyin and Guan Yongguk's body respectively, reflecting their element. As someone lived in a vast plain, the barbarian girl's element naturally became earth, a rare and powerful chi that could control the ground and the rock, making it an advantage in a fight. On the other hand, the man was from the north and had lived in the cold and snow for most of his life. He longed for warmth and awakened a Barato chi, a hot and fiery element that could Barato his enemy. Get lost. You will fall. The two were growling and roaring, and their strength was increasing. Li Heiyin stomped her feet, and the ground around her shook and exploded. The stone and earth were flying, and her axe was glowing with a metallic light. Guan was not backing down either. He swung his long sword. His chi was Barato hot, and his Barato was shining with a bright red glow. The stone making contact with his sword was turned into molten liquid and burst apart, scattering fragments everywhere. The two were at a standstill, their strength equal and their power unmatched. They were like a volcano and an earthquake, fighting fiercely and refusing to back down. You're not half bad. Guan smiled, his face sweaty and his clothes grimy. But it's not enough. I will still win. Don't count me out yet, jerk. I will defeat you. In terms of raw strength, they were on par and their abilities were similar. And because of their power and talent, neither could push the other. It was a stalemate, and they couldn't go further. However, that was it. No matter how strong Guan Yongguk was, in the end he was still an underground fighter. His experience at fighting and his control over his chi couldn't compare to Li Heiyin, a true martial artist with a powerful heritage and training. You're not bad, but you're too weak for me. Your opponent so far has been a joke. I will teach you what it means to fight a real warrior. Li Heiyin was grinning. Her eyes narrowed and her aura was fierce. With a shout, her axe glowed, and her chi was exploding, making the ground shake and the air tremble. You're a joke. With a roar, she raised her axe and brought it down, creating a massive crater and sending a shockwave that sent the audience and the people watching from afar flying. The arena was destroyed, and the audience reacted loudly and scattered in all directions. Even the table where the bets were counted was damaged and broken into pieces. Dust and smoke covered the scene, and the audience was buzzing with excitement. They wanted to know who won this fight despite the danger. And when the air cleared, Li Heiyin was standing there. Yusa, the crazy fighter, was laughing and dancing. Chapter 173, Found You. The winner had been decided. Her axe was on the ground, and her opponent was lying on his back, badly injured and bleeding. He was still alive, but his eyes were unfocused, and his breath was shallow. It was clearly her win. Perfect. Shirley grinned and stepped forward. Li Heiyin's role ended here. Now it was her turn. She walked to the beaten Guan and poked him with her foot, her smile bright and her eyes cold. Sorry, you lose. And then she looked up at the audience, raising her voice. Everyone, please gather around. I want to announce something regarding our fighter, our new champion, Li Heiyin. The audience was confused but curious. What is it? Is there something wrong with her? What happened? Is it serious? The questions continued, and the whispers were getting louder. Right now, Li Heiyin was the most popular fighter, and they didn't want anything to happen to her. Every news about her was exciting, and her name was famous. Everyone quiet. Shirley raised her hands and shouted, trying to get their attention. I have a wonderful announcement. And I have a special guest, too. Well, this guest is shy, so I bet he won't come out, but I know that he's listening, so there's no problem. She laughed and raised her voice, looking around. As a former novelist, she had attended many parties and conventions, meeting various people whose work included speaking allowed her to learn and steal their skills. Now, she was using her knowledge and experience to attract the attention of the audience. Now, the announcement. I will give the information for all of you. Don't worry, I'm sure this will benefit everyone. What is it? What is going on? Please tell us. The people were getting restless, and the whispering was loud. They were waiting for her to say something, and Shirley wasn't disappointed. It was the reaction she had been expecting. Now, everyone, listen closely. She pointed at Lee Hae-in, a smile on her face. You might have realized it, but our clothes are always different. We always wore the new fashion that mercenary union members wear. Now getting these clothes is easy. However, they're just fake ones. Ours are genuine. Murmurs echoed around her, and the audience was focused. Those hints were enough to get their attention. People began to understand where she was going. Essentially, Shirley told them that they were the mercenary union members, and that was a surprise to them. I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about. Shirley smirked and raised her voice, looking at the audience. I just received news from my leader. It seems that my leader has dealt with my special guest situation personally. In his head. Now we will take care of our client's barato, eyes, and their heart. It's really Nick, swoosh. Before she could finish her sentence, an arrow was shot toward her from the shadows. Shirley didn't even have time to dodge as it struck her, ending her instantly. She fell to the ground, her eyes empty and her barato unmoving. A terrible injury had struck her head, and the audience was panicking in fear. What is happening? Who shot that arrow? Someone, help her! The chaos was spreading, and the people were running and pushing each other. No one wanted to see an unexpected loss of life without even a fight. This wasn't entertainment anymore, just a dangerous attack. And with such danger, everyone's life could be at risk. The attacker was still hiding and had disappeared, leaving the arena in chaos with the fallen and the confusion. And among the confusion, the only survivor of the fight, Lee Hae-in, looked around calmly. Her sharp, intense gaze was fierce, and she was looking for a hint, anything. She was still holding her axe, ready to attack and defend herself. Suddenly, a dark barato appeared behind her, and she turned around, swinging her axe. Covered in chi, her axe could break through anything. However, before it could hit the figure, a hand grabbed it and stopped it. It was a strange hand, its color gray and metallic, and it was stronger than her. The hand belonged to a large bald man with muscles and scars. Upon seeing him, fury blazed in Lee Hae-in's eyes. She recognized him. Found you. Growl escaped her mouth, and she swung her axe again, her expression wild and crazed. She couldn't stop the anger boiling inside her. She had been searching for him for a while, and she couldn't wait to get her revenge. Someone who killed her father and a large part of her barbarian clan. Someone who ruined her life and her future, robbing her of everything. The man smiled and dodged her attack, his body moving with grace, and his chi was flowing through his veins. Barbarian. The man swung his chi-covered fist and hit her, sending her flying. She managed to block the punch with her axe, but her arm was numb, and her shoulder was dislocated. She couldn't move, and she could barely breathe. Not even her defense art could help her against this man. You're pathetic. All barbarians are. How dare you enter my sanctuary? A vicious chi was unleashed from the man's body, and it was enough to make Lee Hae-in gasp and tremble. Right now, Lee Hae-in was a 7-stars martial artist, someone who was able to control the power of nature and used it. But this man was much more powerful than her, Centuredo. The crowd was still panicking and running, and the man didn't bother to look at them. He just walked over to the beaten and bruised Lee Hae-in. His eyes narrowed, and his barato curled into a smug smile. Mercenary Union? Taking care of me and the others? How big of a dream did you have? The man, barato, Centuredo, She didn't want a Barado like this, not in front of him. She had spent so much time searching for him, and now her revenge was ruined. Bohado. Using the last strength left in her, she spat a curse. Everything was just unfair. And then her eyes rolled back, and her Barado fell Barado, her breath shallow, and her Barado unmoving. The man just smiled and looked at her, his expression cold and distant. He didn't care about her, and he didn't have time to deal with her. All he wanted to do was to eliminate this pest and go back to his mission. And with a quick movement, he stretched his hand toward her skull, intending to grip and crush it. However, it's just like what you told me. Li Heian suddenly grinned, and Barado felt a shiver down his spine. Feeling a danger, he stopped his hand and stepped back, his eyes narrowed. Who was she talking to? There was no one here, and her voice was hoarse and weak. She couldn't be talking to anyone, but his instinct was warning him. There was something hidden here. He looked around and tried to find a hidden weapon or an assassin waiting for him. He found nothing. Yes, there is nothing. Where is the target? Are you searching for me? A cold voice interrupted his question, and he froze, his Barado tensing up. A woman appeared under him from the shadows, her Barado glowing white and her eyes Barado with Barado. She was holding an arrowhead, its tip stained. It was Shirley, and she was very much alive. I will return it to you. She threw the arrowhead toward him, but he didn't have time to dodge. The arrow struck him, and he stumbled back, injured from the impact. The wound wasn't that deep, only managing to dig a few millimeters into the flesh since a metallic skin protected his body. Getting angry, Torso tried to grab Shirley, but she had moved already. With a flash of light, she disappeared and reappeared beside Li Heian, looking at the barbarian girl while giggling in amusement. You're getting beaten up after all that. Tell me, how does it feel, being humiliated like this? Barbarian? The crazy woman had been defeated and beaten, and the audience was panicking and running, trying to escape the scene. Grr! A dangerous growl escaped Li Heian's Barado, and her eyes were focused, her rage filling her body. She was still alive and breathing, but her pride was more wounded than her body. Now. Eat this first and recover. You won't be able to continue fighting in your condition. Shirley popped a capsule into the barbarian girl's mouth. At that moment, a fist connected with Shirley's face, sending her flying and crashing onto the ground. A loud sound of metal hitting metal was heard, filling the underground arena with shock waves. Barado spat as he looked at the direction where he sent Shirley flying. I will take care of you later. For now, he turned to where Li Heian was to finish her off. Nothing was more dangerous than a wounded beast. But when he looked down, he couldn't find her. She had disappeared. Searching for this? Again, Shirley's voice rang, this time from the other side of the arena from where he was sent flying. On top of that, there was no visible wound in her Barado, and she had Li Heian seated next to her. What did you do? The man snarled, his eyes focused and his face red with anger. Taptisin satantaquatra, maltin potpato. Shirley answered with a smile, waving her hand. Oh, and by the way, my name is not that. It's Shirley, and you better remember it, or else I will make you pay for this. I heard that my friend here has a fierce appetite, so she will not go easy on you, since you are small and easy to handle. Loser Barado was furious, and his chi was blazing. Sticky chi was gathering around him, and his skin turned as black as charcoal, his aura turning fierce and deadly. Shirley just smirked, not bothered by his transformation. She had expected this since hearing about him and his ability, and because she heard about it, she didn't want to underestimate him. You want to play with fire? Hey, I can play with you if you really want. Nope. Shirley shook her head and giggled, her form glowing with white light. But I do like to play with light. With a flash, she disappeared, leaving the man in shock. Wah! Suddenly, the man felt a sharp pain in his back, and he could feel the tip of a dagger pressing against his back. He couldn't even scream as he counterattacked with a large swing, but his opponent had moved away, leaving him exposed and open. Dang it. Hey, you can't take me down that easily, you jerk. Shirley played with the dagger as she sat on the spectator's seat. Centuredo, and sending him flying across the room. He hit the wall hard, and the sound was loud. Ha ha ha! Li Hei-in stood up, laughing as she gripped her axe. She was not smiling. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were cold. Her mind was blank with fury, and her barato trembled with rage. All she could think was to defeat the enemy who barato her clan. Earth rose and covered the attacker's barato, making him unable to move. Perish, you villain! Perish! 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 Li Hei-in's eyes flashed as she used her chi to control the earth and rock around her. The rock barato and flew outward, digging into the man's barato and overwhelming him. His wounds bled, and he was being battered. Although the earth was enhanced by her chi, it still couldn't truly pierce his barato, and the man didn't seem to care. No, not caring seemed to be wrong. In fact, he was angry. So angry that his body began to glow red, and his muscles grew. He was bigger than before, and he grabbed a long railing pole from the wall, bending it and using it as a bow. His chi was so strong that the metal was melting, and the wood was turning to ash. You will pay for this. I will take you both down at once. Sticky chi covered the metal bow, dripping from one tip to another. It stayed in place and became something like a string, completing the bow. The man aimed the bow at the two women and pulled the sticky string. Begone! Purifying arrow. A black arrow flew from the bow, its tip blazing with fire and heat. It was a dangerous attack, and it could even destroy the entire underground arena. The chi emanating from the arrow was powerful and deadly, and it was heading straight toward the two women. But Shirley just laughed and grinned, her barato glowing with white light. Not yet, you fool. Extending her hand, she gathered chi in her hand. A ball of light was formed, and she threw it at the arrow. Light ball, a simple name for a simple technique, but the result was different. The light ball collided with the arrow and exploded, releasing a burst of energy that was strong enough to push the two women backward and even throw her across the area. Li Hei-in swung her axe, destroying the ground, and used it to stop herself from moving too far. The light and energy released from the explosion spread everywhere, and it was so bright that it filled the entire underground arena, blinding everyone. And then, when the light disappeared, Li Hei-in and Shirley were standing again, their bodies surrounded with a transparent light, the former created to protect them from the blast. Even so, they couldn't stand still. A flash of light appeared beside Li Hei-in. After a moment, Shirley appeared in that exact spot, looking at the place where Torso was sent flying to. If the Supreme Evil's follower executive was as strong as what her leader had said, this wouldn't be enough to kill him. So she didn't let her guard down. Just as expected, swoosh, an arrow came out of nowhere, striking Shirley and causing her to collapse. Other arrows continued to rain down around her as she fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the attack. That should be enough. I can no longer sense her. From the dust, a hoarse voice spoke, and a barato emerged, larger than before. His appearance had changed so drastically that he was no longer recognizable. His face was disbarato-d and scarred from the battle, and his barato was covered in scars and burns. Somehow, his left hand fused with the bow, and the string was made of chi, sticking to his fingers and creating a sticky web. In the end, a barbarian is still a barbarian. I expected you to have some kind of reaction, but you're heartless. You're a ruthless one, just like your companion. He was mocking her, but Li Hei-in wasn't bothered. In fact, her expression was calm, and her chi was gathering within her. For someone who had lost a friend and her family to tragedy, she couldn't care less about him or his words. Centuredo, the Crazy One, had always been a challenge and a danger to anyone who fought her. Also, it seems you underestimated this persistent girl too much. Her barato curled upward, a smile forming on her face. You're finished, fool. She had a hidden trick up her sleeve. Instantly, everything looked melted. The underground arena, the ceiling, the spectator area, even Li Hei-in and Shirley's forms. Nothing was solid anymore, and the air was hot, almost boiling. Wadash! Before the warrior could respond, he was overcome by a Barado, dissolving into the air. His chi and his power couldn't save him no matter how hard he tried. The overwhelming feeling of his form breaking apart was intense, and his mind was going crazy. What has happened? His sense of direction and orientation was lost, and the man couldn't even breathe. He was fading, and his Barado was dissolving, his soul floating away. But suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. How does it feel? This voice belonged to none other than Shirley, who should have Barado. He tried to scream and attack her, but his physical form was gone. He was just a wandering spirit, and the woman was standing right in front of him, her face covered with a smile and her eyes full of coldness. Her Barado still had the arrows embedded in it, but her expression was not one of pain. What on earth? Where are we? Who are you? I told you, didn't I? That we are hallowed insect and have the ability to take care of your feet, hands, head, and now even you, Barado. Well, I don't know about the others, but we have already taken care of everything else for now. Also, Shirley clapped her hands, and her figure returned to normal. The arrows and wounds were nowhere to be seen, and she was smiling as usual. You shouldn't have underestimated me. I might look weak, but am a genius. Let me tell you my ability. It's called. Before she could finish, the man moved slightly. It stopped her from speaking further, realizing that he used his chi to increase his regeneration and healing. He regained his arm and tried to grab her. You absolute jerk. He growled and attacked her, his hands reaching out to grab her throat and crush her. But it was futile, as he couldn't reach her. The only thing he could do was scream, "You will pay for this. No one can mess with us and expect to live." Wow, Shirley was genuinely impressed. Leader made it sound so easy, so I thought this would be enough. But amazing. This guy is really strong. She was not exaggerating. Torso had regenerated his entire body, and he was ready to fight. Even in this strange space Shirley made with her element and strange technique she created herself, he was able to counter it with brute force and his own power. You're too dangerous. She had decided, and she knew what to do. Heian, stop her. Without warning, a massive axe appeared from the Barado. Chapter 175, Gathering of Malice 1, but he wasn't afraid. He was confident in his ability and his power. And with his new form, his Barado chi was stronger than before. He raised his hand that was fused with the bow and stopped the axe, his fingers wrapping around the handle. What? Huh? Shirley and Li Heian were shocked. They couldn't understand how the man could stop the axe. It was out of their expectation for the attack to be blocked and didn't even leave any damage. Did you forget? Barado smirked, his form glowing with a metallic light. I am our Barado's greatest creation. My form is made from the best materials, and I train a lot. And my ability to absorb and store chi is amazing. There is nothing you can do to hurt me. Shirley and Li Heian could see the truth behind his words. Absorption was supreme evil's specialty, and the man in front of them had the ability to copy it. He had been absorbing their chi ever since they started the fight, and their strength was decreasing while his was increasing. They were no match for him, or so the Barado thought. Wow, that's scary. But Shirley's surprise only stopped at that. She snapped her finger, and the axe that got stopped earlier suddenly moved forward, striking him before he could react. Huh? A stunned voice escaped him as he realized he had been hit. It didn't hurt or anything. It was just a clean hit, and the hand was on the floor, unmoving. It dissolved into a strange substance, absorbed into the floor. Did you think you were the only one who can absorb? I'm a martial artist trainer of the hallowed insect. My ability, my element is rather special. Shirley laughed, her form glowing with a golden light, and everything around them changed. The melting world was now a golden world, and the chi absorbed by Torso was returning to her, making her stronger and faster. Oh, and by the way, you didn't kill me or Li Heian, and I can't kill you in this world. I have no power to take life, and I am afraid of doing something like that. You see, I am a kind girl with a soft heart. She was still smiling, and her eyes were shining. But there is someone who can do that for me. Someone with a large amount of hatred for you. And I, in this world, shall turn that hatred into power. with the power of my imagination. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. It was a large and dark shadow. Its shape was unclear, and its eyes were burning with fire. It was the shadow of a person, and it was radiating power and hate. The shadow was holding a large and heavy axe, its tip digging into the ground and cracking the floor. "Meet Dark Sovereign Li Heian." Shirley waved her hand, and the Barado roared, swinging the axe with all its might. It was an attack that could destroy the world, and the warrior couldn't avoid it. A large boom rang out, gouging the world and leaving a large Barado. And the man known as Barado, one of the supreme evil's followers and the leader of the Barado mercenary group, was at the center of the explosion. The blast devastated his Barado, leaving him gravely wounded from head to toe. But he didn't Barado. He was too strong, and his ability to regenerate was beyond anyone's imagination. He could recover and come back. His body might be injured, but that was only on the surface. His chi, the source of his power, was still flowing through his body. However, there was a problem. He couldn't move. Golden chains suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped around his arms, legs, and neck. He was pulled down, and the ground opened up, taking him under. The chains were tight, and the world was spinning. He was losing his consciousness and his breath. It was no longer a martial artist fight. Shirley's element was just too unique, a one-of-a-kind that couldn't be found in the real world. She called it a reincarnation or transmigration cheat ability, something that could grant her unimaginable powers. But this ability had its limitations. She couldn't kill or destroy anything, and the damage she dealt was only a scratch. In short, she couldn't fight directly, but it was still an ability that was worth watching. Let's continue the execution. The Barado laughed and raised the axe, her Barado shining with a metallic light. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" With each word, the axe fell and struck the man down. Chains sprouted from the ground and tied him, pulling him into the darkness. And after a few Barado strikes, the man disappeared. Only the golden world was left, and the two women were sitting on a throne in the spectator area, a cup of wine in their hands. The golden world had disappeared, and everything was back to normal. "Wow, that was a ride." Shirley giggled. "Are you satisfied with this kind of revenge, Li Heian?" "Not quite." The barbarian girl frowned, her eyes cold and fierce. "But it's a start. This man was only an errand boy. I am after their head boss, the one who is responsible for my clan's Barado." "I understand." Shirley nodded, her eyes flashing. "Our leader also wants that person brought to justice. If we find them, we will defeat them without hesitation. They are our enemy, and we have to do what it takes to win." A serious expression was on her face. She was not a warrior or a martial artist, but she took this matter seriously. "Coach don't play, so I hope you're satisfied with my help, Li Heian. If you in case want my help again, I can offer it in the form of a new martial art. Just call me." "Got it." With a nod, Li Heian drank the wine and smiled. She couldn't be more satisfied. After all, the hallowed insect had a powerful ally, a person who could even control a dimension and create a fake world. This was not the end. No, it was just the beginning. Her revenge had just started, and the enemy was still out there. As the two women stood up, they smiled at each other. The bond they formed during the mission was deep, and their trust in each other was stronger than steel. They had a common enemy, and their goals were the same: to defeat the supreme evil and bring peace to the world. Situated not too far but not too close to the imperial capital, inside a dead forest with gloomy atmosphere, a manor stood tall and proud, guarded by a group of crows perched on top of the wooden gate. Countless bones and skulls could be seen scattered around the property, and the scent of death permeated the air. This manor was called the Gravewood Manor, taken from the name of the nearby forest. Chapter 176, Gathering of Malice. 2. No one knew what happened here or why the trees died. Who owned the manor and what they did remained a mystery. However, passers-by who got lost often described that they heard an inhuman scream from inside. Aya! At this moment, a loud and anguished scream could be heard from the manor, breaking the silence. It was followed by a series of eerie, pained sound from within. A boy stood terrified behind the tree, his eyes wide and his hands shaking. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His pants was wet with yellow liquid, and his body was tense. He regretted his choice. He wanted to prove to the girl he loved that he was a brave, strong, and adventurous. So he came here without hesitation. But now his heart was filled with fear. I have to run. His voice was trembling, and he could barely speak. All he had to do was to get out of here. His parents were waiting for him outside, and he had promised to return soon. He couldn't disappoint them. Aya! The scream continued, and the boy was sweating profusely. He turned and ran at full speed, ignoring his numb legs and pounding chest. No matter what happened or what he heard, he planned to run and run until he was safe. But before he could take his first step, a shadow appeared in front of him. It was an expressionless woman wearing a black robe and blindfold. Her hands were hidden within her sleeves, and she was staring at him, her gaze boring into his soul. Who are you? Get away from me!" The boy shouted, his voice cracking and his eyes wild with fear. But he couldn't run. The woman was standing right in front of him, her presence overwhelming and mysterious. "You should have never come here, boy. This place is not for you. You must leave at once." She pointed toward the manor door and gestured firmly for the boy to follow her inside. Unlike the monochromatic color outside, the interior was bathed in a dark red glow, the walls marked and the floor slick with something wet. The boy could barely breathe. A heavy, unpleasant smell filled his nostrils, and the air was hot and humid. Let go. Let go of me, please. Don't hurt me, please. I beg you." Cinceredo, he was holding a small item, a red liquid dripping from his hand. He smiled and consumed it whole, his face marked with the substance. "Delicious," he muttered, wiping his barato and savoring the flavor. "And so good. Keep up the good work, head. You're an embarrassment." "Yes, heart." Beneath him, a woman was sitting, Cinceredo. Ai's voice was raspy and hoarse, and she looked exhausted and worn. Her hair was disheveled, and her skin was marked with bruises and cuts. Just like Head, she was held accountable because she was unable to fully control Shui Wang, the Alliance leader's emotions, just as she had promised. However, Cinceredo pulling him to the center of the room. Her grip was strong, and her eyes were glowing red. The boy screamed and tried to struggle, but it was useless. He was soon pushed in front of Strange Boy. That Strange Boy, Heart, seized him firmly and lifted him up. A strange glint could be seen in his eyes, and his expression was sinister. Interesting. I can use him." After saying that, Hart reached his right hand to his own barato, pulling out a dark, pulsing object from within himself. A terrible smell filled the air. What were you doing?" No. Please, don't hurt me. Don't worry, boy. You will not be harmed. Rather, rejoice, as you will become one with Supreme Evil Spirit. Your being shall be its new vessel." Hart was laughing, and his eyes were filled with dark determination. He brought the glowing object close to the boy, and its energy was overwhelming. "Accept it, my son." Cinceredo, he was suffocating and couldn't breathe. It was too much. But something changed. The boy could feel himself growing hot, and a strange energy was flowing through him. "I will use your form wisely." With a smile, Hart fell to the ground like a puppet with broken string. Following that, the boy landed on the ground, his barato, and his mind hazy. For a moment, everything was silent. No one dared to move or speak. Then, the boy opened his eyes, and his expression was different. A sinister smile was on his face, and his eyes were glowing red. He stood up, and he examined himself carefully. What a wonderful gift. He looked at Head and Eyes, and the women shivered. They could feel a dangerous aura surrounding him. The time has come. 3 of us has been defeated, and their malice have returned. We have enough energy to move and take action. And now, I have the perfect vessel by accident. Everything is according to his will. All hail, Supreme Evil. In a loud voice, he began chanting in a strange, unfamiliar language as an intense purple light surrounded him. All hail, Supreme Evil. The 2 women echoed, their voices ringing with excitement. Chapter 177. Returning to Chengdu. Leo's plan went pretty smoothly. He acted as Yang Rong, Yang Jis wife's escort, and returned to Chengdu. Since he was finished with capital, he told Kim Mingu to return to Wudong's sect. The boy apologized because he couldn't be of use more than detecting dark energy, but he was honestly helping a lot. So, Leo didn't hold any grudge against him. He just hoped the boy would find the answers he was searching for. And putting that aside, he had done a great deal of damage to Supreme Evil's followers. In the middle of his journey, he also heard that Shirley and Li Heian managed to kill Torso, who was hiding in the underground arena as expected. The arena was Barado and closed, but it wouldn't be for too long. Leo had ordered Jack to take care of it and open another fighting place, this time a legal one, in that location. Anyone could use it to compete, but the rules were changed to accommodate Barado fighters who wanted a safe environment to battle. Of course, there was a hidden underground where deathmatch was held, but this was a secretive one that didn't use the Mercenary Union name on the front. All spectators were given a mask to hide their identity. 2 days after the news about Torso's defeat, Leo finally arrived at Chengdu. I will pretend that I entered an inn and returned to the base soon. Leader. You do that. I will return to the base first and introduce you. Take care, Jessica. Yes, leader. See you soon. They parted ways, and Leo returned to his base with a group of mercenaries and martial artists. He had already informed them about his arrival, and they were ready to welcome him in the base. As soon as he entered, the gazes of everyone were focused on him, their eyes filled with respect and admiration. Welcome back, leader. Glad to have you back, leader. Thank you for your hard work, leader. Leader, welcome back. Astrid, Shui, Chiaki, and Anya greeted him. The Wandering Sword Saint only nodded before returning to drink with Li Heian, who completely ignored his presence. Jack and Shirley weren't present, probably still in the underground arena to supervise the construction. A smile formed on his face. He was happy that everyone was working hard and making progress. Good to be back, everyone. Let's have a meeting in the morning. There are a lot of things we need to discuss, he said, turning to the gray-haired girl who hid behind him and holding his sleeve. And I have to introduce a new member. He smiled and patted her head. The girl nodded, her face expressionless and her eyes focused. She's a good girl, so I hope everyone will treat her well. Sure, leader. Astrid answered energetically, approaching the girl with a smile. Hello, I am Astrid, the newest member of Hallowed Insect. Nice to meet you. The girl nodded, her voice low and her expression calm. She was nervous, and she moved further behind Leo. She was shy at meeting new people. And he's so cute. Hiya. Anya suddenly appeared behind you and hugged her, making the girl squeal as she was quickly pulled away from Leo. She looked like a cat who had found a new toy. Rather than sometimes, I hope you can teach her about the stuff you did. She's your first official junior that will work with you, Anya. Leo smiled, shaking his head. Stay updated via Empire, okay, then? Anya didn't have a problem with that and nodded excitedly. I will teach her everything, leader. You can leave it to me. Eh? Yu was confused and unsure. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You're going to be Anya's partner. She's doing espionage and assassination work, but I will only have you to learn the former. Do your best, okay? Leo explained, and the girl was shocked. Ah, is that so? She nodded, still nervous. But I know nothing about that, and I'm also a little bit shy, so she didn't want to disappoint anyone, especially Leo, so she was trying her best to make it work. Don't worry, I will teach you anything. You see Peng Peng here? I was the one who taught her how to do everything. Don't call me Bang Bang. Astrid shouted, her face red and embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm still not used to your real name. So, they'll just keep calling you Peng Peng until I get used to it. Anya stuck her tongue out and giggled. You're so annoying. Astrid turned away and stomped her feet. At the strangely funny and friendly interaction, Yu also giggled. She couldn't help but smile. See, she's fun to be with. You'll be fine, Yu. Anya grinned, and her eyes were shining. Ah, okay. Then, I'll do my best. Yu nodded, feeling more comfortable with her senior. Okay then, let's give you a tour to our new base. Peng Peng, you join us too. It's time to introduce the newbies. Yes, yes. Astrid sighed, her hands on her hips. And just like that, Anya dragged Astrid and Yu away, leaving Leo and the others behind. He looked at them with a warm gaze, glad that everyone was getting along. Now for the others, let's gather up. We will start the meeting after Jessica arrives. Also, I would like to hear from you about your progress and what happened during my absence. There was no meeting room, and the said meeting was only held in this room where the bar was located. Because the base had been upgraded to level 5, everything had changed. The interior became bigger and more luxurious, with more seats and tables for people to sit at. Not only that, but the bar had more variety of drinks and foods. Even the equipment was changed and updated, making it easier for the staff to do their job. All of them now looked similar to the one Leo had back in the game. He nodded in satisfaction, glad that the construction was fast and efficient. Let's start the meeting, shall we? Leo stood up and clapped his hand, drawing everyone's attention. I hope you also listened, Xiao Tian. This will concern you too, he said, looking at everyone. So, what happened while I was gone? First of all, Chiaki, tell me the information that you gathered from Head's clone. What do we need to know about Supreme Evil and his followers? Well, leader, about that, Chiaki started explaining, and everyone listened to her seriously. First of all, that clone is created from a normal human, genetically modified with drugs and a strange chi to make it possible. It can think and act on its own, and its strength and power aren't limited by its body, making it able to use explosive strength and even regenerate beyond human capabilities. I see. So, the clone itself can be a danger, especially if it is enhanced by the original. Yes, leader, but there are also more pressing issues. The brain, or rather the core that controls the clone, is something else. It can control the clone's emotion and thought, making it possible for the real head to control it even from a distance. And the way it can absorb and control the surrounding chi makes it dangerous. Like a robot, huh? Shui interrupted, and his expression was serious. So it's not the clone, but the real head that we need to deal with. Yes, head is an AI, a computer program, so to speak, and the clones are her real bodies. I won't be surprised if heart or this eyes have similar abilities. Compared to the 2 leaders killed, feet and hands whose ability was physical enhancement and absorption, these 3 are something else. They are not martial artists, or even human. Chiaki explained in a way that everyone could understand, except for the wandering sword saint and the confused warrior. They were clearly confused and couldn't follow. Then, what about the information from the Alliance leader? You promised me that I would be able to fight him. Xiao Atian bellowed, his voice rising and his eyes sharp. Patience, Xiao Atian. It'll be done. I had contact with the man, but didn't do anything. Our next target will be Murim Alliance. That's already set in stone, Leo explained, and his tone was firm and steady. We have a job to take care of first, and that's the job given by the Emperor. Emperor? You mean the old geezer? What use is he for me? Xiao Atian harumphed, his expression sour and unhappy. He's our employer. The job is to destroy the Murim Alliance. Upon hearing Leo's words, the wandering sword saint couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was open. Wait, what did you say, Leo? It's just as you've heard. Our job is to destroy Murim Alliance. Now we have a reason to attack them instead of playing guerrilla war. This is our chance to strike. The old man nodded, understanding what Leo was implying. You don't mean? Yes, you can fight Shui Wang. Stop asking questions. We have a lot of things to discuss. Ha ha. Very well. Jessica also joined midway, and she shared what happened in the capital and their plan moving forward. In the middle of that, Li Heian suddenly interrupted. What about those people from, what's it called? The terrible group that ruined my clan. Supreme Evil Followers? Jessica suggested, and the barbarian girl nodded. Yeah, them. What happened after Barato's fall? They're still active, unfortunately. Shirley, who just arrived, answered. She stood near the Barato and leaned against the wall. Leader, the thing you feared has come true. Just as we defeated Barato, I noticed his energy was being siphoned underground. And when we dismantled the underground arena, "We found this." Shirley showed a strange device that looked like a heart with veins and a beating sound. It was pulsing, and a faint light could be seen inside. "This is—" Leo frowned, his gaze sharp. "It's the heart or something." This was the same item that became the core strength and source of power for supreme evil in his awakening. However, it's empty. No massive energy like the one described in the novel could be felt from it. In fact, it was just a normal organ that was beating outside of a body. Yes, it's just a heart, which meant the power was somehow extracted already. The awakening of supreme evil was near. It shouldn't have gathered enough energy yet. However, in the novel, the supreme evil is revived with all of the supreme evil followers still alive. Maybe I'll make his revival quicker by killing the top brass? The top brass energies weren't something to scoff at. They were equal to peak 8 stars martial artists, and they were the most important pieces of supreme evil's followers. If he could kill them, the awakening would be quicker. But he didn't expect this development. Let's start with the plan to destroy the Murim Alliance. We can worry about this after that. Leo decided, his mind clear and focused. Now, we need to take down the Alliance leader. Everyone nodded, understanding his thoughts. Chapter 178, Bad Influence. Unlike the capital, Chengdu was peaceful. The streets were full of people and shops, and the air was refreshing. There was a sense of freedom and joy that couldn't be found in other cities. And because the hallowed insects base was located near the bustling nightlife district, a fun atmosphere was everywhere. The people here were different. They didn't care about status or fame, and they worked hard to survive and earn money. Yu was happy here. She was not a social butterfly, but she felt comfortable. And because the atmosphere was familiar, she didn't feel out of place. Not only that, she had kind people looking out for her. Anya was a bit loud, but she taught her a lot. The blonde assassin was always smiling and kind, not even once she got angry, even when Yu made a mistake. And Astrid was also nice. She didn't force her to talk, and she always checked up on her. She even gave her a small dagger and told her to protect herself. Sometimes she also brought her some sweet snacks and asked her about her day. Yu was grateful for that. Her life was rough and tiring before she met Leo. She was sold by her parents into a harsh and cruel situation, and the treatment was very difficult for her. However, there was something that she wasn't used to. Every day, Centuredo, of course not. I have experience. Astrid's eyes were wide, and her hands were trembling. She couldn't believe the words coming from her barato. As a former Peng Clan's princess, she carried a deep pride that would not allow her to admit any weakness or lack of skill. Determined to hold her head high, she was too stubborn and strong-headed. And because she was a senior, she didn't want her junior to look down on her. Every day, I helped Leader to clean his bed. Compared to the others, he likes me the most, and sometimes we even had a chat. We have a close relationship, and he always makes sure that I am happy. And I am the one who teaches others how to be attentive partners. I've been doing this for years. Oh, then that's great. So, you have a special relationship with the leader. That's amazing, Astrid. Seeing a gaze filled with respect directed to her, Astrid puffed her barato proudly. Ashashempiash. Of course. He likes me the most. I am his favorite. That's right. The leader is very kind. Right. I can tell you all about him. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you. See, can you answer me now? Of course. What do you want to know? After hearing that, Yu bowed. Centuredo. I wanted to bury myself in the ground, but he hugged me and comforted me. He said I did a good job, and I didn't have to worry about it. So I was relieved. As someone who grew up in a difficult household, mature conversations were normal for Yu. She had overheard a lot of the discussions between the older women and their visitors. Centuredo, he must be really experienced and confident. Ah, that's right. Well, you don't have to worry. He takes good care of his friends, so you'll be fine. In fact, he likes it when you ask him questions and try to understand him. I remember that time when I was too embarrassed to speak, and he encouraged me, saying that I was cute. But he was kind and never pressured me. A wave of strong emotion welled up within her, and her hands were shaking. Her face was red, and she felt overwhelmed. And also, Anya mentioned that Leader has strong personal preferences in his relationships. She told me he can be quite intense and demanding. Anya is a tough one who can handle difficult situations, but sometimes I was genuinely worried about her well-being. Censurado, and her legs were trembling. Astrid, thank you for your help. She nodded, her eyes were glassy. I will do my best not to disappoint the Leader. I will try my hardest for him right now. She bowed and turned away, walking slowly. Wait, what are you doing? I'm going to prepare something special for him. Like a surprise. He has been working hard lately, and he deserves a treat. Without looking back, Yu went to the second floor where the housing was. She knocked on Leo's room and entered without waiting for his response. Leo was sitting at his desk, reading a book. His eyes widened when he saw her enter, and he stood up, surprised. Do you need something, Yu? Find your next read at Empire Yes. I would like to, I learned something from Astrid and want you to, She couldn't finish her sentence, but she was determined. Please, you have to help me, and I promise to follow your instructions. Just don't hurt me. Leo was confused. He blinked, unsure what the girl was talking about. Then, he heard fast footsteps moving toward his room before Astrid's face popped out. She was out of breath and extended her hand. No. Leader, this is not what it looks like. Astrid. I'm sorry. I forgot to ask your permission. Why your Leader's favorite? Censurado, I didn't tell her anything about that. As she just wanted to learn. No. I know you've been teaching her many things, and I'm happy that you did. However, I'm still your Leader. I have the responsibility to listen to what you've been teaching her. Noting. Please continue teaching Yu. She's new, and you're her senior. I trust you to help her a lot. You're a smart girl, and I am glad that you're working hard. But don't teach her something you shouldn't, especially by lying. Astrid couldn't help but blush and nod. She felt a bit ashamed for lying and being caught, but she was glad that the Leader wasn't angry. I'm sorry, Leader. I will teach her correctly. Good. He nodded and smiled, turning his gaze to Yu. Now, you shouldn't trust Astrid 102. She's a little mischievous, and she might pull pranks on you. Also, if you are unsure about what she teaches you, you can ask Jessica or Chiaki. At least they won't lie to you. Yu giggled, understanding what he was implying. Don't worry, Leader. I will be careful and do my best. Very well. Now go and play. I'm still busy getting the last prep ready for the attack. We will leave tomorrow. With that, Yu and Astrid nodded and left the room, closing the door behind them. They could hear Leo chuckling and sighing. How can she pull such a prank on Yu? Kids these days. I have to keep an eye on her. She's learning too fast. Leo couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He didn't think Astrid was bad, but her mischievous personality and innocent nature was something he couldn't ignore. She was influenced by Anya too much that she became such a prankster. Anyway, the Miram Alliance's movement is a bit worrying. Since Shui Wang met him in the capital, the Miram Alliance began to gather their strength again. This time, they chose to strengthen their defenses, putting guards in important places that made the outcast group have a hard time attacking. They adapted to our strategy. But they couldn't find us since we're not in the city. We have to strike them before they can fully recover. This time, the hallowed insect will launch an all-out attack. But how? Xing hadn't made any progress with his preparation, and Leo couldn't think of anything else to start the attack. The only idea he had was to gather more information, which was easier said than done. The Miram Alliance began to keep everything under the wrap, probably with the help of the remaining of Supreme Evil's followers. They were pretty good at hiding. This is troublesome. At least if Emperor Sheng finished his preparation, he could begin his attack in earnest. But the Emperor was too busy dealing with internal and external issues, and Leo didn't know if he had the time or resources. We have to wait and see. There's nothing we can do. Unless there was something or someone who could help him, he couldn't think of a way. In the morning, Leo received unexpected news. Miram Alliance's leader has changed? Chapter 179. Ever considered taking over? It started after Liu visited the Butterfly Pavilion to meet Nabi and Tang Jiaofu to have a meeting regarding the mercenary union. In a way, it was a regular meeting between three founding members to talk about the direction and the future of a union. Liu shared the knowledge he had to help both of them know the latest development in the capital and outside. However, during the meeting, Tang Jiaofu had received shocking news. Nabi, Liu, have you heard about the change of Murim Alliance's leadership? Murim Alliance's leader has changed? Liu asked, surprised. Shui Wang was replaced by another person? What happened in the capital after he left? Could it be the effect of us killing Torso? That was his only guess, but he couldn't be sure. Supreme Evil's followers made a faster move than he had expected. They probably planned to end everything, just like him. That was why they prepared their own attack. Yes, it's true. According to my informant, a new leader has been appointed to the Alliance just before we held this meeting. His name is Kong Jian. He's not well known, and no one knows where he came from. But one thing is clear, he defeated Shui Wang and stripped him of his position. Defeated Shui Wang. This time, Nabi was the one who was surprised. She didn't expect Shui Wang to lose his position and become a loser. Everyone knew that the Murim Alliance leader was a powerhouse that was trying to break through 9 stars. No one could come close to his strength and his experience. So how could this happen? Yes, apparently, Shui Wang was caught off guard by Kong Jian's power and technique. They fought in the mountains, and he lost. The trace of the battle can still be found in the surrounding, and the Murim Alliance members are shocked. Surely, they were. But Liu had a strange feeling. Something was fishy. He'll go and check the news. Liu didn't have the time to ponder. He immediately contacted Sheng without thinking about how busy the emperor was. If what Tang Jiaofu told him was true, the Murim Alliance was going to make a move soon. They couldn't waste time. The communication device connected him with the emperor, and Sheng's voice echoed in his ear. I believe you've heard about what happened and contacted me. Yes, your majesty. About that, everything is true. All my preparation is for naught. This is a great blow to our plan. But we still have a chance. The emperor said the Murim Alliance's movement has been disrupted. They lost their leader and are currently in a chaotic state. The members aren't in a hurry to accept the new leader, and there are rumors of rebellion. A rebellion. Sweet words in Leo's ear. He could use this chance to strike. Annexing the members into the mercenary union would be the best course of action. They could grow in strength while eliminating their enemies. Your Majesty, may I propose a plan? Go ahead, Liu. Tell me what you have in mind. Liu did. After a discussion with the emperor, they decided to implement the plan immediately. The discussion was heard by Nabi and Tang Jiaofu, who looked at Liu as if he was some kind of monster, who would be able to contact and talk with the emperor so casually and easily. Even the alliance leader, who was one of the most powerful people in the Murim, couldn't achieve that. Yet Liu did that, and without any kind of appointment. Before their communication was cut off, the emperor left words that made the two leaders of their own faction speechless. I am counting on you, my friend. I shouldn't be surprised anymore. Yet here I am, speechless. How? Forget about it. I will prepare my clan and get them ready for the war. Tang Jiaofu shook his head, his gaze focused. He left first after bowing to the other two. And I will do the same. The Butterfly Pavilion has been waiting for a long time. Nabi nodded, her eyes sharp. I will give orders and make sure everyone is ready. House Sect and other allies will also be notified. They'll contact the others and start the plan. It's time for the outcast group to finish what we started. Liu stood up and clapped his hand. Now let's begin our counterattack. Lao. Before that, the blue-haired woman called out to him. She leaned forward, and her expression was serious with her eyes focused. Have you ever considered being the Butterfly Pavilion's leader? Just take over. If the counterattack is successful, the mercenary union and the house-sex relationship will become even Barado solid. The alliance won't have a place in Barado. And you'll need to step down because I want our members to live honestly as mercenary union members. Censuredo, her lips curved into a smirk. It's fun when it's a secret. He couldn't help but smile. Let's see what happens, he said, and I will think about your proposal. Being the house sex master wasn't bad. Leo had his own goal and vision. He didn't know what kind of person he was in this world, but he didn't think it would hurt. After all, his life was filled with adventure and excitement. And the only reason stopping him from agreeing to Nabi's proposal so easily was to tease her. She stepped closer to him, looked up at him warmly, and her pleasant bravado drifted toward him. And she looked excited. "You're playing a dangerous game." He didn't respond, only grinning. The wild adventure in the capital had lowered his caution about risky temptation. And he was bravado curious. "Am I? I thought you were lightning, not bravado." "You're right." She smirked, and her finger moved toward his face, her touch light and gentle. "You are a very interesting man, Leo. I'm glad we've become allies." "Me too." After that, they parted ways. Nabi returned to her butterfly pavilion, and Leo headed to his base. He didn't continue the conversation, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. He needed to focus on the counterattack. Read new adventures at Empire after his arrival at the base. He immediately finds Wandering Sword Saint to tell him about the news regarding Shui Wang. Among other people, Xiao Tian was looking forward to the fight the most. "You mean he's gone? Who's the new leader?" "His name is Kong Jian. Not many people know about him, but apparently he has defeated the Alliance leader and took control of the group. House Sect is currently investigating his background and the possible connection he has with the Alliance." Interesting. Betraying Leo's expectation of his reaction, the Wandering Sword Saint grinned widely. His hand holding the sword handle was trembling in excitement. "If this Kong Jian fellow could defeat Shui Wang, doesn't that mean he's stronger? I can't wait to meet him." "Are you sure?" Leo frowned. "Are you not disappointed?" "Huh. Foolish question. I've been looking forward to fighting strong people, not Shui Wang himself. Just in the past, that guy's the known strongest, and I was a little sad about not having a chance to face him. But now, there's someone better." The Wandering Sword Saint was like a kid who just received a new toy, and you will help me set the stage for that. Don't worry about it. Leo was a bit worried, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't know about the new Alliance leader, and there was no information about him in the novel. But he could leave him to Wandering Sword Saint. Surely, the old man would have a good time fighting him, and Leo could gather data from the battle. Chapter 180. Humiliation in Murim Alliance. In the Murim Alliance's headquarters, a young boy could be seen sitting on someone's back. He looked so cocky. Cinceredo, she took a sip of wine before leaning in close to him. An elder with wrinkles on his face and a white beard shouted, his voice booming. "Stop it." Cinceredo, his identity was none other than Shui Wang. "You're nothing but an unqualified fool with no right to lead the Alliance. We should have removed you the moment you challenged the Alliance leader." Kong Jian didn't say anything, only looking at the old man with a calm gaze. "I see. You are angry because I defeated your precious Alliance leader. So, you're trying to challenge me now that you think you could defeat me. How pathetic. How dare you?" "Oomph. The Murim Alliance should be the one who's pathetic." He waved his hand, and a group of men wearing black clothes came out from behind the elders, their expressions cold and their swords ready on their necks. They were led by a woman who was commanding and striking, her attire made of leather and her eyes hidden under her black hair. "Now, the Murim Alliance belongs to me, and my order is absolute." The elders were shocked, and their eyes went wide. As someone sitting in the Murim Alliance's elders' position, they weren't fools, and they were all at least 6 stars martial artists with experience and knowledge. They knew what kind of situation they were in. To think I can't feel them. The elder from earlier, Yuang Li, couldn't help but shiver in fear. He could sense the group of people behind him, but their energy was hidden, and he couldn't sense their presence or their strength. "I'm a 7 stars martial artist. Yet, I can't sense these people. .1 It's as if they have no chi. Wonderful, aren't they?" Kong Jian chuckled, his tone full of pride. "We took some inspiration from the Thunder God and his companion. At first, I thought having chi and exceptional control over it was amazing and would make them the best assassin. But we found a way to surpass that. Just modify their bodies and let them be strong enough while having no chi. That way martial artists wouldn't be able to detect them. Yuangli glanced at one of the assassins appearing behind the elders. He noticed that their exposed skin had faint scar lines, indicating that their appearance had been altered. Not only that, their eyes looked fierce and unsettling, and their hands were trembling. They were unstable. These people are not human anymore. Now, I will ask you nicely, will you cooperate with me, or face a terrible fate here? Your choice, Kong Jian said, his eyes shining with malice. The elder was silent. They couldn't believe this was happening. Just a week ago, they were still trying to figure out a way to deal with the mercenary union and the pressure from the emperor. But now they were facing a bigger threat. Kong Jian, what do you want? Scared, the other elders bowed their heads and asked, their voices shaking. Yuangli felt betrayed, but he knew they had no other choice. If they were killed, there was no telling what would happen. What do I want? Kong Jian repeated the words, his gaze focused on the elder who asked. He raised his chin, and his expression turned dark. You see, the world is in shambles. We need to cleanse everything and start new. And for that, the Murim Alliance will become a tool to destroy everything and everyone who stand in my way. T-Tool, be grateful, everyone, as you will become fertilizer for the new world that I shall create. The world of peace and harmony. World where not only martial artists, but everyone can be equal and live a happy life. What are you talking about? Normal people couldn't understand his words. They were scared and confused. They couldn't understand his plan or his motive. Utopia was nothing but a dream, something that could never happen. If someone could make it happen, then that someone must be either a god or a devil. Yuangli liked to believe it was the latter. After all, who would sit on top of their crippled, defeated opponent in front of his loyal subordinates and behaved in a disgraceful manner with a woman while threatening them? Not even a Barato would do that. They had their own pride. The old man shivered in disgust and anger. You will not succeed, Kong Jian. Your ambition will never be achieved. The emperor will not allow you to destroy the world and create chaos. The emperor? Yes. The emperor. How could I forget? Kong Jian said, his face turned cold. I forgot about him, hiding behind a shadow. How could a coward who just showed himself lately stop me? No, he will not. And soon, everything will fall into place. The elder couldn't say anything. He looked around, and his heart sank. They were outnumbered and outgunned. All they could do was slump in their knees and hope that everything worked out well. Great. I see that you've made your decision. Kong Jian clapped his hand and stood up. But I am a cautious person. Head, give our new followers the blessing of the supreme evil. What? Supreme Evarg. Before the elder could speak, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their neck as something was injected. They trembled and convulsed, and their skin paled, making their strangely purple veins visible. Centuredo all, while standing over crippled Shui Wang, who couldn't do anything, their bodies paralyzed and unable to move. They couldn't do anything but pray for their life. I need to ask for help. Please don't let me die. He closed his eyes, determined to find a way to save himself. Mercenary Union. If only I could contact them. Unknown to everyone, including Kong Jian and the people in black, a small metal toy hiding under optical illusion was following the elders to their locked residences. Now that's bad, Leo muttered, sighing deeply. Chiaki had spread cocoa around the capital when she last visited. And just now, the latest video taken from the toy had been delivered to the hologram screen in his room. It showed live footage of what happened over there right now. The toy could be controlled manually, and he made them follow the elders who were taken away. And from the video, he could see what was happening. In fact, he was wary of the Alliance leader's strength that he didn't launch an all-out attack toward the Murim Alliance, and chose to strike them little by little from the shadows. He's the strongest Alliance leader. He could reach 9 stars if given time. His strength and control over his chi is incredible. And with his experience, he's a seasoned fighter that's hard to handle. Such a man was defeated and humiliated in front of his subordinates. The talismans and seals over him kept him bound and unable to move, brought low before the cruel heart. But the Supreme Evil's followers are no joke. These people in black are probably Head's new clone and toys. From the conversation I heard, they have no chi. Did Hart say he took inspiration from us? With our base and all facilities reaching level 5, and Jessica securing all kinds of materials every day, I can create a new weapon and the best bodysuit now. One that's suited for high-level combat and not the normal one we currently wear. Matching and enhancing their strength according to their opponents were the basics. Leo knew that. He had been doing it for a while, and the results were clear. However, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be enough this time. The enemy's power was unknown, and their strength could come from anywhere. Let's go all out in our preparation. We can't allow any mistake. Thinking so, he opened an open communication line for everyone and declared, "The situation has changed. Now our war against the Murim Alliance will be classified as an S-rank mission." Chapter 181. S-rank mission, S-rank mission. In the game, Leo had always prioritized those missions. They were difficult and had high rewards, which meant he had the chance to get new skills, items, or weapons that could help him improve his strength. But he also knew that they were dangerous. An example of an S-rank mission was the time he had to fight a city full of cyborgs with the latest weapon technology controlled by a wild artificial intelligence trying to destroy the world and wipe out humanity. That mission took him weeks, and he was almost defeated several times. The resources spent were massive, and he almost had to use real money to buy a weapon or skill that would help him finish the mission. In the end, he managed to stop the AI and save the city. But it wasn't a smooth ride. Now, this is a real-life version of that mission. Except, the reward is a future and not a rare item. He had a plan and execute it well, without any casualties or mistakes. The enemy's strength and power were unknown, and they had the advantage of surprise. Let's see. First of all, I need to protect Shang. He will certainly be targeted since the palace has already been infiltrated. Anya will be perfect for the job. Thinking so, he immediately contacted Anya. "Anya, there is a mission for you. Protect Emperor Shang in the capital. Don't let him die. You can bring your tail with you." "Leader, really? My tail has returned? I missed him. Don't worry. I will protect Emperor Shang and his palace." "Good. Tell Jessica about your tail and depart immediately. You can also use your wings." "Yes, sir." I love the S-rank mission. You allow me to use all my equipment and weapons." "Of course. Don't disappoint." With that, he cut off the communication and called Jessica. "Jessica, I need you to upgrade my bodysuit. I will send the material in the main cube to the warehouse, and don't spare anything. I need it ready in a day. I have begun the preparation, leader. It will be finished shortly." Hearing the answer, Leo couldn't help but smile. His secretary was the most reliable. She never wasted time and always gave him the best result. "Thank you, Jessica. Keep it up. I will see you soon in the warehouse." With that, he went out of his room and walked toward the warehouse. When he passed the lobby, he saw the members preparing for their mission. Xiao Atian was polishing his sword with Shui, and Jack cleaned his guns. Astra taught Yu on the side, telling her about the mission. Chiaki was nowhere to be seen, probably in the infirmary. They were focused and didn't say a word, so Leo didn't greet them and just went straight to the warehouse. When he arrived, he saw Jessica was already waiting for him, holding a white bodysuit with a black and red color on the shoulder. "This is your bodysuit, leader. We just need to put in the core crystal, and it will activate." "That's fast." He was genuinely impressed. He didn't expect the bodysuit to be ready this quickly. "Yes, there are plenty of materials that can be used as replacement for the others. I created the bodysuit by combining plenty of materials, such as carbon fiber, polyurethane, and other synthetic fibers. But unlike a normal bodysuit, this one will need ether core to connect it to your nanites for finishing touch. And it's here." Leo took out the main cube from his pocket and pressed the button. Then, a blue crystal came out as the cube split into many parts, and he took it. "Do the finishing touch, Jessica." "Yes, leader." Jessica did. She installed the ether core to the suit, and the black and red color on the shoulder shined, indicating that the bodysuit was connected to the ether core. "Leader, your blood," she requested, pointing at the bodysuit. "Oh, right." As it had been a long time since he changed bodysuit, he kind of forgot this step. A binding process was needed to activate the Barado. He made a small cut on his palm and let a few drops of Barato fall onto the suit. There was no visible effect, but the Barato was now his. Only he could wear and use it. Let's try it now. Without hesitation, he prepared to put it on. Censurado, censurado. I want to see it. Right now? He stood still, holding the new Barato in his hand. He looked at her with a playful expression. Yes, please. Show it to me. Let me enjoy the moment. This will be the last for a long time, no? I doubt you will have time for a woman after this. And I don't think you will be able to wear the Barato in your current condition, right? And he knew it. Once the battle began, he couldn't afford to have fun and waste time. He had to stay focused and alert. All right, get ready. With a determined step, Jessica took her position, her hands Barato the hilt of her blade. Censurado, she focused intently on her task, speaking softly as she worked. It'll finish soon. She increased her pace, moving faster and faster with determination. In finishing, with a deep sigh, he completed his work, his expression showing relief as the moment came to a close. Censurado, 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 censurado. She nodded and continued helping him. After he finished, Jessica tidied up the warehouse and fixed her clothes. Her face was still warm, but she returned to her usual serious expression. Thank you, leader. I hope you remember your duty. Yes, sir. Good. He nodded and took the new suit. Now let's try this. He wore the new suit and activated it. He could feel his energy increasing, and the new material and the combination of many synthetic fibers made the suit lighter and flexible. From what he remembered, this suit increased 20 to 30 of his strength. Not only that, is this set to only amplify electricity and lightning? Yes, I have made it specifically for you, leader. It can absorb lightning and electricity and enhance your strength, speed, and agility. With your unique style of fighting, it will give you the edge against the enemy. By focusing all the power in the nanites, you can create a massive explosion of lightning. Focusing the function made the bodysuit a lot easier to control and stronger. The downside was that he would lose the versatility of the other functions, but he didn't mind. Every basic, such as anti-poison and healing, was still integrated into the new bodysuit, so the original function still worked. This is perfect, Jessica. Good job. Thank you, leader. May luck be with you. Of course. After checking everything, Leo left the warehouse and headed out. It was time for him to get ready for the war. Chapter 182. Mount Hua versus followers. The mercenary union gathered their strength, and the members were ready. Jack, Astrid, and Shui were leading the team, and the Wandering Sword Saint was following behind. Leo had sent them as an advanced force, and they would begin the operation to distract the enemy. Only attack them when you see the chance. And Astrid, join the outcast group and keep destroying their communication line. Jack, take care of the assassin. Use the latest equipment and weapons. Remember, we don't have unlimited resources, so make sure every bullet counts. And, Shui, keep the Sword Saint in check. Hey, you're saying that in front of me? Xiao Atian couldn't help but frown, his tone a bit offended. Just making sure you know what to do. Leo chuckled, patting his back. Remember, our goal is to stall and delay the enemy until we gain more intel. I don't know how strong they are in their plan, so we have to be careful. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. Everyone nodded and replied with determination. They were ready for anything, except for the Wandering Sword Saint, who looked disappointed. After seeing them off, Leo turned around and looked at Li Heian, the eccentric woman, who leaned against the wall. Are you sure you don't want to go with them? He asked, curious about her decision. Earlier that morning, after he finished his plan, he wanted to include Li Heian in the first group to depart to the capital as backup. But she refused, claiming that she had something to do. Yeah, I need to go somewhere first. Li Heian answered, her voice calm. It's not something important, just some personal issue. And besides, if I'm not wrong, the main group will move soon, right? They'll catch up and join the fight. Slinging her axe behind her back, she began to walk away. Leo watched her as she disappeared from his sight. He couldn't help but feel that there was something she didn't want him to know. There is no way someone with that kind of expression will just go and have a fun time. But he decided not to ask any questions. It was her business, and he had no right to interfere. If she wants to tell me, then she will. But from the look of it and the way she looked so focused for the last few days, she probably will return to the wilderness and find her own army to attack the new Murim alliance. There is nothing that stops barbarians from attacking now that Kong Jian took control of the alliance. Right now, many sects were probably looking for a chance to overthrow the new leader and return to the old way of life. Or they might want to take the throne of the leader by themselves. In short, the army Murim alliance gathered before would attack and fight each other. Like a boomerang, the force they gathered would strike them back. And it was Leo's chance. He smiled as he thought about what to do. "What do you want to do, Shirley?" He spoke to no one in particular, but he knew that the girl was around. He could feel her presence, just unable to pinpoint where she was. If he had to compare her to something, then she was like a smoke. "Personally, I'd like to help. But you know that I want to be useful in any battle, leader. I'm only good at supporting someone from behind." Shirley's voice echoed in his ears, and he could feel her breath behind him. "Stop your trick." Looking back, he saw that there was no one there. "Where are you hiding?" "Here." She chuckled, appearing next to him. She waved her hand, and the smell of mint filled the air. "And I wear a new perfume. What do you think? Is it too strong?" "It's not bad." "Hee hee, thank you." "So, what are we going to do, leader?" "No, what do you want me to do?" "I don't have any fighting skill, so I can only provide backup bravado." "Stop lying. Your martial arts are unique to the point I would call it magic. Don't tell me you don't have any skill to use your chi and technique. You can easily defeat anyone else with a single punch or kick." But my hands are so precious. What if I get injured? Won't I be unable to write a novel anymore?" She pouted, her eyes teary. She didn't want to fight, but Leo knew she was ready for it. "If you don't want to fight directly, then help me with protecting the Emperor. I have some bad feelings about this. Anya is an assassin. She's actually not fit for the protecting job. However, she's the only one I can count on. You surely know the reason why I made this decision, no? Because she's the fastest? I saw her flying toward the capital as soon as you ordered her." "Wow, I don't know that a human can fly. That's amazing. It's technology." He replied dryly, "More importantly, I trust you. Please don't disappoint me. I want." Shirley nodded, her eyes sharp. She was smiling, but Leo could feel the seriousness and determination behind that smile. "So this is a surprise." "Oh, shut up. Don't let me change my mind and throw you to the battlefield." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I won't die easily. I promise." After saying that, Shirley's body was covered in a golden chi. She looked like a goddess, her smile bright and her expression confident. "No matter what happens, I will return alive. Don't worry, leader. You can count on me." Leo nodded. "Yeah, I will trust you." "Aye, Captain." Saluting with a grin, the light around her became brighter until Leo was forced to narrow his eyes. Then, instantly, she disappeared like a meteor shooting into the sky. He didn't see where she was going, but he knew that she was heading to the capital. With that finished, he turned around and entered Chengdu City again. There were only 3 people left in the base, for including him. Thinking about that, he couldn't help but feel a little bit lonely. It had only been a few days since he returned from the capital and enjoyed the lively atmosphere in this place. He couldn't move as he pleased. He was the only one who could make the final decision. "Welcome back, leader." Greeting him as soon as he entered the base was Jessica. She was wearing the usual suit while holding a tablet in her hand. She was monitoring the situation in the capital and the other cities from the floating holograms spread around the room. Operating them was Chiaki and Mini Coco. She made sure that nothing was left from the observation. "It seems that a battle will begin soon." Chiaki's voice rang as she zoomed into one of the screens. On it, a group of people wearing black clothes could be seen, their face hidden under their hood and their bodies trembling as they held their weapons. "Those are the Supreme Evil's followers," Jessica added, "and from the way they looked, it seems like they're ready for a fight. Their enemy is..." On the other side of the people dressed in black was a group of people wearing black and red robes. From the petal symbol that became the identity of their sect embodied on every piece of their outfit, it was clear that they were from the Mount Hua sect. They were one of the strongest sects in the Murim Alliance. Being a Taoist sect, they were pretty dutiful and upheld justice. But now, they stood against the Murim Alliance. That just showed how Kong Jian's takeover had affected everyone. It's Mount Hua sect, Leo muttered, his eyes focused on the screen. This battle will be a nice reference for me. Record everything, Chiaki. Well, analyze it later. Yes, leader. For 5 minutes, no one made a move. That was until the followers of Supreme Evil decided to attack. The black-robed men dashed forward, their swords and daggers aimed toward the Mount Hua's disciples. It was a chaotic battle, and Leo could see many people being defeated and wounded. In a way, the battle was pretty one-sided because of a matter of compatibility. The Mount Hua sect was famous for its chi and sword techniques, and they were pretty much a pure energy type. But the Supreme Evil followers were pretty sneaky and ruthless, and this became the reason why the evil sect was usually feared, even though they were more often than not weaker than Orthodox sect. Their fighting style resembles a wild beast. Jessica commented, her eyes dark. They have no honor and just do whatever they want. You have a point. Leo nodded, his expression serious. This is why the righteous sect often lost in a battle, even though they are stronger. The Mount Hua army could just use their technique and kill them, but because they have the morality and honor, they couldn't attack. On the other hand, the Supreme Evil's followers don't care about that. They just use whatever they can and do whatever they want. After all, they are just toys. Chiaki chimed in, and toys have no feeling. They will just do what they were ordered to do. That was true. The Supreme Evil's followers were modified by the head and were given an order to destroy the world and eliminate everyone. However, that also makes them weak. The scientist in Hallowed Insect grinned. If we were to compare the modification they received and the power they can use, they're nothing but a bunch of rats. Look, leader. On the screen, a follower of Supreme Evil was fighting a Taoist disciple. But the result was clear. The follower was struck down and collapsed on the ground, succumbing to their wounds. They can't handle the power they receive, making them so fragile that even 3-star martial artists could defeat them. What's the use of explosive power if the vessel is weak? That's a valid point. Leo had to agree. So far, Chiaki's research showed that while the follower had an explosive power, their body was weak and couldn't handle the power. They were more like a walking bomb than a human. Unlike a carefully nurtured subject, Censuredo, Chiaki murmured as she kept her eyes on the screen. Coco and Mini Cocos trembled slightly, seeming happy that their creator preferred them than the ugly and disgusting toys they saw on the screen. Shrugging, Leo sat down and began observing the battle. Chapter 183. Escalating situation at the start. There were around 300 to 500 people from each side. While the numbers didn't look impressive, all of them were martial artists that could destroy a house, a superhuman with superpower. And now, the number was reduced by Barado than half, indicating that the battle was getting heated up. It was a chaotic and Barado scene, and Barado were falling, and the sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the air. Some people were trying to save their comrades, but many others just attacked each other without mercy. It was like a feeding frenzy, and Leo could feel his Barado boiling as he saw the battle. It seems war is the same no matter the world. Jessica muttered with a frown. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes tearing up as she saw the scene on the screen. Discover hidden stories at Empire. A disgusted look appeared on Leo's face. He didn't want to see something like this, but he needed to stay focused. He couldn't afford to get emotional or distracted. But this is a good reference. We know the power of their foot soldiers and can counter them. The problem is their elite team. He said, turning to one of the screens. Chiaki, show me the footage from Small Coco in the Alliance Elder's residence. We need to know who we're dealing with. On the screen, the footage from the toy that had been following the elders from the Alliance for days played. Now, they had gathered in one room, their eyes filled with hatred and anger as they talked about Kong Jian. What should we do? We have lost everything. Yuang Li, the elder who had been captured, said. His wound had been healed, and he was sitting on a chair. If we stay here, where can we go? If we leave the house, these people will harm us. I can't use chi since they injected us with that strange drug. We are nothing but weak mortals now. No, not just us. The whole Murim Alliance is in trouble now. Yuang Li shook his head. He looked at the other elders with a serious face. And I think the best way to counter Kong Jian's power and save everyone is by asking them. The other sects? Another elder asked before his eyes widened. Wait, you're not talking about... Yes. Yuang Li nodded, his voice shaky. I mean, the mercenary union. They have the power and strength that Kong Jian and his followers can't even compare. And they don't care about the Murim Alliance or the sects. We can hire them. Ridiculous. Another elder couldn't help but raise his voice. How can we hire an outsider? But it seemed that they were blinded by their pride. This is bad. If we don't ask for help soon, Kong Jian will do something worse. He had seen Kong Jian and his group's true nature. They were cruel, and they had no honor. They were worse than a barbarian or an animal. Just remembering how Kong Jian treated Shui Wang made his stomach turn. The poor man was crippled, and his barato was so thin and weak. He was humiliated and abused while Kong Jian entertained his female companion. Yuang Li didn't know how Shui Wang managed to survive that, but he knew that they had to do something before it was too late. Look, we are all suffering now. We can't afford to be prideful and just watch as Kong Jian destroy everything we built. Yuang Li argued, his voice shaking with emotion. If we don't decide soon, the Murim Alliance? No, maybe the whole Central Plains will be destroyed. That man is not human. He's a demon. And we need to stop him before he does something even worse. But we can't just hire an outsider. Another elder said, his expression grim. It will ruin our reputation and make us look weak in front of the other sections. Yes, I agree. We are better off alone and keep trying to fight. That's right. The other sects will realize the situation and help us. Yuang Li couldn't say anything. His idea was rejected, and his heart sank. He couldn't believe that they had no choice but to just sit here and wait for Kong Jian to attack them. At that moment, a voice rang from the corner. I suggest you abandon that hope right now. Mount Hua sect just lost more than 300 disciples in a battle against Kong Jian's troop. Who's there? Yuang Li rose from his chair, his eyes widening as he saw a small black toy on the table. It looked like a rabbit, and it had a speaker on its ear. My name is Coco. I'm a toy. What? Everyone was shocked. No, they didn't know how to react to this small metal toy that was talking and watching them. Who created this? Ah, maybe you will understand if I said that I am Leo from Hallowed Insect. This toy is one of... Well, there is no need to explain it. It's not important. After hearing that, the elders understood. They knew that Leo was the leader of the mercenary group Hallowed Insect. He was a famous man with a unique ability and power that could be compared to a god. But how did he get this toy here? How this toy can enter this place is also not important. What's important is that I have heard what you said earlier, Elder Yuang Li. Leo's voice rang from the toy, making the elders shiver. I heard you wanted to hire us? That's true. Yuang Li nodded, his eyes wide. He was surprised that he was overheard, but he couldn't hide anything now. We need your help, Mr. Leo. Elder Yuang. The other elders frowned and didn't like the situation. They were ashamed that they had to hire an outsider, especially a group of mercenaries that were known for their violence and cruelty, as well as their enemies. But they couldn't do anything. Throw your pride for once. We must survive. Think not only for yourself, but your clan and your families. I don't know about you, but I have a granddaughter that was born a month ago. I don't want to die before I see her marry someone she loves. Yuang Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with emotion and determination. I know this is not easy, but we must do what we can. The other elders couldn't say anything. They didn't know how to react to the situation and just sat there, their eyes dark and their faces filled with disappointment. However, they also listened to his words clearly. Everyone here had families. They had their clans to take care of. The reason why they wanted to stay in power as an elder was to elevate their clan's prestige, as well as making their families able to live a good life. Some had different reasons, but the end result was the same. They were trying to survive and save everyone they cared about. So, after a while, one of the elders raised his head and said, "What do you suggest, Mr. Leo? Can you ensure our safety if we hire you?" Inside the Hallowed Insect's base, Leo grinned widely. He stared at the screen and crossed his legs. Yes, I can promise you that. But there'll be a price. I will ask for compensation that's worth the effort and the risk. This is a war, and we are the hired hand. So, make your decision fast and don't hesitate. He waited. Patience was something he had in abundance, and he knew that the elders had to make a difficult decision. In the end, Yuang Li stood up and raised his head. We will hire you, Mr. Leo. Leo's eyes gleamed with happiness. Finally, he had been waiting for this moment, and it was finally here. The next second, a hologram screen appeared on top of Mini Coco's head, showing his face and the elders who looked at him with fear and determination. I'm glad we have a deal. Keep this toy close with you to ensure your safety, but make sure to hide it under your clothes. In 3 days, we will rescue you and cure you from that strange liquid injected to you. That's the least we can do. So, just be patient and stay alive. Thank you, Mr. Leo. We will keep your word and wait for your arrival. After saying that, Yuang Li took the toy and hid it inside his robe. The screen was cut, and Leo couldn't see them anymore. Ah, that's done. Finally, he muttered, his expression calm. He turned to Chiaki, who was sitting on a chair next to him. Now we have a legitimate reason and videos to invite other sects to join this fray. Jessica, I am counting on you to spread the information. She began sending the videos of the conversation to everyone who had an interest in the situation. The news would spread fast, and the other sects would come and join the fight. At the same time, Astrid, Jack, and Shui made a mess in the capital and destroyed the communication line. They went against Kong Jian's followers a few times, destroying them and leaving a mess. Meanwhile, Anya kept her eyes on the palace and the Emperor Shang. She made sure that no one could attack him, and her wings allowed her to travel around and get the latest information. The Emperor evacuated the citizens and ordered the Bloody Guard to shut down the area around Murim Alliance headquarters. Some warriors who went against Kong Jian also helped. However, there were also those who got enticed by strength and followed Kong Jian's order, becoming the enemies of the Emperor and everyone else. As a result, confrontations and fights broke out all over the city. The air was filled with smoke, and the sound of metal hitting metal and explosion echoed in the air. It was chaotic, and people ran everywhere, trying to find a safe place to hide. In just 2 days, the situation escalated. Chapter 184, Rescuing Elders. Leo was monitoring everything and made sure that nothing went wrong. All data was recorded and analyzed, and his team was ready to go into action at any moment. Jessica also returned in the morning, bringing news about the result of her spreading information. It seems that everyone is on board, she said as she handed her report to Leo. The other sects are sending their warriors and their representatives to the Alliance headquarters. They didn't want an evil man like Kong Jian to have control over the Central Plains and the world. Good. This is the result we need. Leo nodded, his eyes sharp. We have to move quickly and finish this before Kong Jian regains his strength and revive the supreme evil. Let's go. He rose from his chair and walked out of the room. Right now, he was in Mercenary Union base where everyone was getting ready for the war. They had received information about the Alliance and the situation in the capital. The elders were waiting for them at the Alliance headquarters, and they needed to move fast. In the Mercenary Union's main hall, many people had gathered. They were members who accepted Leo's request to join the war and fought under his command. Everyone, it's time to move. Leo's voice rang in the air, and he raised his fist. We have a mission to complete, and we will finish it. Each of you will be given 5 golds in advance, and another 5 golds upon returning. Each head you took worth 10 silvers, and 50 gold for the commander. In case you fall, 10 golds will be given to the name you've written in your will. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Everyone answered loudly, their eyes filled with determination and their hands holding their weapons tight. No one backed down, and they were ready to fight. Then let's go. Destroy Kong Jian. We will topple the Murim Alliance today. Ugh. With that, the Mercenary Union moved out. Their enemies waited for them in the capital, and they were ready for a fight. Leo watched the people who were leaving. He had chosen some group to be the leaders, showing the mercenaries where to go and who to fight. Meanwhile, he had a separate mission to complete. He He had to arrive at the capital in less than a day and rescue the elders from headquarters. They would become a good morale support for the sects who would join the war. Is this the place? He went into a secluded clearing inside the forest with Jessica and Chiaki. The reason why he was here was because Chiaki had created a vehicle using the armory room. Yes, leader. I have hidden it using the stealth function, but it's definitely here. Let me just... Done. A large cube that looked like a storage room appeared in front of them. It was hidden behind a huge boulder, making it invisible to the eyes. When Chiaki clicked a button on the cube, it opened, revealing a large vehicle with the shape of a stealth aircraft carrier from the modern world. It had rotors and blades on top, making it able to fly even without a long runway. Good job. This is exactly what we need. Thank you, leader. But this is not all. Come and see this. Chiaki and Leo entered the vehicle. The interior was luxurious and spacious, and the seats were comfortable and made of leather, unable to be detected from outside and block any chi. I incorporated the knowledge from the Supreme Chi's epigraph to create this by using a custom function of the armory room. There is also a weapon as strong as your railgun integrated into the hull. We can destroy an entire mountain with it. Nice job, Chiaki. Leo nodded and looked around the interior. He was impressed with the craftsmanship and the detail. There was one seat for a pilot, one for controlling weapon, and one for navigation. It was a vehicle that was operated by 3 people, and the other seats could be folded or hidden inside the wall. The control system was also simple to operate, and they could control the vehicle from any seat. However, simple didn't mean easy. The vehicle was so powerful that it could destroy anything in its path, and it was so fast that they could arrive at the capital in less than an hour. Jessica will take care of the navigation while you take care of the piloting, Chiaki. I believe I can use chi to strengthen the weapon. No? Leo asked, turning to Chiaki. Yes, that's right. However, you have to use it with caution as it will consume a lot of chi. You have to fuel the entire vehicle, because the railgun's main energy is taken from the same core as the rest of the weapon. It's like a nuclear reactor. So, make sure you have enough chi before using it. If there is something overflowing in me, that's chi. Due to Leo's unique method to reach 9 stars, his nanites had adapted to absorb and use chi as energy. This made his chi capacity increase rapidly, and he could use it without any problem. And precisely because his nanites had chi, every time it recovered or multiplied, his chi was also increasing. So he could also recover his chi using the nanites capsule, effectively giving him infinite chi as long as he had a sufficient supply. I have around 200 capsules in my storage ring right now. He thought, his eyes sharp. That's Barato for this mission. Should be. So, he was confident that he could use the weapon without a problem. Well, let's go. Our clients are waiting for us. He sat on his designated seat, and Chiaki and Jessica took their position. Their bodysuits changed shapes and created a helmet for them. It was a safety measure in case of any accident, and it would block any outside attack while protecting them from any internal damage. Experienced tales with Empire, the engine roared, and the rotor began spinning. Ready to take off. Chiaki's voice rang from the headphone integrated in the helmet. 3, 2, 1, let's go. The vehicle flew into the air, and the ground below them became a blur. It was time to end this war and destroy Kong Jian's army. In their detention residence, the elders sat around in circle like usual. Their faces unusually tense today, and their eyes were filled with determination and worry. I hope Mr. Leo and his team will come soon. Yuangli muttered as he stared at the entrance door. He said to wait for 3 days, but I don't feel good. Yeah, I agree. Another elder nodded, his voice grim. The Murim Alliance is getting worse every day. Kong Jian is playing with us like a toy, and the situation is out of control. The miasma around this place is also thickened since 3 days ago. That vile creature is really a demon. He wants to summon supreme evil here. No, don't talk about that demon. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Another elder shook his head. His hair, which was previously black, now turned fully white due to fear and terror. We should just escape and forget about this place. Please, I can no longer. We won't be able to get our revenge. Just think about how that scoundrel Kong Jian treated us, and you'll get your strength back. We are still martial artists. We will not fall so easily. Strength returned slightly after the motivational speech. In this kind of situation, camaraderie was important to keep everyone's sanity and prevent them from giving up. However, there was something they didn't notice. Something was moving under their feet, and it wasn't an animal. It was a small black toy with a speaker on its ear. "I'm on my way." A voice rang from the toy, making the elders' eyes widen in surprise. It was the voice of Leo, the leader of Hallowed Insect, and the one they had hired to rescue them. Hope returned to their eyes, and they gathered their remaining strength. They had been waiting for this moment for days, and now that it was here, they couldn't let it slip away. "We'll be ready, Mr. Leo. How long do we need to wait for the rescue?" Yuang Li, acting as the elder's representative because he was the one making the deal, asked with a trembling voice. With no food or water for a few days, it was natural for them to feel weak and shaky. They just hoped that they wouldn't be too late. In a few seconds, go hide in the corner away from the entrance and brave for an explosion. "What? Now?" An urgent voice rang from the toy, and Yuang Li jumped. "Run to the corner," he shouted to everyone. "Hurry." The elders didn't ask any questions and did as he said. They ran to the corner of the room and hid behind a huge stone pillar. A few seconds later, something pierced the roof. It dropped at a fast speed and crashed into the ground. Upon crashing, a huge explosion followed, and the building was torn apart. The elders were thrown away by the shockwave and hit the wall, but they were unharmed. "What's going on?" One of the elders asked as he rose to his feet, his face pale and his body shaking. He saw that they were covered in a black sphere that prevented them from being harmed by the explosion. The sphere retracted and became the small Coco once again. However, they didn't have time to marvel in that. They were in shock. Their surroundings, the residence they were in a moment ago, was obliterated. The only thing left was rubble and debris. "Good, you're still alive." A familiar voice rang not from the toy, but above them. Yuang Li looked up and saw a sleek black vehicle hovering in the air. It was covered in armor, making it look foreign. A hatch on the bottom of the vehicle opened, and a ladder dropped to the ground. From the opening, they could see Leo crouching and grinning. "Hop on. We only have a few seconds to leave this place," he said as he held his hand out. "Let's go, elders. Your savior is here. The enemies are coming," Leo said to the girl who was piloting the vehicle. "Yes, leader." The vehicle moved away from the explosion and shot toward the sky. It was fast and agile, and no one could follow it. In 2 seconds, it pierced through the cloud and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Ah, I didn't know that vehicle could fly. What kind of technology did you use?" "A secret," Chiaki answered with a cold face. She put the aircraft into an autopilot mode and rose from her seat, approaching the elders. "More importantly, give me your blood. Put it in this tube and make sure it reaches the line. Don't ask any question if you want to be cured." She gave them a tube and a needle. She also gave them a small bottle with a green liquid inside. "This is a nanite solution. It will keep the poison inactive until I analyze and find the antidote. It's not completely safe and will give you a fever, but it's the only thing I can do right now. Continue your saga on Empire, understood?" "I'll do it." Yuang Li nodded and took the needle and the vial with green liquid. "Thank you for saving us, Mr. Leo. We thought that we were going to die in that place. That demon, he is insane. We can't even begin to understand what he is planning." "No need to thank me. It's just a job," Leo answered. "Now we will take you to a safe place to recover. After that, I'll need your help to defeat Kong Jian. He is planning on reviving Supreme Evil, and we need to stop him." "Supreme Evil? That monster?" The elders couldn't believe what they heard, but it made sense. The miasma around the Alliance headquarters was so thick and poisonous that it almost suffocated them. And if there was something that could produce that much miasma, it was Supreme Evil. But they didn't have time to worry about that. They needed to recover their strength and help Mr. Leo defeat Kong Jian and his group. "We will help." The elder whose hair turned white nodded, his eyes firm. "We have to stop that man before he becomes worse. I want to be able to forget that horror before my death. I will make sure he pays for everything he does." The other elders nodded, their eyes dark and determined. They wouldn't let Kong Jian get away with this. They were martial artists, and they had pride and honor. They would rise again and fight against evil. So, they used the needles to collect their blood and drank the green liquid. Just as Chiaki had said, the side effect in the form of fever soon kicked in. But it was a small price to pay for the hope of saving the world from supreme, evil-esque revival. They could feel their chi pathway being unblocked and their strength returning. This is amazing. Yuang Li couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that they could recover this fast. This nanite solution is very powerful. How expensive is this elixir? We can't afford it. No, don't worry about that. Chiaki shook her head and waved her hand. It's a bonus, part of the reward you'll receive later. Anyway, don't bother me now. Stay seated until we arrive. She was talking to the white-haired elder. I appreciate it. Yeah, just sit there. Chiaki shrugged and turned around. She didn't like being praised or being looked at. She just wanted to do her job and finish this mission. And this was a simple one. Leo watched the situation quietly, a smile on his face. Then, he looked at the map showed through his smart lenses. He saw that some sects had already gathered around the capital and were preparing for war. They had sent their warriors, their elders, and their leaders to stop Kong Jian and his group. And because Kong Jian had spread his troop around the capital and the surrounding area, it was hard for the sects to move freely. As a result, they got blocked before they could advance to the headquarters. Many black-robed warriors from the supreme evil-esque followers also attacked them, and the battle soon started. Seeing it, Leo suggested to Chiaki, "Go past the battlefield on the east gate. I need to test the weapon." "Understood, leader." Raise the elevation slightly. Chiaki, we will be found if we fire the weapon at this elevation. As the navigator, Jessica gave out direction. Chiaki nodded and raised the vehicle's elevation to a safe level. She was familiar with the weapon and the vehicle, and she had tested it several times in simulation. It was a powerful weapon that could destroy anything in its path, but she had to make sure that it didn't damage the vehicle or friends. Leo sat on his seat and his bodysuit changed, putting on a helmet that got connected to the vehicle. He could see the battlefield below and the enemies from the camera feed on his smart lenses. In the middle of his vision, a crosshair appeared. It was a targeting system that showed him the distance and the enemy's position. "This is awesome," he muttered, his eyes sharp. Chiaki, lower the elevation slightly. "This will work." "Yes, leader." The vehicle lowered its altitude, and Leo readied himself. His chi was swirling around him, and he could feel his power and determination rising. It was time to show Kong Jian what he was capable of. He activated the weapon and aimed at a group of black-robed warriors who were guarding the only path to the east gate of the capital. They had formed a wall with their bodies, and it would be hard for the sects to get through. Leo didn't care about that. He had the power and the weapon to destroy everything. Power output, set to 50. He muttered, his eyes narrowed. He didn't want to destroy everything, but he also wanted to make sure he could control the weapon well. Target the middle of the enemy's line. Slowly, he moved the crosshair to the most crowded part of the enemy's formation. Firing. A loud bang echoed in the air as the railgun shot a metal projectile at a speed that broke the sound barrier. In less than a second, the projectile arrived and exploded into a fiery explosion infused with lightning. It was like a nuke going off. The explosion was so massive that it completely obliterated the enemies. The ground shook, and the air turned black and filled with smoke and dust. Lightning crackled inside the dust, electrifying everyone who was close to it. The power was so overwhelming that the enemy couldn't even scream. Leo looked at the result and nodded. Power output raised to 70. He wanted to deal more damage and create a gap for the sects to advance. So, he raised the power output again. And once again, he fired. The second projectile shot out, and it was even more powerful than the first one. It hit the backline of the enemy, destroying everything in its path and creating a huge hole on the ground. Soon, dust and earth rose from the explosion and covered the battlefield, creating a cover for the sects. Using the microphone built in on the aircraft, Leo shouted, "Attack!" His voice was loud and clear, and the warriors from his sects who had been standing in shock finally saw an opportunity. They didn't know who had shot those powerful explosions, but they were grateful that someone had come to help them. So, they didn't waste time and charged toward the gap created by the explosion. When they got closer, Leo retracted his chi and made the lightning disappear. Go, go, go. The battle continued, and Leo looked at it with satisfaction. He didn't have to do anything else, so he just sat there and let the sects do the fighting. Let us take the elders to a safe place now. He leaned back in his chair and turned to Chiaki. Yes, leader. The vehicle flew away from the battlefield, and they didn't care about the battlefield anymore. He had done his part, and now it was the turn of everyone else to do theirs. Chapter 186. Emperor S. determination news regarding the battlefield was spread around the capital quickly, and people couldn't help but gossip and talk about it in the evacuation shelter prepared by the emperor. The power of the explosions was too great, and everyone could feel the tremor as well as see the dust rising from the battle. It was clear that something had happened, and many people were anxious about what it was. However, they didn't have time to think about it. The situation had escalated, and the war was getting worse every day. Mom, when will we go home? A little girl pulled her mother's skirt and asked. Her voice was soft and shaky, and her eyes were filled with tears. I want to see Dad again. Don't cry, little one. We will return home soon and see Dad. Her mother answered, her expression grim. She didn't know what was happening, but she knew that they had to wait for the situation to calm down before they could leave. On the second floor, Sheng looked at the people gathered in this evacuation hall. He prepared in advance before turning away. He was walking with an old attendant, his former body double. Emperor Sheng, are you all right? The attendant asked, his eyes filled with worry. He had been serving the emperor since he was young and had seen him going through a lot of hardship. Not in his entire life had he ever seen the emperor lose sleep as badly as he did now. I am fine. Sheng nodded and gave him a small smile. I have sent all the citizens to this place and some others, guarded by bloody guard. We just need to wait for the battle to finish, and everything will be all right. That is not what I'm talking about, Your Majesty. The attendant shook his head. I'm worried about you. You haven't been yourself since the start of the war, and it's my duty to take care of you. Please take a good rest. I will. Sheng nodded again, his eyes sharp. But I have to do something first. The citizens don't have a good rest. So how can I, as their ruler, be able to relax? The attendant couldn't say anything to that. The emperor was a good man who had a heart of gold. He always thought about the people first before anything else. Even though the others saw him as a coward, cold-blooded, cruel, arrogant, and selfish ruler who only cared about himself, the attendant knew the truth. Sheng had done everything in his power to keep the country safe and the citizens happy. And this was his biggest strength and his greatest weakness. When the Murim Alliance oppressed the government, he did his best to protect the people and make them live a better life. But because of his kindness and benevolence, he was also seen as a pushover, making people think that they could take advantage of him. But that changed since the mercenary union appeared. Sheng saw a light that could allow him to escape the oppression as well as granting him power to fight back. The freedom that the union system provided was exactly what he needed. This was just a process to regain what the empire had lost to the Murim Alliance and martial arts sect. So, he continued to stay calm and think about his next move. The attendant couldn't say anything to that and just bowed. I apologize for overstepping, Your Majesty. Please let me know if you need anything. You're forgiven. And where is Leo's subordinate? The one who arrives later than the first one. Is Shirley? Yes, that one. I believe at this time, she's in the second hall to read stories for children. She should be arriving at this hall soon to read the stories here. Thanks to her, there are only little complaints and the children seem happy. That's good. Sheng nodded again. Just make sure no one takes advantage of her. We don't need more problems here. I'm already indebted to Hallowed Insect for their help, and I don't want to owe them too much. I call him my friend, and I thought so too. I don't want to feel that I use him for my selfishness. The attendant bowed again. I will make sure that no one bothers her or causes trouble for His Majesty. Leave it to me. With that, he turned around and walked away. Sheng watched him go and turned to look at the window. He could see the battle from here, and it was still raging on. The sects had joined the fight, and they were able to push back Kong Jian's army. However, Kong Jian's elite troops, people who were able to use qi, appeared once the allied army arrived near the gate and pushed them back again. 2 hours had passed since the battle began, but there were no signs of stopping. I guess this is a long war. Sheng sighed, his eyes narrowed. I don't think that my wish from before would turn into something like this. Supreme evil followers, how deep does this go? He was referring to his wish for Liu to find a way to stop the Murim alliance. He thought by weakening them, he would get the government's authority back. Before he and Liu could make any move, however, Kong Jian and Supreme Evil followers took control of the Murim alliance first, destroying the government's influence completely. But he knew that there was always a girl following him closely to ensure his safety. He didn't know how she hid from him, but he knew that he wasn't alone. So, he just asked out loud and waited for an answer. And he got one. I don't know. Leader is so smart that he often plans everything by himself, leaving only the necessary information for me to do my job. Maybe only Jessica and Chiaki, also Jack, understand his plan. I'm a bit stupid, so I'll only do my job, especially in an S-rank mission like this. A blonde girl wearing a full black bodysuit and white jacket appeared next to him, her finger holding her chin. She was cute and looked innocent, but Sheng knew that she was anything but that. He had seen the metal tail pierce some men dressed in black out of nowhere when she first arrived, claiming that they were enemies. S-rank mission, Sheng muttered and looked at the girl. Is that a classification on how hard the request is or how much it pays? Can you explain that to me? Sorry, and there is normal request and special request from the lowest tier. S-rank requests are usually ones that could decide the fate of a country or a world. That's it. Enjoy news stories from Empire. Sheng's eyes widened slightly as he heard her words. Liu hadn't mentioned this S-rank mission when he first requested him to destroy the Murim alliance, so the danger level might be elevated after Kong Jian took over. The Emperor knew how strong Liu and his subordinates were. He calculated that they might be able to take over the world if they wanted to. Such a group thinking that Kong Jian was enough to warrant an S-rank mission showed how dangerous the man was. A shiver ran through his spine, but he kept his calm. A part of it was thanks to the girl in front of him. She looked pretty calm and confident that everything would go well. I see. So, the war is an S-rank mission, and she didn't look scared at all. That reassured him slightly. He was the Emperor. He couldn't afford to show any weakness. By the way, do you have anything you want me to do, Your Majesty? The girl asked, her eyes sharp. I have nothing to do right now, so I can do anything you need. Then can you tell me the stories about your group? I want to hear about what my friends did in the past, if that's all right. Ooh, Leader-S achievement? I can tell you about them, but some are secrets, so I will only talk about the ones that you can know about. Please ask me about the rest. Sure, tell me anything. You see, Leader is... With the war going on in the background, Anya began to tell stories about her leader and hallowed insects adventures. Chapter 187. Fairy Mother. Kong Jian walked down a narrow hallway. He was wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were clear and filled with determination. His hair was messy and his face was covered in sweat. Each of his steps rang in the air like a drumbeat. Candles on the walls flickered with his movement. He was in the Supreme Evil-S underground fortress, a place that no one had ever seen. It was hidden in a place no one had ever thought to look, and it was the most secure place in the world. But Kong Jian had found it. He knew its location from the Supreme Evil-S book, and the candles flickered in the wind. The place was cold, dark, and silent, and it was like a nightmare come to life. However, he was unbothered. He felt unrest in his chi as he went lower and lower to the bottom of the underground. He knew he was getting close, and in a few moments, he arrived at a dark chamber. The place was cold and silent, and in the center was a stone pedestal with a huge book on top. A voice escaped from his lips as he stared at the book. His lips formed a smile, and he raised his hand to touch it. The moment he touched the book, sticky chi burst out from it, covering him completely. This book was the original one written directly by the hands of supreme evil. The book was the only thing that could lead him to his master and his path. So, he didn't let go. His chi flowed toward the book, and he felt something else moving, like something was pushed out of this book. The talismans written on the cover disappeared once by once as he poured in more chi. Miasma covered his body, and he felt like he was losing control of his body. But he didn't care. He just focused on pouring in his chi and bringing his master back. And in just a few seconds, it happened. Skeleton arms appeared from the book and fell to the ground. Followed that, ribs, legs, feet, and finally a head that looked like the supreme evil himself. A complete head with bone, meat, and even skin. Not just bones like the other parts. The head had a short black beard and long black hair that was tied into a ponytail. It was a man, and he looked so similar to the supreme evil that Kang Jian had seen in the painting. Being overcome with emotion, Kang Jian knelt and began to cry, and he didn't care about anything else. The supreme evil was back. His master was back. While it wasn't complete, it was a start. He would make sure to revive him completely and serve him for the rest of his life. "Master, I have missed you," he said, his voice shaky. "I'm so glad you're back." The supreme evil didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Kang Jian with his empty eye sockets. The head had no eyes or brain. It was just a skull saved in the book that was brought back from the dead by Qi. Kang Jian didn't care about that. He just continued to cry. Your next chapter awaits on Empire in the Silence. Something appeared above Kang Jian. It was a small sphere that floated in the air, and it radiated an ominous, dark presence. Yes. We need Barado power. I need to gather Barado energy, those who oppose us, defeat them, and channel their strength to you. With resolve, we will become stronger. Kang Jian spoke to himself, his eyes fixed on the head. That's right. We will gather malice and create a dark chi that can destroy everything in its path. All according to your will. Slowly, he brought the head close to his and put his forehead together. A connection was formed between him and the head. He made an oath with his chi and soul to serve the supreme evil forever, and he wouldn't back down until his lord was completely revived. After that, he put the bones together and placed the head on the pedestal. He was not satisfied with the incomplete form, so he had to revive him completely. But he would do it in his own way. He turned around and began to walk out of the room. Resources were usually hard to find. He had to be careful not to take too much or too little before. However, now the situation had changed. There was a place where he could get as much as he wanted. Centuredo, her eyes were filled with guilt, making her appear Barado striking. When Kang Jian was asleep, she let an enemy get close and Barado the residence where they kept their hostages, the elders of the Murim Alliance. Not only that, she was also in charge of defense while Eyes was in charge of attack. The fact she let an enemy attack them and escaped was unforgivable. She was kneeling on the floor in defeat. Her Barado was covered in bruises and scars from her captor's punishment. I will deal with you later. For now, mobilize the troops elsewhere and bring Barado prisoners. Our Barado's resurrection is near, Kang Jian ordered, his eyes cold. He was in no mood for anything else right now. Hearing that, Head raised her head and her eyes were full of hope. Finally, standing up, she quickly dressed and left the room, full of anticipation for what was to come. Centuredo the prince had his servants find the girl who fit the shoes, and they finally found her. The end. Shirley finished the story and smiled. The children around her had been quiet all the time, listening to her words. Some of them had their mouths wide open, and they couldn't believe what they heard. However, they enjoyed. I also want to marry a prince. Another little girl muttered, her face sullen. Everyone around her giggled and nodded in agreement. It's not just you. I want to marry a prince too. Shirley smiled and closed the book. She was used to telling stories like this, and she knew what kind of story the children liked the most. Yesterday, she had read about a female martial artist and 7 mythical creatures in the woods. Today, she read about Cinderella and the prince. She didn't want to tell any story with violence or bloodshed. She was here to distract them and keep them happy. However, she couldn't stay here forever. All stories had to end. Everything had its limit. Now, let us continue the story tomorrow. This sister has to meet the evil stepmother and keep her away from all of you. Shirley rose from her chair and gave the children a wave. She was in charge of watching over the children and entertaining them, but she couldn't stay for long. She was a member of Hallowed Insect and had her own mission to complete. With the most crowded Hall 1 to 5 located near the main street, right in the middle of the capital. The other halls, 6 to 10, were located in the outskirts of the capital and were used by the citizens who learned martial arts and couldn't get into the main halls. They were put there because they could at least protect themselves slightly. This was all prepared by the emperor in advance to protect the citizens from the flame of war. And right now, what an ill-mannered stepmother. Someone, a woman dressed in black from head to toe with a veil covering her face, was staring at the evacuation hall from afar. Sticky and murky dark chi gathered around her, and her eyes were glowing with a deep purple light. Around her, many people in similar clothing stood with daggers in their hands. They didn't appear to be friendly, and they seemed like they were preparing to attack. But they didn't move. Shirley stood in front of the hall, spreading her golden chi around to form a protective barrier, as well as sending a signal to Anya that she needed help. "Are you lost, miss? The halls for martial artists are located in the west. I suggest you go there if you want to protect yourself," she spoke, her voice clear and loud. The woman in black didn't answer. She just stared at Shirley with her purple eyes. Suddenly, she raised her hand and pointed her finger at the evacuation hall. "Stop them all. Bring them to me. We will fulfill our great purpose together," she ordered, her voice sharp and clear. "Yes, head." Her subordinates rushed forward, their daggers gleaming in the setting sun. "I guess we have to do this the hard way." "Oh, I will take the role of the fairy mother if you don't mind." Shirley spoke to herself, raising her hand. "And the fairy mother will be powerful enough to protect these innocent children from an evil stepmother." Chapter 188. Shirley versus Head. With a wave of her hand, the evacuation halls and all buildings behind her disappeared, leaving only the empty land and a few small buildings. This was an illusion, and everything was an illusion. The real evacuation halls were somewhere else, hidden by the Emperor's chi and guarded by Bloody Guard. What? Her eyes were powerful enough to see through any illusion or disguise. However, she couldn't see anything except for an empty land and a few small buildings. And the girl in front of her, her golden chi was so strong and powerful that it was like the sun. It covered everything and created an illusion that could make them make a mistake. "Just who are you?" Without waiting for her response, they attacked her from behind. Shirley's eyes widened in surprise as she felt the sharp pain strike her back. She hadn't expected them to move that fast. Her barato was covered in golden chi, and she disappeared from where she stood, reappearing a few feet away. She looked at her wound and frowned. It was deep and would take a while to heal. Unlike the members of Hallowed Insect, her body was fully human. She had no nanites or whatnot in her body, so she couldn't heal fast like them. And the enemies in front of her, they were powerful, and she had to take them seriously. She had to fight them with all her strength. Here I thought I can wait for Anya. Why is she not here yet? Since she felt the enemies approaching and created the illusion of the halls, Shirley had contacted Anya through the communication device and told her to come quickly. However, Anya had yet to appear. This worried Shirley, but she didn't have time to think about it now. Maybe there is something that occupied her in the real evacuation hall. Which means, I have to take care of this myself, huh? Using her hand, she pushed her wound and stopped the bleeding. Even if her body wasn't modified, she was still a martial artist that reached 6 stars in a few months and just broke into 7 stars a few weeks ago. She was a force to reckon with. Anya will arrive in a few minutes, even if she gets delayed. I can't hold back. No one helped her in this fight, which put her in a disadvantage. Her current element was only a support one, so it wasn't like she could do much fighting right now. Yes, I guess I have no choice but to reset, she muttered to herself. Reset meant destroying her current dantian. All martial artists had a main core, a dantian where they stored their chi, and it could lead to disability or even worse. No one would do it unless they had no choice. It's going to hurt. She chuckled, and raised her hand. Continue your adventure at Empire after bracing herself. She bravado her palm down onto the table. A sharp sound rang in the air as the wind around her was pushed away, and her golden Chibarado. The next moment, she felt her dantian shatter, and she fell to her knees. Her breathing became shallow, and she winced in pain. Her vision blurred, and she felt like she was going to faint. A trickle of red ran down her chin. She did it. She barado her dantian and reset everything. Have you gone crazy? The woman in black, head, asked with her eyebrows raised. She was confused and couldn't understand what Shirley was thinking. Destroying your own dantian was madness. It was like destroying your own soul. She had never seen anything like that before, not in a normal condition, and certainly not in a fight. It was as if surrendering to the enemy. But she didn't care about that. The enemy had just done something stupid and put herself in a vulnerable state. Now was the time for her to attack. However, as Head raised her hand to command the puppet, something strange happened around Shirley. The previously shattered golden chi suddenly converged into her body, forming a golden cocoon. It covered her completely, and it was so bright that it hurt Head's eyes. Head didn't know what was happening. She had never seen anything like that before. However, it was like a miracle, and the enemy's miracle was bad news. Centurado, the golden cocoon around Shirley burst and disappeared, revealing a new figure inside. A woman with long golden hair and eyes, dressed in a beautiful golden dress. Her body was covered in a strange aura, and she was holding a staff that looked like it was made of gold. Magical girl Shirley arrives. She struck a pose and pointed her staff at Head, her eyes sharp. You're not going to lay your hands on these people, villain. Begone, foul demon. Shockwave. Boom. A chi shockwave burst from her staff as she hit the ground with the tip, destroying everything around her. The ground cracked and exploded, creating a huge shockwave that sent Head and her men flying away. The shockwave was so powerful that it broke the walls of the buildings around her, sending pieces of debris everywhere. It was like a small earthquake, but Shirley wasn't done. Tornado. With another strike, she pointed her staff at Head and spun it fast. A golden tornado appeared and began to suck everything around it. Head, her men, and the ground were pulled towards Shirley, and they had no way to resist it. They struggled to stay in place, but it was futile. While they were midair, Shirley gathered chi around her hand and formed a fist. She aimed it ahead, and her golden chi gathered on her fist like a huge boulder. Golden impact. Boom! She threw her fist at Head and hit her squarely in the chest, sending her flying away at a sonic speed. The ground shook as she crashed into a wall on the other side, and there was no sign of her getting up anytime soon. Her men were also scattered around, clearly defeated and badly hurt. They were in no condition to move. Shirley stood there, her eyes still sharp and her staff in her hand. Her breathing was erratic, and she could feel the pain from her wound. But she didn't care. I can't rest yet. She turned around and looked at where she sent the woman flying. From what she knew and understood, the enemy was Supreme Evil's follower, and the one who could control human puppets. Head, the person that Chiaki deemed as a stupid person. Of course, only Chiaki thought that. Everyone else knew that Head was a dangerous person, maybe the most dangerous in Murim in terms of her ability to create strong puppets. What's wrong? Shirley asked as she saw Head struggling to get up. You want to continue? Go to Barado. Head muttered, her eyes filled with pain and anger. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. The woman in black held a red pill in her hand, and she was about to Barado it. But Shirley didn't let her. With a wave of her staff, a golden wind appeared and pushed her hand away from her mouth. The pill flew out and hit the ground. You're not getting away. Shirley spoke, her voice cold. Stay still, and I will make it quick. Head didn't listen to her. She jumped up and rushed toward her, her dark chi swirling around her like a cloak. She moved fast and kicked Shirley in the stomach. Bang! The golden wind around Shirley disappeared, and she flew away. She crashed into the ground and rolled on the ground, her body hitting the wall on the other side. Pain was everywhere in her body, but she couldn't afford to lose. Not now. So, she forced herself to stand up and raised her staff, ready to attack. Her chi began to swirl around her, and she focused on the enemy in front of her. Head was popping 3 pills, each with different colors, into her mouth. She was eating them one by one, and Shirley knew that it wasn't going to be good. She didn't know what kind of pills they were, but she knew it wouldn't be good for her. Darn it. It seemed like she wasn't being careful enough. She actually gave the enemy the chance to power up. Now it was going to get messy. Head's body swelled up as the pills took effect, and her power and chi changed. She was growing bigger and bigger. Her face twisted in pain, and her muscles twitched and bulged. Her hands became bigger, and she was holding a black axe that had appeared from nowhere. Now I'm coming for you. Her voice became distorted and deeper as she rushed toward Shirley, her axe swinging in the air. Shirley didn't have time to think. She had to fight back. She had to win. She raised her staff and focused on the enemy in front of her. After breaking through her opponent's core defenses, she could no longer move as fast as before. She exchanged everything for destructive power, but even that wasn't enough. But at that time, Hiya! A high-pitched voice rang from above, and a flash of yellow light followed. The flash passed by Head's hand, and it was cut cleanly in half. The hand fell to the ground, and Head's face was filled with disbelief. The flash of light passed by her and landed in front of Shirley. It was a woman in a sleek barato with a mask covering her face. She had a cute tail wagging behind her with metal wings folded on her back. She turned around and looked at Shirley, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay? You're bleeding." Seeing the concerned gaze that the new blonde-haired girl shot on her, Shirley couldn't help but smile softly. "You're late, Anya." Sorry. I was telling the Emperor about Leader's greatness that I forgot time and didn't look at the communication device. Don't tell me you were bragging to the Emperor about our leader. I wasn't bragging. I was just telling him the truth. Ugh, you're hopeless. Shirley muttered, shaking her head. Anivi, cenzurado zo gros. Anya muttered and made a disgusted face. She didn't know what to think about the woman in front of her. "You wretch, don't meddle with me." Head shouted and charged at her, her chi flaring up. Dark chi surrounded her, and the atmosphere became heavy. She was not going to back down. She was going to strike down the blonde woman in front of her and the one called the Fairy Mother as well. All hail Supreme Evil. Chapter 189. Anya's turn taking the strange axe from her hand. Head threw it at Anya and Shirley. Bang! The axe flew fast, and it was heading toward Anya. She watched it coming and smirked. Hap! She jumped up, avoiding the axe, and landed on top of it. Her feet were on top of the blade, and she didn't move an inch. Dodged? Is this all you can do? She spoke playfully, her eyes filled with mischievousness. Anya wasn't a frontal fighter. She was an assassin. Censurado Anya's figure turned into a blur once she touched the ground. She rushed toward Head, with her clawed hand ready to tear her apart. Head couldn't see her coming. She had lost track of Anya's movement for a moment and raised her hand at the last moment to protect herself. Blood spurted out of her hand as Anya's claws cut through her palm. But Head didn't flinch. She pushed her chi and prepared for an attack. The thick and murky chi moved in a spiral around her, and she was ready to send it toward Anya. However, she didn't get the chance. I have more than my hand to attack. Censurado, and her mind was filled with anger and pain. She couldn't think straight, resulting in her flaring her chi to send a dark wave at Anya. Dark chi had rather strange properties. It could corrode and decay anything it touches. It was so powerful and dangerous that no one had ever survived it. Sensing the danger, Anya's wings extended from her back and began to move. They moved at high speed, pulling her into the sky and away from the dark wave. Her expression was grim. She knew that if she got hit by it, she would lose everything. Whoa, that's dangerous. Looking down, she saw the damage that the chi wave caused. The buildings around Head had been destroyed, and the ground was corroded into nothing. The whole place was covered in black and brown colors. All human puppets, who were unable to move earlier, were damaged beyond recognition. Their skins turned black upon contact with the dark chi, and their barato were badly damaged. They had no chance of survival. I have to defeat her soon, she decided. If the enemy's power kept increasing, it would be harder to beat her. She needed to end this quickly and get out of here. With that thought, she folded her wings back and rushed toward Head, who took out a syringe. Anya didn't know what kind of syringe it was, as she lacked the knowledge about medicine, but she knew that it was dangerous. Chiaki had shared one enemy's information, and she definitely said not to allow that enemy to barato the pills or push a syringe into her barato. No, you don't. Raising her clawed hand, Anya targeted the syringe, but she was already too late. Head drove the syringe into her own barato and pressed the liquid inside. The blue liquid entered her body, and she smirked at Anya. You're too slow. Now I will be able to beat you. Her body began to swell up again as the blue liquid took effect. Surprisingly, that swell only happened instantly before her body returned to normal. Still, there were blue veins running through her arms and legs, and her power changed. She felt stronger and more powerful than before. Her eyes turned yellow, and she felt like she could take on the world. She couldn't help but smile as she saw Anya coming toward her, ready for an attack. For her, Anya's movement looked pretty slow now. In her hand, a dark axe made from chi appeared. Her muscles and power grew, and she swung it hard. Compressed air followed the axe's movement, and it flew toward Anya faster than the speed of sound. Anya saw the attack coming, but couldn't dodge it. She didn't have enough time to react. She used her metal wings to shield herself and prepared for impact. Bang! The air hit her wings and damaged them badly. The remaining impacts struck her clawed hand, leaving her injured and sending her flying backward. She rolled on the ground, grimacing in pain. Zang, she thought. She didn't expect the enemy to have this much power. Her wings and main weapons were damaged. Not only that, she was hurt inside, and her arm had a nasty gash on it. Huh, is this what they call a dangerous situation? Anya muttered and tended her wound. It was healing at a rapid speed as her nanites fixed it. She had no time to be distracted, however. She had to make a decision, and she did. With her wings and clawed hands damaged, she decided to discard them. They would only be in a way in this battle. She didn't need them anymore. Really? Why did Leader ask me to do this? I want some reward later, she thought as she circulated the chi through her barato. Among all the members, Anya wasn't the brightest in terms of intelligence. She was pretty simple and hated complicated things. Hence, she couldn't really apply the method to store chi in her nanites that her leader thought. However, she was gifted in a different place. She had instinct like an animal, and she could control her chi very well just by her feeling right after awakening. As a result, she reached 6 stars in just a few weeks, awakening her chi element. She didn't even need to think about using it. No, it was more like she didn't think she would use it before. Read the latest on Empire. Chill air spread to the surroundings as a light blue chi gathered around her. The ground was slowly covered in ice, and the air became colder and colder. The cold wind touched Head, and she frowned. She had no idea what was happening, but she could feel chi gathering around Anya. It wasn't by any means powerful, but she knew it was going to be bad for her. Are you ready? Anya's voice was cold and clear. Her eyes were focused, and she had a smile on her face. Ice covered her hands and feet, forming clawed fingers and toes. Her metal tail was also covered in a similar ice, making it look like a spike as it moved around her. Here I go. With that, she rushed toward Head. Her speed was faster than before as chi enhanced her body. She was like lightning, moving left and right to avoid Head's attacks. With each steps, cold spread from her feet, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground. Head's movements were slowed down due to the ice. She could only see a blur and decided to feel her enemy's chi to predict where she went. And that was easier than before. She didn't know why, but her feelings told her that a bad thing would happen if she didn't run to safety. She trusted her instincts and jumped away. She ran to where Shirley was, who had just finished to stop her bleeding, and picked her up. "Well, what are you doing, Anya?" "We're running," she shouted and carried Shirley on her shoulder. "Now, what do you oh no?" Before Shirley could finish her sentence, she felt a large amount of chi gathered behind her. When she turned around to look, she saw Head's body swelled up and it turned into a huge ball. That didn't look good. In every kind of story, when the enemy abandoned their human's form, it usually meant they were preparing a last attack that could take down everything in its path or having a strange power-up. This time, it was the former. Shirley understood that with just a look and patted Anya's shoulder, prompting her to move faster. Run faster. Oh, this is so bad. We'll never make it. Don't move too much, Shirley. Anya ran as fast as she could, her eyes focused on the evacuation hall that she saw in the distance. For what she felt, the explosion would surely take out the evacuation halls if she did nothing about it. If the evacuation hall was destroyed, the Emperor would be in danger. And if she put the Emperor in danger, her mission would fail and leader wouldn't praise her. I can't let that happen, she thought as she came into a halt, throwing Shirley to the ground. She turned around and faced Head's expanding body. Ouch! Hitting the ground, Shirley yelped in pain. She looked at Anya and saw her looking at the expanding enemy, who was now as big as a house. What are you planning to do? Don't think of doing anything stupid. Anya ignored her. She didn't know why, but she felt like she had to do something to prevent the explosion from destroying everything. With that thought, she ran toward Head, ignoring Shirley's shout from behind. Oh no! But it was too late. She was too far away to catch up. She was running with all her strength, and she was about to reach Head. I should bring her outside the city before she explodes. A superhuman's barato was not only strong, but they could also withstand a lot of damage. Anya had a plan in mind to move this enormous creature outside the city before it exploded, as the explosion would be devastating and destroy everything in its path. However, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Dark chi surged forth from the body of Head and expanded like a black mist, covering everything in its path. This chi was like an acid, corroding and destroying everything it touches. Ah, why are you so difficult to deal with? I won't get any praise if I let you do as you please. Anya complained. Chapter 190. Victory, and next move gathering her chi around her. She created a barrier to stop the dark chi. It was a thin layer of ice that stopped the mist from moving any further. Chi acted like oil and water against each other. They didn't mix well, and it was near impossible for dark chi to get past Anya's barrier unless she wanted to mix it. Thankfully, the creature's form had stopped expanding. It couldn't grow any larger as it had already become an enormous mass. Following that, red lines formed on her body, indicating that she was ready to explode. Now, Anya rushed toward Head's body and pushed her ice barrier with all her strength. It was a little hard as the dark chi was corroding it, but she had no choice. She gathered all her strength and was ready to punch it. While rushing forward earlier, she thought of something. If she carried this away, she would probably get caught in the explosion and that would injure her greatly. More than anything, her leader would hate it if he saw her getting injured. If only she still had her wings, it would be doable to bring her into the sky and escape. But her wings and claws were broken from the enemy's attack that she couldn't predict. That was why she changed her strategy. Instead of bringing it away with her, why didn't she just punch it away? She had the necessary strength to do it. Convert half of the nanites from enhancing my speed to strength. Focus this chi thing into my hand to further increase the explosive force. Then add ice to cover my fist. She wasn't really good with this chi thing, but she had a feeling that she could do it. Her nanites weren't infinite. She had to pop a nanites recovery capsule while gathering her strength to repair the broken nanites inside her. Thankfully, she still had a lot of capsules left, and she could keep going. Her plan was working. The ice covering her fist had increased her strength, and her chi was focused into her hand. From what her smart lenses analyzed, the explosion would happen in 10 seconds. The blast would send the dark chi into a shockwave that would destroy everything around her. According to the analysis result, the damage would cover Barato than 5 kilometers in range. That was not good. Move, move, move. With a shout, Anya punched Head with all her strength. The ice around her fist broke, and the dark chi around it shattered. She had expected that, and she wasn't afraid of the dark chi. She kept pushing with all her strength, and soon she reached the body. She pushed harder and harder, until finally, it worked. Fly! Bang! Head's barato was struck hard, and launched into the sky at a sonic speed. A massive burst of dark chi barato overhead, creating a huge explosion that sent a powerful shockwave down to the ground. As the blast roared, Anya didn't stay silent. She immediately ran toward the evacuation hall at a fast speed, thinking that she had to create an ice barrier to protect it. However, when she could see the hall, she witnessed Shirley expanding her last strength to spread her chi and protect them. She smiled at the sight and called out to her, "I will help you." The shockwave reached them, and Shirley was not strong enough to protect the hall completely. She was injured, and Anya knew that. So, she made a split-second decision. She stopped beside the girl and expanded her chi. She had just enough to make a thin layer of ice to cover the entire halls. As the shockwave hit the ice, it was like hitting a hard surface. The ice was cracked, but did not shatter. It managed to stay in one piece, protecting everyone inside. Phew! Huh! Both of them sighed in relief and fell on their backs. They were tired and injured. Shirley couldn't believe that she had to destroy her dantian and reset everything, and Anya was tired from using her chi to the fullest for the first time ever. Ha ha! Hee hee! They both chuckled in the middle of the ice-covered evacuation hall. They won, and it was time for them to rest. But before that, there was something else that they had to do. Let's check that the enemy is really dead. Anya rose to her feet and dusted her bodysuit. We can't be careless. She didn't feel any trace of Head's chi or presence through the scan, but she had to make sure. Shirley didn't say anything. She just stayed on the ground, breathing heavily as she felt her wound opening again. I will rest in the hall. If something strange happens, I will contact leader for you. Ah, that would be nice. Anya smiled and nodded. We'll be right back. With that, she turned around and walked away, eating another Nanite's recovery capsule, Centurado. That would be nice, but she still had to make sure. She scanned the area around the halls and the capital, but she couldn't find anything. Let's report to leader that I defeated Head. That should be enough. I can't think of anything else to do. She sighed and turned around. It was time for her to rest, and she didn't want to stay in this place for too long. I hope leader will give me more praise for this. She smiled as she walked away from the area. The evacuation hall was safe now, and she had done her job. She would return to her team and let them know what happened. She was sure they were going to be happy to hear it. It seems Anya had defeated Head who attacked the evacuation halls in the capital. Jessica reported to Leo as she leaned back to her seat. We have sent the elders back to Chengdu for treatment, and Chiaki stayed behind. Leader, should we go to the capital once again? Sitting in the weapon control seat, Leo hummed in thought. He didn't expect the enemy to target the evacuation hall so soon, just right after he returned from saving the elders. Are they in a hurry for something? He thought. This is pretty strange. They should have consolidated their strength in the headquarters instead of sending Head to attack the evacuation halls. Unless there is something that I missed. What is it? His eyes moved to the radar screen in front of him, which he linked from the navigation seat, and he frowned. There were still fights happening outside the capital. The people from Sex went against the human puppets, trying to take them down. If Head was really defeated, how could the enemy still defend against the Sex? It was not possible, unless the puppets were auto-controlled by something or someone. Maybe it's time for me to directly attack the Murim Alliance. I have tested this aircraft's weapon, and it's enough to destroy everything in its path. Decisions had to be made. At that moment, communication arrived from Jack. Leader, we've destroyed everything we can. Should we advance to the capital and provide backup? To be honest, Xiao Atian is making a fuss, and he wants to fight the henchman boss. He has a feeling that he will fight someone really strong, he said. Did he? A martial artist feeling was more often than not correct, especially someone like Atian who had reached the pinnacle of his power and had experience fighting all kind of enemies. Stay tuned with Empire, then go to the capital. For now, stay in the evacuation halls and help Anya to defend it. She got injured from fighting, so help is needed. I will head over there after making a small stop. Roger that. With that, communication ended. Jessica, go to the mountain where we escorted the demon sect in the past. We will need their help in this battle. Leo spoke as he crossed his legs. His eyes looked at the scenery outside shown on the screen. He could see the mountain range in the distance, and he was ready to head over there. Roger that. Jessica nodded and set the coordinates and prepared for the change in direction. All Leo hoped right now was for the war to end quickly so he could focus on improving the mercenary union and building his strength. He had been waiting for the right moment to attack the Murim alliance, and it seemed like that moment had arrived. The end was near, and he would do his best to bring it to an end. However, thinking just about the end wouldn't be enough. The path to the end had to be paved with blood and death, and Leo wasn't afraid of it. He had been through enough to feel nothing when defeating his enemies. Patience was the key. If he was unable to eradicate the supreme evil's followers completely, they would multiply like rabbits and become a huge threat in the future. This was one of the reasons he had been waiting for the right time to attack. He needed to find the headquarters and destroy everything inside it. And he hadn't yet found out who twisted the supreme evil's will and wrote it in that book. Were there more books like that? He also didn't know. It's really troubling. I hope I get transferred to this world after the novel is finished. Unfortunately, the book has many chapters, and I have no idea what the end will be. Leo thought, sighing to himself. He had been living in this world for long enough that he felt like it was his real life now. Leo shook his head. He didn't want to think about it. For now, he had to focus on the current fight and do everything he could to win. Chapter 191. As hard to eliminate as a cockroach, I never expected you to come here alone, benefactor. That kid, Kim Min-gu, sent a letter explaining how you helped and saved him. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Sitting in the huge office in the mountain, Leo looked at the old man in front of him. His eyes were filled with gratitude and respect as he bowed to him. You don't have to bow to me, heavenly demon. Your disciple has hired us, just like what you did in the past. The price, which he hasn't paid yet, is in the form of help in case I need it. Leo explained and waved his hand. Don't think too much about it. We're not a charity or anything. Huh, that's what I like about you, benefactor. You're straight to the point and honest. No wonder that kid chose you as his friend. The old man chuckled and straightened his back. His eyes narrowed seriously. So, you're here to ask for help, right? What kind of help do you need? To detect dark chi. He answered immediately. I need help to find the supreme evil's altar or something that would revive him. Before it's too late. Oh, that's going to be a bit troublesome. The old man frowned and rubbed his beard. Indeed, dark chi has filled the world as of late. It's getting thicker and thicker as time passes. I have some guesses, but to think the worst one is true. Do you have a way? Leo asked. I have a way. The old man nodded and smiled, and we will gladly help. Not only did we owe you one, but we know that Supreme Evil's followers were the one behind the attack on our sect. It's a chance to exact revenge for the fallen. Leo's eyes brightened at that. He knew that the old man wouldn't refuse him. They had history, and the old man had no reason to refuse him. Then I will leave it to you. If possible, I'd like to depart right now. Is there anyone who can follow me immediately and can detect dark chi source better than Kim Min-gu? I could take 3 people with me. Don't worry. We have one here. The old man stood up and walked to the door. He pushed it open and called out to someone outside. Old Jean, are you still meditating? It's time to get off your butt and go on an adventure. Benefactor is here to take you out. You can't die in the mountains anymore. Ha ha ha. Oh, you can shut up. You don't know how to respect your elders. An old man's voice replied from outside, and soon a figure entered the room. He just appeared like a ghost, and he was frowning at the heavenly demon that had called him. Benefactor, this is old Jean. He has a good nose and can smell dark chi from far away. His ability is very good, and he's been living in the mountain for decades, so he must be sensitive to. If you continue, I'm going to ignore you for another decade. Don't est me, brat. The old man called Old Jean looked at the heavenly demon with a frown. Then he turned to Leo and stroked his chin. I recognize your scent. You are the one who saved my disciple when I was in the cave and had this sex got attacked. I was going to return the favor to them, but you already did the job for me. Old Jean nodded with a smile. So, you need me to detect dark chi? I can help you with that. That old bones followers dare to touch my sect. They need to pay the price for it. Hearing that, Leo began to realize who this old Gene was. This man was mentioned a few times in the novel, but his personality wasn't mentioned at all. He only appeared in a text about the previous heavenly demon, someone who knocked the 9 stars many times. From what he understood, this old Gene was someone that the sect leader considered to be his master. The former demon sect leader, Heavenly Demon, was a very powerful and respected figure. He was said to be unbeatable, and no one had managed to defeat him in a long time. The former Heavenly Demon himself didn't show himself much in the novel after giving his title to the current Heavenly Demon, but his presence and power were shown to be one of the strongest. And even now, Leo could feel an oppressive feeling just by being in his presence. It was like being in the presence of a beast that could eat him up in one bite. He was strong, and Leo couldn't underestimate him. "I'm counting on you," he said, nodding at the old man. "Is there anyone else who will join us?" "You don't need anyone else, benefactor." The Heavenly Demon spoke as he sat back in his chair. "Old Gene can handle everything by himself. He's stronger than he looks, you'll see. I will bring my men and help the attack after we finish the evacuation. We will arrive in time." "That's great to hear." Leo smiled and stood up. "I will depart immediately." "Old Gene, let's go." "Don't tell me what to do, brat. You're 100 years early to be giving me orders." Old Gene frowned and walked to the door. The Heavenly Demon shook his head at the sight. "You have to watch what you say. Old Gene is really sensitive, and he might actually sulk you if you say something he doesn't like." "Who's going to sulk over what?" Old Gene shouted from the door. "Huh!" Leo chuckled at the sight and nodded to the Heavenly Demon. "Thank you for your help. Let's meet again in the battle. We shall become a part of your strength. This battle doesn't only concern you, but the whole Central Plains. If Supreme Evil is revived, the world will be in great danger. We must stop him no matter what." Leo nodded and walked to the door. Jessica bowed to the Heavenly Demon before following him, walking toward the aircraft. Old Gene also followed them while grumbling. He didn't bring any weapon with him and wore a simple robe. Leo wondered if he would be okay, but he didn't have to worry. They walked in silence to the aircraft and climbed in. "What is this?" Old Gene looked around in wonder. His eyes widened at the sight of the aircraft. "It looks like a flying monster. Where did you get it?" "I made it," Leo explained, sitting in the weapons seat. "With technology, not martial arts or chi. It's faster than running, and you can arrive at the capital in no time." "Hee, this will be interesting. It's been a while since I have seen anything interesting. The world has changed a lot since I was young. You lads are really something." "Thank you for the compliment. Now let's get going. Feel free to sit over there, but please don't touch anything." Jessica sat on the pilot's seat and started the aircraft. They departed from the mountain and headed to the capital, where chaos was still happening. Leo knew that he had to end this as soon as possible, so he was going to go all out as soon as the target was found. However, the one who thought the same way was Supreme Evil's follower. Kong Jian looked at the sky. In his eyes, dark cloud was forming. It was malice, a gathering of emotion and power that Supreme Evil gathered. It was like a ball of dark energy, and it was ready to be used to bring Supreme Evil back to life. Head is gone, huh? That clump of malice belonged to Head, and it had separated from her form when she fell. He knew that he didn't have much time. With a snap of his finger, a human puppet appeared beside him. He grabbed the puppet's head and extended his other hand toward the malice gathering in the sky before it dispersed. The top brass, Supreme Evil's body parts, had their memories and souls stored in those malices. With those, they could revive or become a part of the Supreme Evil again. To revive someone was simple. All he had to do was to gather the malice into the human puppet's head, and he succeeded. The puppet's eyes turned dark, and a red line formed on his head. His form began to shift and reshape, growing smaller and Barato compact. Soon, Centurato, a new hobby? What happened to your old Barato? And what's the situation? Head. Sigh. All my training went to waste. Kong Jin shook his head. He had expected that this would happen. You're talking too much now. Not my preference at all. After all, he was the one who told Head to gather sacrifice. He had thought of that as the fastest way to bring Supreme Evil back to life. To think there would be someone strong enough to stop her was outside of his expectation. And now, Her memories were reset to the moment where she first awakened, rendering all his loyalty training over decades useless. Right now, Cinchuredo, all our efforts have been in vain. We still need 10,000 devoted followers to revive our Lord. Everything else is ready. Hart explained, it's been 8 decades since our first awakening. And right now, there is a war. All sects have tried to attack us. Only she remained. Huh? My little sister unexpectedly survives. She chuckled. Then, her expression turned serious. Who's the enemy threatening us? The Murim Alliance? I guess not. We're in their accursed base. I can recognize that. There's a group called Hallowed Insect. They are very strong, and they're here to stop our leader's return. Hart explained, his voice grim. And you died fighting 2 of their members. It's really a shame. Me? Against 2 of them? Ha, what a joke. There's no way I can lose to any of them. She smirked. But if I did, then it's serious. I will have eyes to return to me, making me complete. Then I will go and get some revenge for my death. And you shall not stop me. I won't. If you die again, I won't be able to revive you. I will use your malice for our master's revival. Huh, do as you please. Head waved her hand. Not that I will die that easily. I will destroy everything in my path. Those hallowed insect, they will pay for my death. She gathered dark chi around her hand, creating a dark pill. It was a condensed form of her dark chi, and she threw it into her mouth, biting it like a candy. The dark chi began to flow into her body, and her muscles began to swell up. Her chi changed and became thicker, making her stronger and more powerful. Ha! Kicking the ground, she went to where her eyes was. She knew that the enemy wouldn't be able to touch her if she got her power back. She would defeat them all and bring back supreme evil to his full glory. She couldn't wait to see the look on her enemy's face when he saw her back and how strong she had become. Chapter 192. Miasma filled capital. To reach the capital from the demon sect's hidden village using aircraft only took around an hour and a half. By that time, Anya had managed to heal most of her wound, and she was ready for another fight if needed. Shirley had also recovered, and they were ready to help the sect. Both of them were standing on the roof, looking at the aircraft that had arrived above the hall. Ah, it's Leader. Anya's eyes brightened as she recognized the aircraft. She waved her hands, and the aircraft landed in front of her. The hatch opened, and Leo walked out with Jessica and a strange old man following him. Welcome to the capital, Leader. We have defeated Head and saved the hall. Shirley here helped me, and we managed to survive the explosion by a hairbreadth. It was so close. And Anya rambled as she suddenly stopped and casted her eyes down. It hurts, Leader. It was the first time I got injured so badly. And all my equipment is destroyed. I won't be able to fight at full power anymore. So, I know. You've done a great job, Anya, Leo said with a soft tone. He patted her and ruffled her head gently. I'm proud of you. Sorry that you have to go through that. I will contact Chiaki to send more equipment here soon. And no, it's okay, Leader. And thank you. Anya's face turned red, and she smiled. Her body was moving uncontrollably as she was trying to hide her embarrassment. Seeing that, Leo chuckled and stroked her cheek. It was soft and smooth, like a baby. Unthinkable that she was injured so badly that her nanites reserves almost depleted as a result. I'm glad that you're safe and sound. And Shirley. He turned to the unfamiliar blonde girl, smirking behind Anya. You look quite different. Yeah, well, I just used my hidden ace to somehow hold on and protect the hall, so it's normal, I think. But doesn't long blonde hair fit me? Now I look like Anya's big sister. Isn't that nice? Shirley laughed as she moved her hair around. Somehow, Leo couldn't deny that. Her appearance now looked like older Anya, with less part. Cinchuredo. Okay, I just wear baggy clothes that hide my shape. Now you get it, right, Leader? She put on a smug smile, waiting for Leo's answer. Rather than obtaining what she wanted, she was insulted from the side. Huh, lad, is that woman talking to you? How can someone like that exist? Let me tell you something. You shouldn't trust them, you hear me? They all lie and do everything for themselves. A trustworthy man can't be deceived so easily. The strange old man beside Leo said as he stroked his beard. Hearing that, Shirley glared at the old man and raised her hand. Hey, who are you insulting, you rude old man? Who gave you permission to speak here? Huh, a woman like you will never find a partner. Look at the lady accompanying the young man. She's graceful and beautiful, as is the young woman he consoled. She has a cute, innocent charm, although her clothing is barato strange and lopsided. And you're just awful. I'm not awful. Shirley screamed as she stomped her barato. You didn't know, but Jessica Sis has done some. Before she could finish speaking, Shirley tried to scream, but no sound came out. Magical threads bound her in place, and she quickly realized who was behind it. Standing behind Leo, Jessica smiled with a knowing expression. Her fingers moved slightly, controlling the threads that emerged from her bracelet. Even though she was smiling, it was clear that she was not amused by what Shirley was about to say. Did you say something? The secretary asked, and Shirley shook her head at a fast speed, not wanting to anger Jessica even more. Leo sighed at the scene. He knew that his secretary could be scary at times, especially when she was jealous. He decided to ignore them, and Anya purred when he stroked her chin and turned to Old Jean. Old Jean, may I ask for your cooperation right away? We don't have time to waste. Of course. Don't tell me what to do, Brad. Old Jean nodded and crossed his arms. Well, let me say this. This capital is doomed. Miasma is filling every corner, slowing down a normal martial artist chi recovery. I suggest you move these people out if you don't want them to get sick. Thank you for your suggestion. Oof. With a snort, Old Jean tapped his feet and disappeared into shadow. There was no trace of him left, and Leo could only guess where he went from the life detector connected to his smart lenses. The dot belonging to Old Jean was moving at a fast speed toward the center of the capital. He's fussed, he thought. Leader, are you going to meet the Emperor? Anya asked, looking up to him with a frown. Yes. Censuredo, HNN. HMNNN. It seemed like she wanted to speak, but her mouth was shut tight. She glared at Jessica, and it was clear that she wanted to say something that would make her angry. Let her be like that for a while. Jessica, please secure the area with Shirley for me. Also, please release her. She seems to have a hard time breathing. Understood. Jessica nodded and removed the threads. Shirley immediately gasped for air and pointed her finger at the secretary. You, how dare you do that? I just said the truth. No, Jode lying. I'm telling the truth. Leader, Jessica says, look, Before Shirley could speak, another bundle of threads covered her mouth again, making her unable to speak. She protested, but it was no use. Jessica didn't look at her. Leader, I will take care of the situation here. You may go and see the Emperor. Please return as soon as possible. She bowed and Leo nodded, smiling wryly. Anya, take me to the Emperor's private room, he said and walked toward the stairs. Roger that. Following him, Anya skipped ahead and walked in front of him, leading the way. They ignored Shirley, who was dragged like a rag by Jessica, and soon they entered the evacuation hall. Arriving at the Emperor's private room in the evacuation hall, Leo greeted Sheng and immediately explained about his finding without wasting any time for the pleasantries. He showed him the map he created while flying with aircraft and showed some parts where the battle was happening. The situation is dire. The sect were pushed back by the puppets, and I don't know how strong Heart is, considering Head can injure Anya so badly. Also, regarding the situation in the capital, I am afraid the miasma has spread too far, and it may infect anyone who enters it. I suggest we evacuate the capital and find a place where we can fight safely. The Emperor frowned at Leo's explanation. He looked at the map seriously, and his eyes moved to the center of the East Gate where the enemy resided. As the biggest city in the Central Plains, the West and East Gate was separated for more than 100 kilometers in distance. Traveling on foot could take a few hours to reach each gate, and it could be longer if the enemy controlled the path. That's why Emperor Sheng didn't bother to evacuate the citizens out of the city. It was impossible for them to reach the next city, and the enemy would only hunt them down if they left. However, if the enemy controlled the capital and spread the miasma that could make people sick, it would be a different story. It would be more efficient to evacuate the capital. But how could they do it? Let's contact the sects and evacuate the citizens to the next city. Emperor Shung said and stood up. Thank you very much, my friend. I won't ask for something impossible, such as escorting the citizens, but can you at least help them to reach outside the West Gate? I'm scared if the enemy ambushes us. That's what I plan to do. Leo responded. Even if he had no duty to protect the citizens, he wanted to keep them alive and not fall into the enemy's hand as a sacrifice. Based on his knowledge, the more sacrifices the supreme evil's followers used to gather something called malice, the stronger and twisted the revived supreme evil was. He couldn't afford that to happen. Leader. At that moment, the door was knocked by someone outside, and Anya's voice rang from the other side. She looked in a hurry, as if there was a ghost chasing her. What happened? Leo asked as he walked to the door. Anya took a deep breath and explained, I felt a strange chi approaching from the east gate. It's similar to the one I defeated earlier, but stronger. I think that my assassination has failed in that woman. That woman got revived again like a cyborg. Like a cyborg, meaning getting revived in another body. Now that was troublesome. Leo never heard of such a thing, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. I understand. Go and help Jessica. The Emperor will evacuate the capital immediately. We don't have much time left. Yes. With that, Anya exited the room again and contacted Jessica. Meanwhile, Leo turned to Shung and ruffled his hair. You've heard what she said. I am sorry, but stopping that will be a priority. If we let that woman alive any longer, then the Sex Alliance won't be able to even get close to the capital. I understand the situation. Sorry if I ask you the impossible. The Emperor sighed. I will move Muds to protect the evacuation with the Bloody Guard. We don't have any luxury to keep my force hidden now. The citizens' safety is more important than any hidden force. Continue reading at Empire. That's the right choice. Leo agreed. Now, please evacuate the capital quickly. Chapter 193. Analysis complete. Evacuation immediately began. The citizens who had been staying inside the evacuation hall were confused as they were guided to the West Gate by the Bloody Guard. Continue your saga on Empire. Move orderly. There is no danger at all. We will move to a better evacuation zone. Please everyone cooperate, and let's move quickly. The guard shouted and urged the citizens to move faster. The East Gate was out of the question as it was filled with the enemy, and they had no choice but to go through the West Gate. The citizens looked confused and scared, but they knew that they couldn't stay in the city any longer. Leading them, the Bloody Guard's commander, a man named Yang Gong, was giving out instructions. He was a man with a broad body and a face full of scars, which showed how many fights he had been through. With him, the Bloody Guard moved like a well-oiled machine. They surrounded the citizens and kept them from falling into chaos. Leo looked at the evacuation process from the top of the wall. He stood alone with his arms crossed, and his eyes darted toward the East Gate, where he could see a group of human puppets gathered. That's a lot, he muttered. He was worried about the safety of the citizens, but he couldn't be everywhere at once. Based on Emperor Shung's words, there were more than 500,000 citizens in the capital. That was a huge number, and Leo knew that he had no power to evacuate them all to the next city. Fortunately, more than half had saved themselves after the attack on the Murim Alliance. The others also moved away from the capital once the Murim Alliance declared war against the Mercenary Union. As a result, only a few actually stayed in the capital. Unfortunately, not all citizens were willing to be evacuated. There was no choice but to let them stay. Even if Shung forced them, they would only slow down the evacuation. The Emperor had chosen to leave them, but he had a hard time coming to that decision. At least he had informed them about the danger and told them to make a choice for themselves. And now, Leo could see the result. There were less than 10,000 citizens following this evacuations process, leaving more than 50,000 inside the dangerous capital. Leo frowned at the numbers. If they were all sacrificed to supreme evil, he couldn't imagine what kind of power the supreme evil would have. But it was not like he could do anything about it. I can always destroy the capital first, but Shung will not allow that. A soft-hearted emperor like Shung wouldn't even think of sacrificing his people. At that moment, he could hear the sound of footsteps behind him. The footsteps sounded unfamiliar, echoing loudly in the quiet air. Leo turned around and saw a girl approaching him. She was short and looked like a child, but her expression was serious and mature. Strangely, he didn't detect her. He was a bit reliant in chi detection since he awakened it, but he also checked his radar every minute or so. The fact he didn't detect this girl meant that she had just arrived at the top of the wall, which was impossible for a normal human. He put up his guard and relaxed his stance. "Hello, you're here to evacuate, right?" he asked, looking at the girl. "You can join the other citizens. It's still not too late. The stairs leading down are in that way." The girl didn't answer his question and stood silently. She stared at him for a while before she smiled. "I don't think you know me, but I am here to defeat you," she said and raised her hands. Her eyes darkened as she gathered dark chi around her, and the next thing Leo knew, a dark axe flew toward him at a fast speed. He could feel the power and intent in it, and he immediately raised his hand to stop it. The axe made contact with his covered hand, which glowed slightly and stopped. The girl made a surprised face and backed away a few steps. She looked at Leo's hand, and her expression turned serious. "So I didn't die while fighting some random insect. It seems you're stronger than I expected," she said and smirked. "But it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill you now." "D?" Leo raised his eyebrows at her words. What did she mean? And this axe? I heard the report. Head's weapon is a dark axe. She has short dark hair and dark eyes, which the former fit the report. Based on the scan, she has 2 brains? Creepy. What kind of ability is that? The girl didn't waste any time. She jumped toward Leo and swung her new axe with both hands, creating a dark shockwave that hit him. HMN. Leo was pushed back, but he didn't get injured. He held his hand up and blocked the attack, not even moving an inch. The girl frowned and swung her axe again. She hit him continuously, and Leo just stood there, blocking her attacks. His hands moved like a blur as he pushed her axe away without any effort. Without a doubt, his new bodysuit focused on combat and enhanced his lightning chi work pretty well. If he used the old bodysuit, he might get cut here and there already. She's strong, maybe even stronger than the legs and hands he defeated before. Now that she was near and used her chi, he could feel the seemingly bottomless power in it. Once she used her chi, it was immediately replenished, and she didn't seem to have any problem with using her chi to create attacks and weapons. It seemed like she didn't care if she wasted her chi. Analyze the chi's replenishment of the enemy. Affirmative. For the first time in this world, Leo used his nanites and main cube to analyze the battle. He had never done so before in mid-fight because he could handle everything himself. But now, he couldn't afford to underestimate the enemy. There were too many lives at stake below him. As he blocked her attacks, the nanites in his body began to work. It connected to his smart lenses and detected the flow of chi in her body and recorded it for analysis immediately. Meanwhile, Leo began to counterattack. He pushed the girl's axe away and swung his leg. It struck her barato and knocked her back. Arg! Ha ha! She laughed as she landed and rolled on the ground. She was barato injured, but she didn't seem to care. Her wounds closed as her flesh knit together, healing up in no time. She was like a monster, and Leo knew that he couldn't underestimate her. He looked at the nanites analysis and read it through his smart lenses. Analysis at 42. For some reason, the analysis was pretty slow. The progress slowed down as strange black fog began to appear around the woman. Interesting. So this is the person who defeated me? The kick hurt, but it's not enough. Am I getting weaker after that jerk heart did something to me? Must be so. I shouldn't have taken over and merged with my little sister if my enemy is only this strong. But this will help me defeat these people, so let's see if you can handle mental corruption. The fog suddenly became thicker and spread out, covering the top of the wall, making them crazy or becoming a follower of supreme evil. Something within it contained a brainwash element or something close to it. However, mental corruption, Leo didn't bother to dodge or put up any defense. Instead, he let himself get hit by the fog directly and stood still. Chiaki, monitor my vital and brain activity. He relayed his command to Chiaki, who stayed in the base. I will try to analyze it from within. Send the data to the main cube. Find out this fog substance and develop the antidote immediately. It seems head is revived again and now, combined with eyes, becoming stronger. Understood, leader. So that sham is becoming Barado creepy. I shall send the data in a few seconds, Chiaki responded through the communication device. At the same time, the woman looked at Leo with a confused face. She seemed to be surprised that he didn't start yelling or attacking her like before. You, why aren't you affected by it? Are you crazy? She asked, and Leo smirked. Mental corruption disrupts a person's psyche by injecting dark chi into their brain and dantian. The more one fights it, the more chi it injects, making them go insane. However, it's not the first time I've faced something like this. It's just another type of brainwashing. And to cancel a brainwashing, I just need to refresh my brain and dantian. That's all. That's impossible. The girl muttered, but she didn't know if she could believe him. The fact that he let the fog hit him without any damage meant that he was strong, or maybe crazy, or ha 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 ha. You can control your Barado as you please, and you can do it without drugs? Amazing. I have never seen something like this before. Analysis complete. Chapter 194. Destroy until defeated. Fortunately, he didn't have to waste any Barado time. The analysis was done, and the antidote for the mental corruption was sent to him immediately through the main cube. And he also finished analyzing the enemy's secret as well as her weakness. His computing speed increased as he used lightning chi to boost his nerves, and he smirked. His nanites used the information sent by Chiaki to render the fog's effect useless. It's my turn now, he said as his hands began to glow in blue. Electricity crackled around him. His hair slowly rose and turned white. The atmosphere around him changed as if he was a human lightning bolt, dispelling the fog. He disappeared from where he stood with a flash and reappeared behind his enemy. Let us finish this outside. How? The girl couldn't finish her word. Before she could do anything, a fist hit her face and knocked her down to the outside of the wall. A sonic boom and shockwave spread out as she hit the ground, creating a crater and shocking the humans below. Sorry. Continue your evacuation. I will deal with the enemy, Leo said as he looked below and disappeared. He moved as fast as lightning and caught up to the flying woman. She was trying to Barado out a small object from her pocket, and he knew it was her secret weapon since she relied on special power-ups. He didn't let her finish and stopped her in her tracks. He pushed her aside and threw her to the ground, making her hit it even harder. Boom! A large crater formed, and Leo looked down on her with cold eyes. You don't know who you're messing with, right? But it's okay. I'm not a very patient person. He raised his leg. Lightning chi gathered around him, making his skin crackle with electricity. He stomped his leg down, creating a flash and a loud bang that scorched the ground. The lightning rose to the sky, forming a towering pillar of energy visible for miles around. The woman was struck and fell to the ground, severely burned. Leo still detected her brain waves. She was alive and slowly recovering. How's she not dead yet? He asked himself. He knew that he didn't hold back at all. That attack could even kill anything with one hit. He made sure of it. But somehow, the woman was still alive and regenerating. She acted like a cockroach. Based on his analysis, she used the surrounding malice, a negative emotion in chi form, to fuel her regeneration and refill her chi. Now that it was stopped because he brought her to a place where no one was around and depleted the surrounding chi by using a big attack, he thought her regeneration would stop. But her durability was more than what he had expected. He used a lot of chi in his attack to keep her from regenerating, but she was still able to survive with her own natural regeneration. He was at a loss as to how to defeat her, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. He just had to find the way while keeping her in this place and not letting her go back to the capital. Let us see who can hold on longer. Me or you? Chiaki, analyze the reaction as I keep striking her. You have a small Coco around here, right? I'm doing it right now, leader. Please keep sending me more data. I will. Lightning gathered around his hand, crackling and burning the air. His eyes turned white. Cinchureto boom. A thunderous sound could be heard from the capital with occasional flash of light. What is that? The citizens looked up to the sky and saw a bolt of lightning strike the ground. It was not a normal lightning bolt. It was a blue one, and it seemed to be controlled by someone as it moved around the sky. Maybe the former Murim Alliance leader, famous for his Thunder Chi, had returned and was fighting against the enemy. But wasn't he true? The blonde looked smug and happy while the other one seemed tired and a bit annoyed. They were Shirley and Jessica. Hey, that's leader, right? He asked, fighting with the enemy. And look, the lightning is striking a few times. It seems like he is not ending it anytime soon. Oh, this is bad. That is a lot of lightning. It's pretty strange. Jessica narrowed her eyes. If that is our leader, he should be able to end the fight in a few minutes. But it looks like he is having trouble. The enemy must be either durable or she has a good regeneration and can replenish her chi using negative emotions. I can only hope that the analysis will provide something to stop her. And more importantly, Shirley looked at Jessica with her eyebrows raised. Jessica turned her head to her and took off her glasses. We still don't know how Head got revived and whether she could revive again or not. Our plan might be useless if Head could be revived like that. It means the enemy can turn the citizens they kill or capture into human puppets as long as Head is alive. This is troublesome. That is bad news. Indeed. Jessica nodded. But let us continue evacuating. The faster we move them, the faster we can work. Anya right now is laying a trap for any puppets or human coming toward us. I hope this plan will work. Good. I'll help with the evacuation then. The blonde smiled and turned to the citizens. Cinchuredo. He kept striking the woman with his lightning and overwhelmed her defenses. It didn't end. She kept regenerating and moved. But when her muscle, no matter how small it was, made any kind of movement, Leo immediately struck her again. He had done it so many times already that he didn't even bother to count anymore. If he had to do it again, he wouldn't hesitate. He had no mercy for the enemy who could hurt his people. At the same time, Chiaki was analyzing the enemy's chi and how to stop it. And then, leader, stop striking her with your chi. Chiaki's voice rang in his ear, and Leo stopped his attack. He dismissed it by thinking that it might be one of her strange features. But now, after hearing Chiaki's information, he had another thought. You're merging with eyes, he said and narrowed his eyes. Not just a normal merge, but one that allowed Head to inherit Eye's ability. Now that explained why she could absorb and adapt to his lightning chi so easily. And with her adaptability, she would keep getting stronger the barato he attacked her. This was a troublesome situation. Chiaki, did you finish analyzing her? How could I take her down? He asked and took out his gun. Cinchuredo, she couldn't be stopped no matter what he did. Chiaki, how to defeat her? There has to be a way. I am currently analyzing it, leader. Please keep her in that place and keep attacking. Don't let her return to the capital, or the enemy will use her as a sacrifice to revive the supreme evil. I am trying to find a way to kill her without giving the enemy an advantage to use her. Strangely, Chiaki's voice sounded nervous, as if she was struggling to find something. Leo decided to trust her and continue creating holes into Head's body without stopping. When he needed to reload, he used a photon sword to cut through her form while reloading his handgun with a new battery. The sword could slice through anything and sear the enemy with the laser beam inside it. With this, her regeneration was slowed down. Change of tactic. I will destroy you and make sure you be able to regenerate. Leo muttered and continued his assault. In the hallowed insect's main base, the puppeteer was confused and nervous. She had researched Head since she knew that she was going to be the next target, and she knew that Head's ability was amazing and hard to defeat. But she scratched all of these plans. A new factor, revival, had come into play, and she didn't know how to handle it. Her gaze turned toward the lump of flesh she put into a clear tube on the corner of the infirmary. She had dissected and analyzed it, and she knew that the brain contained a lot of information and power. And beside that tube was a human body belonging to the first supreme evil follower that the hallowed insect had ever caught, Tang Juyon. I have no other choice. Rising from her seat, she approached the tube. There was a button in front of it, and she pressed it. The button opened the lid. Without hesitation, She struck the man down and defeated him in one smooth movement. Strange dark fog rose from his barato. This might be the malice, the evil emotions that Supreme Evil used as energy to revive himself. As soon as the fog appeared, she closed the tube again and vacuumed it. Just as she had expected beforehand, the fog somehow didn't get sucked even when all air inside was sucked away. It stayed around the tube, and she looked at it with her eyes shining. It worked differently from normal smoke. It's closer to something mythical instead of scientific. She muttered as she crossed her arms. While the fog couldn't be sucked, it somehow stopped inside the tube and got suspended in its movement. It couldn't escape from the vacuum into the outside, and it didn't affect her either. Also, for some reason it couldn't move. She knew that this was the malice, and it was created by the Supreme Evil. It was a mysterious power that no one had ever seen before. And I found it. After sacrificing one of her experimental subjects, she finally saw a way to kill Head once and for all without letting her malice return and become a fuel for Supreme Evil's revival material. She quickly returned to her seat where more than 10 hologram screens opened and began to analyze and compile the data she had received. This is the answer. She smiled and pressed a button on her communication device. Leader, please cooperate with me. I will send Mini Coco that way in 3 seconds. Before that, please get her ready. Oh, finally. Good job, Chiaki. She stopped him. No, please don't destroy it. It will damage the Mini Coco's function. Chiaki said, rather, can you send it to space? That way, the vacuum will keep the malice unable to move. I don't know the reason, but it seemed to be affected by it. We can destroy it once we find out the answer. But for now, we need to stop it from spreading and reviving Supreme Evil. I see. Leo nodded and picked up the Mini Coco containing Head's body. His chi gathered around him, and he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Explore more at Empire at that moment. He was flying using his lightning chi. He tried to get as high as possible before throwing the Mini Coco into space. When he reached the highest point, he concentrated his chi on his right hand and spoke. Can you turn this Mini Coco into a ball shape? He asked, and the Mini Coco's body began to change shape. It shrunk and formed a perfect ball, making it easier for Leo to throw it. And then he did. A sonic boom was created as the ball flew at a high speed toward the sky and disappeared into the sky. Home run, he muttered with a grin on his face. He began to fall back to the ground, and he planned to catch up with Jessica and Shirley, but then he realized that there was a strange sound coming from his ear. It was the sound of a wind splitting, a very familiar sound when he moved at a fast speed. Turning his head around, he saw a young boy with a furious expression on his face and his arm raised. A ball made from dark chi was floating in his hand. Insect, the young boy shouted with a voice filled with rage. The boss is here. Lightning exploded from Leo's body as he was suspended mid-air. His lips formed a crescent smile as he looked at his status. The sound of wind splitting was louder this time, and a laser beam shot out of the railgun, hitting the boy's dark chi ball. Bang! A loud explosion occurred, and a large shockwave spread out in the sky. Clouds parted and the sky split, showing a clear blue sky and the sun on top of their heads. Leo stood still in the sky with his railgun pointed at the enemy. He could see the young boy's barato being pulled into a dark portal that suddenly appeared, and the portal closed as if it never existed. The angry expression on the boy's face remained. His barato was covered in a darkness that was like night itself. How dare you? I've been lenient with you, but now I'll stop you myself. And you saved me the trouble of finding you. Leo responded with a smile. I believe your heart. No? Did you come after realizing you won't be able to recover Head and Eye's malice? No need to worry. It's been taken care of. He had charged it while they were speaking, and it was now ready to shoot. Lightning crackled around him as he looked at the enemy without any emotion in his eyes. He pulled the trigger, but before he could shoot, the black chi around Heart suddenly covered the whole sky like a black dome. It surrounded them and made it impossible to see anything. Darkness enveloped him, and Leo knew that this was a trap. At that moment, Leo felt something wrong. He looked around and realized that he was falling. No, he wasn't falling. It was just his brain that couldn't understand the situation. All senses of direction were gone, and his body floated like it was in space. Feeling insignificant yet, Hart's voice rang from all directions, and Leo could feel his presence all over him. He was not in the sky anymore, but it felt like he was in a dark, infinite void. Hart's black chi had engulfed him, and he didn't know where he was standing. Not even his smart lenses and his enhanced senses could help him. This is pretty bad. A nervous laugh escaped his lips as he looked around, not knowing what to do. Once again, Leo wasn't quite a fighter until he arrived in this world. He was strong, yes. However, if he was compared to the best fighter out there, his only advantages were his physical strength and being a 9-star sham martial artist. "I'm in a difficult situation," Leo muttered as he tried to think of a way to escape. But before he could do anything, the black chi surrounding him suddenly moved and attacked from all directions. It was like a dark wave that hit him from all sides, and he didn't have any chance to block it. A crushing pressure stronger than a hydraulic press pushed him down. He couldn't breathe, and he could feel himself breaking under the weight. And it felt like his bones were breaking under the immense pressure. Even his enhanced bravado couldn't handle this kind of bravado, and he was pushed around by the wave. Ugh! He cursed as he tried to move. He gathered his chi and further enhanced his bravado. Nanites regenerated the damaged cells in his bravado, healing him slowly. However, the black wave didn't stop, and it continued pushing and pressing him from all sides. Leo couldn't move his body at all. He had to find a way to escape this. Fortunately, he had prepared many things in his main cube and storage ring. He put all materials into the warehouse and loaded the main cube with various compressed weapons and tools, and he could feel his bones and muscle get reinforced with the new material. The armor formed a perfect set of full body armor, and he looked like a future soldier. The black chi wave kept pushing him around, but the reinforcement from the suit and his own chi enhancement made him stronger. He was still getting crushed, but the force had decreased a lot. It was like a soft wind rather than a storm now. And then he stored his railgun and took out a new weapon. It was a flamethrower that had been compressed for easy transport. Because he couldn't see or detect his opponent, his plan was pretty simple. Centurato, I shouldn't have taken him down and made an enemy of that old man. Not yet, at least. And as he finished his thought, he pulled the trigger of his weapon. A large blast of flames burst forth from the muzzle, surging ahead with bravado. It moved past the darkness and reached as far as 200 meters. Before the darkness engulfed him, the distance between Leo and Hart wasn't that far. He was sure that Hart would be caught in the blaze, but he was wrong. As the darkness engulfed the glow and devoured it, the light disappeared from existence. Nothing remained except for the darkness that covered everything. One new ability. It can even devour fire. Leo muttered, "Is this a domain type of ability?" In that case, Leo stored his flamethrower and closed his eyes. What he did earlier seemed useless, but it actually helped him calm down the dark chi wave. With no waves pushing him around now, he could concentrate. And now, with a clear mind, he could gather his chi around him and enhance his body. His skin began to shine brightly, and the lightning around him became more and more intense. The crackling sound grew louder and louder, and soon it was accompanied by a humming noise that came from the bodysuit. If his ability is based on a domain, then I could just create my own domain. Leo remembered the scene when he first awakened his chi and reached 9 stars. The lightning around him turned into a sphere of light that expanded and expanded until it was 30 meters in diameter. It kept expanding, creating a domain of his own, pushing the darkness out of its range. Good. Leo opened his eyes and looked around. He could see better now, with his lightning brightening up the whole place. However, before he could do anything else, the black dome that Hart created suddenly collapsed on itself and exploded outward in all directions. The blue sky that could be seen from a distance turned into black, and a loud booming noise could be heard throughout the capital. It seemed like Hart's domain couldn't handle the force from his lightning. "You've ruined my plan, insect." Hart's voice could be heard, but Leo didn't have any time to answer him. He looked at the young boy with a devilish expression and scattered his own domain. It took so much chi that he had to scatter it. Am I? Leo put on a confident front as he secretly used an injection in his bodysuit to recover his nanites. He did this to keep Hart away from attacking him while he was recovering. The injection filled his body with more nanites, and he could feel the boost of energy inside him. Unfortunately, he could only do this 3 times, and he had already done it once. His body wouldn't be able to handle the pressure if he did it more than that. The boy didn't hesitate to attack, and dark chi engulfed him once again. This time, it was in the form of a ray that was like a spear. It pierced through the air, and Leo had to move to dodge. He barely dodged and let gravity pull his body to the ground, making him free-falling. Fighting midair would put him at a disadvantage. However, his enemy followed him and attacked. Leo looked at dozens of energy spheres made purely from dark chi launched at him and frowned. He was surrounded, but he still didn't give up. He took out his photon handgun and shot them one by one, exploding them before they hit him. The spheres of dark chi kept appearing in the air. They didn't seem to have an end. What in the world? Is your chi infinite? He yelled in frustration as he dodged the spheres. Each of these spheres had the power of a missile. If they exploded near him, they would cause serious injury. And because of that, he was forced to keep moving. And to make the situation even worse, the orbs that exploded created a strange black mist that surrounded him, creating an area where Hart could regenerate faster. The black mist was Hart's malice, and it allowed him to regenerate his lost chi and injuries. As a result, he could create as many dark balls as he wanted, and Leo couldn't stop them from appearing. That's cheating, Leo shouted in his mind as he used lightning to propel himself faster to the ground. A photon bullet, riddled with lightning, flew at the speed of light and hit him. An explosion rocked the sky, but Leo didn't stop and shot the handgun until it was empty. Leader, a voice called out to him. He looked behind and saw Shirley, Jessica, and Anya running toward him. They probably arrived after seeing the strange darkness filling the area earlier. It was actually perfect. Leo could use their help. Jessica, bind that guy in the sky. Anya, help me find a way to kill him. And Shirley, do something about the fog. It keep him regenerating endlessly. The trio's expression changed as they heard the order. They nodded and began their task. Anya created ice claws around her hands and jumped into the air. She moved as if she was flying and reached the young boy. At the same time, Shirley raised her staff and shouted, "Tornado!" She tried to bind him with the threads, but Hart was swift. He noticed the incoming threads and moved away before they could touch him. His movement was quick, and he was like a shadow that flickered around the sky, dodging the thread and the ice claws from Anya. Centuredo Hart was sent flying and hit the ground with great impact, but he was uninjured. Instead, he just got back on his feet and glared at Leo. Chapter 197. Wandering Sword, Saint's Might, you're really annoying. Just disappear. The young boy's expression turned Barato furious. The chi around him exploded, and he was engulfed by a dark Barato. The ground around him cracked, and a powerful gust of wind blasted out in all directions. He Barato outward with massive Barato, sending shockwaves and tremors across the area. Instead of charging toward Leo, his body was stopped. A giant slash suddenly passed through the place in front of him. The earth cracked and formed a giant hole as if it was a knife that had been drawn through, destroying the path. A large sword that seemed like a mountain suddenly fell from the sky. Its tip stabbed the ground and pierced through it as if it was a sharp knife stabbing butter. Following that, a man with long gray hair descended, creating a large crater as he landed. Thud! Crash! A cloud of dust was created and the dust spread out in all directions. When it settled, Centuredo, and at the same time, the old man vanished and Hart's face was full of shock. A serious wound suddenly appeared on his stomach, and his Barato collapsed before he could react. His expression was confused, and he fell to the ground, defeated. This, Hart muttered with an astonished tone, coughing weakly. He raised his head only to see Wandering Sword Saint already swinging his sword in front of him. Too easy. Muttering such a sentence, Wandering Sword Saint's blade struck the young boy. Crash! The boy was defeated in a single strike. I said it's too easy. Wandering Sword Saint rested his sword on his barato as he looked at Leo. Hey, is this truly Kong Jian who killed Shui Wang, idiot? Don't take your eyes off him, Leo shouted and threw a photon grenade toward him. At that time, Wandering Sword Saint turned around and realized that the ground around him was covered in dark mist. He tried to escape from the area, but before he could leave the dark mist, a pair of black hands appeared in front of him and seized his hand and his leg, and he was pulled down into the mist below. What in the... Wandering Sword Saint tried to slash his sword at the black hands, but the dark mist covered him before he could do it. Only his sword remained to be seen. At that moment, the grenade Leo tossed earlier rolled on the ground and exploded with a bright blue light. The ground was destroyed and the mist dispersed. Using that chance, the Wandering Sword Saint escaped from it with his clothes half torn. There was blood dripping from his mouth, and his left hand and left leg were injured. You okay? Leo asked as he walked to Wandering Sword Saint's location and checked the wound. Hey, it's nothing. The Wandering Sword Saint wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. To think I would underestimate my opponent because I cut him. This is a good lesson for me to stay sharp and not to let my guard down in the middle of the fight. Thank you for that, brat. I will make sure that this won't happen again. Let's focus on fighting. Leo sighed and looked at the mist in front of them, which began to condense. Here he comes. Are you ready? Of course. Wandering Sword Saint cracked his fingers and his chi surged. White Barato roared in the sky as he brandished his sword. Don't try to help or anything. This is my fight, and I'm going to enjoy this. I just want to say that before you defeat him, contact Chiaki. She'll take care of handling him permanently, Leo said, retracting his chi and making his appearance normal once again. I won't budge for that. Dealing with him directly is just too dangerous. Do as you please. But if your response is late, I may have already finished him off. Ha ha. Wandering Sword Saint's laughter filled the air, making Leo frown. At the same time, Hart emerged from mist and glared at them with his two eyes that turned completely dark. The dark chi that had surrounded him earlier had disappeared, and he looked normal except for his black eyes and clothes that were torn to pieces, showing the young boy's muscular body. An insect is enough for this world. The boy's mouth moved, and he let out a sinister laughter as his body floated up. He stood on top of the mist, and his arms raised. I don't need an old man and other insects. I'm the strongest here. I will destroy all of you. You're the only insect here, boy. Wandering Sword Saint's chi surged out. The ground cracked, and the earth around him split into pieces. A white Barato materialized from his chi, coiling around him. It roared, and its eyes glowed with red light. Sky's Severing Sword. Second form. Heaven's Judgment. The dragon flew and entered his sword, and it shined with white light. The Wandering Sword Saint's robe flapped in the wind as he swung his sword horizontally with both his hands holding the sword. A crescent beam of white chi flew toward the enemy, cutting through the air and splitting the earth. At the same time, a wave of dark chi surged out from Hart. He raised his hand, and the chi turned into a black wall, blocking the beam. The dark mist exploded outward and filled the entire area. Wandering Sword Saint's eyes shone, and he grinned as his chi surged once again. His Barato shot forward like an arrow and disappeared from his place. The next second, he was right in front of the enemy. He slashed his sword at the enemy, striking him down with a powerful blow. However, Hart was in the center of his mist. The wound healed in less than a second, and his hand shot forward, aiming to pierce the Wandering Sword Saint Hart. Enjoy new stories from Empire Clang. Before he could do that, Wandering Sword Saint blocked it with his sword. He was fast enough to dodge the attack. However, his expression changed. He was knocked back from the Barato of the impact, and his back hit a tree. The tree broke, and he gasped in pain. Arg! The old man wiped his Barato and looked at his hand. His skin turned pale from the earlier blow. He was badly hurt. Humph. Interesting. He smiled excitedly as his chi burst out from his body. It flowed around his body and entered the damaged parts. Leo could see Wandering Sword Saint's skin and hand returning to normal, and he was healed. He rushed toward Hart once again and swung his sword, aiming for the young boy's throat. But Hart, being a part of Supreme Evil, wasn't easy. Dark chi covered his hands and hardened, and he blocked the sword using it. Leo watched the exchange with the other three. It's like a movie. Her expression wasn't as relaxed as them. She turned to Leo. What is wrong? She noticed that Leo's expression wasn't as relaxed as before, and she asked him about it. She was his secretary, and she knew how to read his expression. And now, he seemed nervous about something. She didn't know what. Leo turned to look at her, but his expression was unchanged. Nothing. I'm just worried about old Gene. He hasn't given me any report about the situation with the Supreme Evil followers. Leo sighed. And also, I hope Wandering Sword Saint doesn't mess it up. I don't want him to kill Hart and hasten the Supreme Evil's revival. I doubt he hasn't finished the ritual yet. And if he dies, then there's a chance the ritual could start. Jessica nodded, realizing the danger of this situation. Then what should we do? Should we help old Gene? I am worried about the situation with him and the other members of our group as well. We need to find out if he is okay. Yeah, Anya, you're on your own for now, Leo said as he looked at the ice girl. Can you do that for me? Leave it to me. I will drag the old man with me to help you. Anya nodded, and her body disappeared with the wind. At that moment, Shirley turned around with a confused look on her face. What is that noise? She asked. Chapter 198. Swordman S. Dream. Leo also heard the noise she talked about. A roaring of engines. He looked back and saw dust being raised from behind a hill. It was from an armored vehicle that approached them. There was not only one armored vehicle, but also a dozen others following it. There were even trucks following behind the armored vehicles. Leo recognized those armored vehicles. He gave them to Jack, Shui, and Astrid for their mission. But what were they doing here? I call them leader. Jessica answered him, seeing his expression. When you said that we are going to the capital to deal with the puppets and humans, I contacted Jack. But because the situation had changed, I told them to help with the evacuation instead. Good judgment. Leo nodded at her and smiled. Jessica was his right hand, and she was really good at making decisions. She could also adapt to changes quickly. That is why he trusted her to manage his organization. Her quick wit and decision-making were his saving grace many times. The group of vehicles with Jack driving the frontmost armored vehicle passed them, circling slightly to avoid the area where Wandering Sword Saint and Hart fought. Jack saluted at Leo as he passed, and the latter nodded. Jessica helped the evacuation too. As for Shirley, well, I will need you here, so stay. Yes, leader. Jessica answered and ran toward the nearest vehicle, hopping on it. Hey, you need me? I guess I have no other choice but to stay, Shirley said with a small smile. Ignoring her, he turned to the other fight happening in the area. His face hardened and a frown appeared on his forehead as he saw that Wandering Sword Saint had a hard time dealing with Hart. He was breathing roughly while Hart's regeneration was keeping him from getting a hit. The boy was still surrounded by the dark mist, which healed him. Wandering Sword Saint was trying to kill him and had no problem cutting his body, but the boy would just heal again. Surely, at that moment, Leo decided on something. He wouldn't help the fight directly, but he could help Wandering Sword Saint by doing something. Yes. Can you suck in that fog? Leo wasn't surprised by Shirley's change of element. He had heard from her beforehand. She bragged about her reincarnation or transmigration sheet that allowed her to change elements. But that didn't mean he would just stand and do nothing. Leave it to me, leader, Shirley said as she brandished her staff. Wind of Tempest. A tornado emerged from the end of the staff and sucked the dark fog, making it disappear from the place. However, as expected, the fog wouldn't disappear that easily, and the dark fog kept coming out of Hart's body. But at least the amount of fog had been reduced. I told you not to interfere. Wandering Sword Saint roared angrily. Don't butt in on our battle. Just leave me alone and don't do anything else. You can go home. The Wandering Sword Saint shouted angrily. His expression was ugly. but he didn't let his guard down as he looked at the boy. As expected, Leo couldn't understand a martial artist's way of thinking. They were a different breed of people. They fought to get stronger and never wanted any interference. But still, Leo didn't stop his support. He gestured to Shirley to continue disturbing the dark fog. Why? Because it didn't just stop at healing, it also increased his strength and regeneration speed. The longer the dark fog lingered, the harder it was to defeat Hart. That was why he decided to help Wandering Sword Saint. We want to help the fight. This fog will hasten the ritual. I don't know about you, old man, but we don't want supreme evil to revive. The old man was silent for a while, and then he clicked his tongue. Fine, do whatever you want. Just don't bother me. Use a weaker wind. He complained. Leo sighed and shook his head. Do you hear that? You heard that, Shirley? Just use a weak wind. Okay. The girl answered with a smile, and she did what the Wandering Sword Saint had asked for. As the fog thinned considerably, Hart's regeneration had stopped, and he couldn't heal from the wound anymore. His face became ugly. Wandering Sword Saint also dashed toward him, his sword shining with white light, and a trail of it followed him. He was like a shooting star as he moved through the sky, approaching the enemy. There is nothing I can't cut. Hart's face turned grim. His eyes turned blacker than before as he glared at Wandering Sword Saint. Black chi rose up like a giant wave from his body and surged toward Wandering Sword Saint, engulfing him. However, Wandering Sword Saint ignored it as his sword cut through it. Cutting wave. The white light from his sword spread out, slicing through the wave and the dark chi, dispersing it. Kid, your dark chi is nothing. I told you, didn't I? That there's nothing I can't cut. Wandering Sword Saint grinned and slashed his sword again. This time, however, he didn't cut through anything and instead swung his sword horizontally, Centurado leaving only a small wound. Hart had grown so accustomed to fighting against Wandering Sword Saint and his speed that he was shocked by his opponent's sudden increase in pace. Brat! Wandering Sword Saint shouted triumphantly. He dashed forward and swung his sword down. He prepared to strike, but then Hart vanished in a burst of black chi. Wandering Sword Saint's sword cut through the dark mist, and the boy was gone. Arg! Wandering Sword Saint's face turned into an annoyed expression as he was struck. The chi turned into a sharp blade that pierced his barato. He didn't falter. He turned around and swung his sword. Flash! White light cut through the black chi, and a figure appeared inside it. It was a headless Hart. He was standing in the air, with one hand outstretched, pointing at the Wandering Sword Saint. Surge of dark chi descended like a rain, each blade sharper than the sharpest knife in the world. Wandering Sword Saint didn't dodge. Instead, he used his sword to cut through them all. He swung it around and blocked every single attack. The dark chi managed to slip through his defense. Some struck his barato and left him wounded. He was hurt, but he kept fighting with unwavering strength. I can still move. Wandering Sword Saint's eyes turned sharp. His white robe was now torn and stained, the dark marks spreading throughout his clothes. Stubborn old man. Suddenly, a sword of dark chi came out of nowhere, slashing at the Wandering Sword Saint's left arm. Clang! The Wandering Sword Saint's eyes widened in surprise, and his expression changed. He turned to see the sword and found a young man with black hair and dark eyes standing behind it. Barato. Swoosh. The Wandering Sword Saint was struck down in a single, decisive blow, and the Wandering Sword Saint fell to the ground, his sword dropping next to him. He clutched his wounded arm, grunting in pain, his face contorted. You! Wandering Sword Saint's expression turned ugly. He looked up at the young man, Hart, who suddenly appeared behind him. His leg fell barato, and useless as the bone was broken by the dark chi spear. Outsiders shall not stop the revival of the supreme evil. Perish! Wandering Sword Saint gritted his barato. He wanted to curse at the young boy, but he couldn't move his barato. However, his right hand still gripped the sword. This was the fight he wanted, one that could make his blood boil and make him feel the excitement he had missed for a long time. Don't underestimate me, boy. Wandering Sword Saint roared and stood up. Using his remaining chi, he looked tired and worn out. His robust body became thinner, but his spirit remained high. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in wounds. There was blood flowing down from the cut in his left shoulder and right leg, but it wasn't fatal. Even then, his expression showed a smile of satisfaction. Ah, this is what a good battle feels like. The old man looked at the sword in his hand, and then to the young boy who was standing a few steps away, his dark chi surrounding his body. It has been a while since I enjoyed a battle. Come, let us settle this in the next attack. His gaze sharpened as he raised his sword, pointing it at his enemy. He burned his life and turned it into chi, conjuring a white dragon from it. Sky-severing sword. Second form, Heaven's judgment. A white beam came out from the tip of his blade and rushed toward the boy. At the same time, cold and emotionless, he swung his right hand and a black beam shot out of his palm. The two attacks clashed together and exploded, causing shockwaves and dust that enveloped both of them. When the smoke dissipated, both of them were standing still. Their bodies had no signs of being wounded, but they were covered in wounds. They stared at each other without saying a word. Then, Hart moved. He walked closer and closer to Wandering Sword Saint and walked past him. Standing still, Wandering Sword Saint's skin turned pale. His breathing hitched, and his chest didn't move. Continue your journey on Empire. He died while standing. No, Shirley muttered in horror. Her eyes widened as she saw what happened. That can't be. Leader, what do we do? Shirley turned to look at Leo. She didn't take him as a person who would choose fighting as the first choice. If she had known, she wouldn't have bothered to call Jack and his team to help with the evacuation. But the more surprising thing was how the Wandering Sword Saint could lose. She thought that he would defeat the young boy easily and end everything. Leo glanced at her for the last time before he moved his chi. Electricity exploded in the air and thunder crackled around him, forming a lightning storm. His hair turned white and he dashed toward the young boy. Hey, brat. Leo's voice was loud enough to reach the ears of the boy, who stopped in his tracks and turned to him. Let's have a fight. Hart's eyes glinted in the dark. His expression changed to a sinister one as a smile spread across his lips. You. Lightning Dragon flew toward the young boy, but it didn't manage to catch him. Instead, the dark mist covered his body and protected him. Everything happened instantly. The lightning dispersed the dark mist, and the young boy appeared behind Leo. His right arm was extended forward, and his palm was opened. Dark Spear appeared from the shadow and stabbed Leo in his back. However, his bodysuit's hidden armor blocked it. You can do that? Leo asked, surprised by the new technique that Hart used. Well, it won't work. A spark of dark energy exploded, and the air vibrated with force. Their swords moved in a dance of death and destruction. Sparks flew everywhere, and their clash sent shockwaves through the ground, causing the earth to shake. The Photon Sword and Dark Sword collided with a tremendous force. In a term of strength, Leo had the upper hand. However, in terms of skill, he was still below the boy. Thus, even if his strength was superior, he still couldn't defeat him. Still, it was clear that Leo was getting the upper hand. His lightning chi burned Hart's skin, slowing down the boy's regeneration and weakening his attacks. However, he still had his dark mist that kept protecting him from Leo's lightning. Surely, I can do this for a long time. He grinned as he pushed forward. However, inside, he was begging for something. Come on, old Jean. Destroy the altar and the ritual already. An immortal enemy was just too troublesome. At that time, Anya was running through the capital, using her new toy called Chi to create a foothold in the air and increase her speed. Her new job, entrusted directly by her leader, was to find Old Jean and locate the enemy's main altar to stop them from reviving the supreme evil. If the enemy could successfully complete the revival, the supreme evil would descend upon them, creating damage beyond their payslip's capacity to repair. Thus, as she was running in the air, the cold wind blew her white jacket and her long blonde hair. It was like a scene from a fairy tale. However, the situation was anything but a fairy tale. It was more similar to a dark fantasy story with demons and devils running around. As she ran through the air, her body moved like a snake, swaying from side to side, avoiding the incoming attacks from below. Arrows flew at her from all sides. They were shot by dark-robed men left behind in the capital, who had taken over a city watchtower and were shooting arrows from there. As Anya approached them, they aimed their arrows at her. She moved like a ghost and dodged the attacks easily. Some arrows scratched her, but the protective suit kept her safe. Moving her hand, she created icicles around her. The sharp ice formed into arrows, and they shot at the dark-robed men in the tower. In just one shot, 5 men were struck down. The ice arrows hit them with deadly bravado. The remaining dark-robed men didn't stop, because their orders were to stop anyone from going into the headquarters of the Murim Alliance. But they didn't know how strong Anya was. Swoosh, swoosh. Ice arrows rained down, and the attackers were defeated. As they fell from the tower, Anya passed through without any problem. Her ice arrows struck the dark-robed men, taking them down. After a while, she arrived at a large building surrounded by high walls. This building was the headquarters. It was an eerie silence. Is it Old Gene? From what Anya knew, Old Gene was a mysterious old man that her leader brought. From the chi she felt, something she was just able to do a few days ago, his chi was pretty dark, similar to the dark-robed men. Maybe he had died in the battle? Anya wondered, looking at the headquarters. I can't differentiate his chi, so a manual way would be needed. She would have to find traces left by the battle, such as the direction of the enemy's attacks or the enemy's movement patterns. However, before she could do that, she noticed something. She saw a group of people that were running in her direction, but they weren't dark-robed men. Martial artists? They were wearing the same robes. On their chest, there was a symbol of pink petals. Manhua sect. She muttered and recognized them. She didn't know that these people were here, but their gazes weren't that good. Zombies. Anya immediately lowered her stance and formed ice claws around her arms. Her metal tail moved, and she prepared for combat. However, these men didn't do anything to her. Instead, they just ignored her presence and kept walking toward a specific direction. She blinked, confused by this situation. What are they? These men weren't attacking her. They seemed to be walking somewhere, ignoring everyone in their path. As they got close, Anya got a better view of their eyes, and they were indeed similar to someone who got brainwashed. I see. She thought about something. They were moving towards somewhere, right? Anya remembered her job and her current objective, which was finding Old Gene. If he was in a battle with these brainwashed people, there was a chance that he had gone to the place where these people were headed to. Let's follow them. The ice shattered around her hand, turning into water and freezing again in midair, creating a large block of ice. She stood on it and controlled the block to move in the same direction as these men, and she disappeared in a flash. After following the men, Anya found out that they were heading toward a specific building in the headquarters. They were digging something in a small, isolated place. It was a place without many decorations or trees, and there was nothing special about it. But for some reason, the men kept digging, and the dirt kept flying. A mound of dirt was formed on the ground as they were digging deeper into the earth. Anya was looking at the scene from a safe distance, observing the situation. Upon closer inspection, she found him. Old Gene was digging along with the other brainwashed people, his face expressionless. However, Anya could see that his gaze wasn't the same as the others. He seemed to have some control over his own actions, although it looked like he was under someone's influence. Half conscious and half unconscious. That was the state of Old Gene. Good thing he is still alive. As long as the other party was alive, then the hallowed insect could save him. However, what should she do now? Should she wait until he was done with the digging and see if something would happen afterward? Or should she go to him right away? She pondered on the issue, her eyes narrowing as she tried to decide the best course of action. Chapter 200 Supreme Evil's Bones. Let's take Old Gene and Barado things out by scanning his Barado. In the end, the order took priority. Anya was a soldier, a mercenary, and a fighter. She had faced many dangerous missions before, and she would continue onward. This time, however, it wasn't her job. She had to find the location of the altar, and she would be able to get the location from Old Gene, who somehow got brainwashed here. Old man is truly troublesome, she complained and took a step forward. As soon as her foot landed, an explosion of ice formed under her. The cold temperature froze the ground instantly, and the earth became frozen, causing a chain reaction of freezing in a large radius. Everything within the area froze solid. The ice covered the trees, buildings, and people around them, including Old Jean and the other men's legs who were in the process of digging a hole. Anya's barato became blurred, and she vanished from sight. She quickly barato Old Jean and leapt away from the scene. Old Jean's legs were still stuck to the ground, so Anya broke the ice. He groaned in pain, but his expression remained emotionless. Well, it will heal soon anyway, Anya muttered to herself. She quickly ran away from the place and carried him on her shoulder. His weight wasn't a problem for her. She ran through the city, searching for a safe location. Before long, she found an abandoned inn. No one was inside, and the owner had already fled from the city, leaving everything behind. She broke the lock with her ice claws and went inside. Here, lie down here. She pushed Old Jean to lie down on the bed, but his expression remained the same. He was on the verge of fully losing consciousness. Whoever brainwashed him must be truly strong. Anya had to act fast. She scanned his body, searching for any signs of injury. She didn't find any, but she did discover something strange. There was a strange substance that had seeped into his skin, and it was spreading through his barato, reaching his heart and his head. Based on the shape, it seemed like it was a poison-based attack. However, it was not a type of poison that Anya was familiar with. This was something entirely new to her. She did not know what this substance was or how it was affecting him. However, this will cure it, I think. She took out the syringe Chiaki had given her before the operation began. A black liquid was inside the syringe. I don't know what is happening to his body, but this thing can help him. At least that's what Chiaki said. Every member going on the mission was given 3 of these syringes. They were antidotes for their situation. If their body was taken over, then they could inject this thing into their blood, giving them time for hallowed insects to take care of their problem. It was a miracle drug, a magic drug, a panacea that Chiaki developed specifically for the mission. The serum could heal almost anything, returning the Boda's condition to its previous state. Let's hope it works. Anya jabbed the syringe into his neck and injected the black liquid. Then, she threw away the syringe. She didn't have to wait for a long time, as the serum took effect almost immediately. Black veins bulged from the point of entry. They spread through Old Jean's neck, and they branched out, traveling all over him. Soon enough, it covered every part of his form. A black liquid started seeping out from his skin. He trembled as if he was in cardiac arrest. However, it didn't last long. After a few seconds, Old Jean opened his eyes. What? He groaned as his vision focused. Ah, old man! Anya exclaimed in joy. Ha ha! The thing really works. Old Jean sat down on the bed and rubbed his temples. He sighed deeply as he tried to recall his memories. I see. Old Jean nodded and turned to Anya. Young lady, I must thank you for saving me. I am grateful to you. Oh, don't mention it. We're all comrades in arms after all. Besides, Leader told me to find you and destroy the altar. I can't detect that murky dark chi, you know? Anya said, shaking her hand. Ha ha ha. You're right. I understand. Old Jean chuckled. I was caught off guard when I found the fake ritual place. These people were really cautious, and I underestimated them. To think they would put such a heavy trap on the place, that was unexpected. Dark chi, feeling different from the one supreme evil's followers used, seeped through the Old Jean's body. His face morphed to look similar to an old demon as his chi changed. A pair of red horns appeared on his head, and his eyes shone red. His skin also turned darker, and a black tattoo spread through his skin. His transformation finished. He turned to Anya and said, I hope you can catch up with me, young lady, and I pray that you're ready for whatever comes next, because I shall not be holding back from now on. Hee, don't underestimate me, old man. With that, Old Jean jumped through the ceiling, destroying it while leaving a crimson trail. Anya followed suit right after. The wandering sword saint was defeated, leaving only a dark streak across the battlefield. Leo was fighting hard with everything he got. He used his sword to block the attacks of his enemy and his chi to keep the enemy from regenerating. "You're so annoying," Hart said. His eyes were cold, his face devoid of emotion. The dark fog surrounding him dispersed, and he raised his hand, creating a giant black spear out of the dark fog. It was longer than 2 meters, and it was thick and heavy. For some reason, Leo felt like Hart was going all out now. He threw away the regeneration, proved by the remaining wound, and focused his chi to attack. Oh! He immediately retreated and threw a nanite's recovery pill into his mouth before enhancing his body to the fullest. Its roar was as loud as a clap of thunder, shaking the entire area. It opened its barato, showing rows of sharp barato, before unleashing its breath of energy at Hart. At the same time, Hart created a bow out of dark chi and knocked the spear. With his finger on the bow, he pulled it until his right hand reached his jaw. The spear flew like a meteor and pierced through the lightning dragon. Leo saw the spear approaching, and his face changed. It was stronger than anything he had ever encountered before. The lightning dragon roared once again, trying to stop the spear, but it was useless. It passed through the dragon and destroyed it, and the spear headed straight for him, its power still intact. Instantly, he took out a golden coin from his storage and imbued it with chi, making it even stronger. He threw it at the spear, blocking its path. Bang! The spear and the coin explode upon impact. A huge cloud of smoke rose from where they collided, and a gust of wind blew, creating a lightning tornado that swallowed everything in its path. What? Hart looked surprised. How a single golden coin blocked his dark spear was something unexpected. At that moment, Leo was behind Hart, holding his photon sword, and his hand was on top of the boy's head. Leo's barato crackled with lightning. "I am not a swordsman, you see, but I can cut through you easily." Leo grinned and swung the sword. Swoosh! The strike landed and Hart's barato collapsed. However, at that moment, Hart's eyes glowed black. Dark mist surged out from him, and his head flew to reattach itself. The wound healed quickly, and he grabbed Leo's sword with his bare hands, preventing him from taking the sword back. Still, he didn't need it. He threw the photon sword away. His other hand punched at Hart's face. The mini Coco. On it. Ready. Many black metal toys jumped from their hiding and opened their mouths wide. At the same time, Shirley controlled the wind, creating a vacuum to make sure the dark fog was all gone and Hart wouldn't be able to regenerate again. The metal Coco jumped at the barato form of Hart. The nanites consumed it piece by piece without leaving anything behind. They transported the entire material into themselves, then gathered in one place and formed a large black metal box. A small green light appeared on its upper surface. Leo wanted to rest immediately, but the process was not over yet. He consumed 3 nanite recovery pills and retrieved the box. His body screamed that he used it too much already. Pain spread through his body, but it was bearable. While his body had no injuries, the human limit was still the limit. His body was aching, and it was a bit numb. His muscles and joints were screaming at him. "Let's send you to space nicely." He picked up the box and prepared to send it to space. The box was moving wildly. However, Leo was confident that it wouldn't break through. He turned to Shirley and smiled. "I will return soon." Leo smiled at her. "Go with Jessica and help the evacuation." Or, his eyes went to where Wandering Sword Saint was standing. He saw the corpse and couldn't help but sigh. "Take the Wandering Sword Saint's body there and give it a proper burial." "Understood, leader," Shirley said, and ran to pick up the corpse of the Wandering Sword Saint. Her expression turned gloomy. Even though it was a short time, they were friends. For now, Leo wanted to throw this box outside of Earth soon. He jumped with all his might, using electricity to accelerate. Explore more adventures at Empire. A few moments later, he arrived at the outer layer of the atmosphere. He looked at Earth below, beautiful as ever. It was the home of many humans, the place where he had lived for many years now. And he wouldn't allow anyone or any organizations to make this Earth the same as his, where a group of the strongest people was controlling everything. "This is my Earth. I shall make this place a peaceful world where people can live without fear." a place where they don't have to live under a rule of the strong. The Mercenary Union will be the organization solving people's problems. He muttered and raised his right arm, the black metal box in hand. The green light on the metal box changed color to blue, signing that the box's durability had decreased slightly. Wow, I never thought this guy was that persistent. Let's throw him so far away that he won't be able to return. Then, he threw the black box with all his strength. His arm shone with lightning, and he pushed the box, using his entire force. The box accelerated faster, breaking through the outer atmosphere, and was sent to space. Space, please take this thing. You might return in the future. I have no doubt about that. But that will be for the people in the future to solve, not my problem. At least, he won't be able to return for 100 years. We can prepare until then. He stared into space for a few moments, watching the box disappear from sight. Leo turned his head back and descended to the surface. Going to fight 2 times, and even going to space 2 times 2 was exhausting. All he wanted to do was to take a hot bath and sleep. Maybe he would even need help doing that. Surely soft pillow was a tempting idea. As Leo descended to Earth, his communication device suddenly vibrated in his pocket. They looked at the hologram that popped up. It was Anya. Leader, we found him. We found Supreme Evil's Barado. Chapter 201. No Barado evil, is this it? After landing on the ground with much difficulty, Leo immediately went to the location that Anya mentioned and found ancient Barado carefully arranged on a pedestal, placed respectfully. Anya and Old Jean were standing next to the altar. Leo felt a cold Barado running down his spine. His Barado trembled as the hairs on his arms stood on end. He felt something in his chest, and his breathing quickened. Ha ha ha! I'm nervous just by standing here. He smiled wryly. So this is Supreme Evil's body, huh? He could feel the intense energy emanating from his bones. They were not only emitting the familiar dark energy, but also an evil and dangerous energy. Centurado, but I shouldn't stay here any longer. These bones remaining chi is driving me mad. Old Jean remarked while he was walking away from the altar. His expression changed to a pale color, as if he was going to faint at any time. I will leave first and tell the brat not to send anyone here. Sorry, but consider my help to repay our debt. Thank you for your cooperation. I accept the remaining debt to be paid in cash. Leo chuckled and waved his hand. See you again, old man. I will ask you again later. Huh, stingy lads. Old Jean scoffed and disappeared into shadow, leaving only Leo and 2 other girls left. The place was dark with a few torches. There was no source of light, but Leo's night vision allowed him to see the surroundings. The altar was a simple thing. All of them were placed neatly on the altar, arranged in order, with the intact head placed on top. What should I do with this? Even staying here made his skin crawl. He definitely couldn't bring these bones outside. Leader, we also found a book, Anya said, showing a thick book with a leather cover. It looked old, probably made hundreds of years ago. The leather cover was cracked, but it still had its original shape and design. It seemed like a very important thing, considering how carefully the cover was designed. It even had a small metal chain around it. Leo recognized the design. It was pretty similar to the book he found in Arm's safe, a forbidden book containing the way to revive Supreme Evil. A bad feeling immediately welled up in his chest. It was something he had never experienced before, something that sent a shiver down his spine and made his heart beat faster. Leader? Shirley asked, concerned about his pale expression. Her own face also paled when she saw the book. That book. I have a bad feeling about that. Let us keep it compressed inside a capsule, and I will put it inside the storage ring. I think we should throw this book to space too, the other side from where I send head and heart. Just to be safe, he didn't open the book. He also stored the bones in capsules without touching them, afraid that something bad might happen. In this kind of world, there might be something bad happening if he did that, like summoning a demon or a curse, or even a sudden death and possession. Everything was possible in Miram world, so being careful and just throwing it into space like trash was the best possible action. Thus, Leo sealed it inside the capsule. Then he put it inside his storage ring, and then they returned to their mission to evacuate the people. All people in the Murim Alliance headquarters had been put unconscious. Anya had ensured that they wouldn't wake up before Chiaki arrived at the capital and fed them the antidote to return them to normal. And so, Leo went to the evacuation site and found Jessica talking with Emperor Sheng. He was the first person who was supposed to get evacuated. But what was he doing here? I see that you take your time to get evacuated, Emperor Sheng, Leo said with a frown. The emperor, who was standing on the ground, his clothes in disarray and a frown on his face, grinned at him. Isn't this the safest place in this city? I am afraid to die, you know. That is why I am not moving from your subordinate side. Leo sighed. He turned to look at Jessica. She just shook her head and smiled weakly. Whatever, Leo said in a defeated voice and shrugged. For now, we've taken care of the supreme evil S followers. There might be some hiding, but that is your responsibility. Our contract is finished here. We will be leaving once our member, Chiaki, arrives and distributes the cure for the brainwashed martial artists. Good. The emperor nodded. But you're leaving too fast. Why don't you take your rest? And that wasn't something good at all. Everything must disappear. Then I can't do anything. Emperor Shing nodded. How much are you expecting as your reward? Or rather, can I deliver the reward later? I am afraid I don't have that much cash on hand. I am sorry, but we have to fix our country's problems. I don't know what you will do, but if we give all the reward money, our country might go bankrupt. It's okay, but I will have you to make our mercenary union official, as promised. I will also ask for the 50 reward later. Emperor Shing nodded. That can be done immediately after the evacuation is finished. I see. Thank you then. And with that, Leo left. He didn't go far though, just a bit outside the city, so he could make a shape-shift base for all his members. He also met up with Jack and Shui, who played a vital role in protecting the citizens. Every outcast member and Astrid also played some roles in defeating the enemies. The capital became safe, but the emperor still chose to move to the new city instead of staying in it due to the miasma. While martial artists could live without any problem inside, normal people would get sick easily. It was the best choice to relocate the capital into a different place. And so, after Chiaki arrived a day later, she took the job of making a cure and curing the martial artists. After a day, the brainwashing was lifted and the martial artists returned to their senses. They began to help with the evacuation immediately afterward. After all, it was a good thing for them since they didn't need to pay for it. A few days later, everyone was relocated and the new capital was established. The new city, the temporary capital, was built on top of a mountain. With the superhuman strength and stamina of martial artists, they didn't feel any discomfort at all when they had to live in a high altitude. It was an uncharted area, but Emperor Shang decided that it would be their capital from now on. As the capital was relocated, Emperor Sheng also gave a royal decree that every city in this country acknowledge the mercenary union as a legitimate organization. Thus, the curtain of the story closed. Leo and the others returned to Chengdu. Chapter 202. Sunny day. It was a sunny day, a perfect time for a stroll. The weather was warm, and the sun's heat was perfect for a stroll in the park. However, Leo stayed in his room to rest. He laughed softly as he chatted and played games with his friends. Of course, he wasn't alone. He was with 4 girls, Cinchuredo, Chiaki, and Jessica didn't mind that the other was also touching their favorite thing. All of them deserved the same reward. After all, their leader did well, and they could go home early, returning from their mission with success. After their return, the group brought him into the room right away and stayed inside together for a few days. The room was messy, and they had a lot of fun taking breaks for a bath and a meal. It was the Barado. Leo felt so alive. Cinchuredo, a bright smile spread across her face. She breathed softly and beamed with joy. She felt wonderful being close to Leo. She cherished their bond as life partners. She loved this life and felt grateful. Leo shared the same happiness. He smiled warmly and gently helped tidy up afterward, not minding at all. The air felt light. The meal was something he enjoyed. After tidying up the dishes, they rested together, comfortable in each other's company. He felt tired but bravado. His limbs felt heavy and his head was light. But it was a pleasant feeling. He was content. Great job, everyone. You all did wonderfully. They all laughed. Chapter 203. Everything has a reason. Are you serious? Jack's expression turned dark. He was surprised by Leo's sudden proposal. You're telling me to take care of the space launch. Leo, Jack, and the rest were gathered in the lobby. There was a holographic table displaying a blueprint of a space rocket. Leo was showing off the blueprints of a rocket to his members. He planned to launch a spaceship in the future, but he needed someone to take charge of it. It's so simple. You don't actually pilot it, just control the launching. It is just like playing video games. You're asking me to pilot a freaking rocket ship. Jack shouted loudly. That's cool. Jack was excited. He wanted to do this, even though it sounded crazy. He had been playing video games since he was a child. The idea of piloting a spaceship was awesome. Leo could count on him for the delivery of something to space. He also made a system that could be controlled from Earth, so he didn't have to worry about it too much. You will be responsible for it. Leo nodded and tapped his shoulder. While you're at it, feel free to test the rocket's weapon. You can use the targeting system and the auto-lock. It will be fun. All right, boss. After he explained to Jack, Leo turned to the rest. Now then, I will make some adjustments to everyone's role. Shui isn't here because he's on a journey to fulfill Wandering Sword Saint's last wish to him and bring his remains back to his hometown. So I'd like someone else to take care of his bartending work. Yu, I know this isn't a job suited for you, but can I entrust this task to you? I will give you a bonus. And me? The young girl was flustered by her leader's request. She looked around at everyone's face, and she saw that they were smiling at her and encouraging her to do this. Why? I can't handle a bar. You're the best for this role. Anya smiled and said, Your cuteness and your beauty will be a great help. I can do that, right? She looked at Anya and Chiaki and nodded. You can. Besides, haven't you handled alcohol before in the tea house? Yu nodded again. Igriagajia. I will help you too. Astrid chirped in. She and Yu had grown closer after the capital mission, and they shared the same room now. It was a nice arrangement, and Yu was no longer afraid of her seniors. I see. I'll do it then. Thank you, leader, for the trust. Good. Then I will have you to work with Astrid, okay? And I will have Jessica to take care of the management, accounting, and paperwork just like usual. He wanted to have one base in each city. At first, it didn't seem possible. However, for when merchants sponsored their expansion, they would provide all kinds of services and materials to support the mercenary union. It was due to the deal he took when Leo presented the stove blueprint to him. It was a huge amount of money, and the four-wind merchant paid it in one go. It was a sign that they trusted him, and they also gained profit by selling the stove. With the capital and a solid sponsor behind his back, expanding Mercenary Union's branch in each city became possible. All right, I will meet with Tang Jiaofu and Nabi now. Can you prepare a good surprise for our dear collaborator for tonight? Chiaki? Yes, leader. Chiaki nodded. I have already made the plan, and I have set up everything for our guests. I just need to give them a signal, and it's ready to go. All right, then. Good job. Leo patted Chiaki's head and then left the base, leaving her and the other girls alone. He had to meet Nabi and Tang Jiaofu in the Butterfly Pavilion and talk about the expansion. As collaborators, Nabi and Tang Jiaofu would be the first to hear about the expansion. Of course, it was just the basic plan, but he hoped to get some feedback and suggestions from them. Arriving at the pavilion, he was greeted by many girls dressed in Barato attire. They wore what he would call dancer outfits. The pavilion was full of them. He could see them everywhere. A combination of frills and decorative outfits was the most common sight. The girls' outfits drew attention from everyone around them. The light veil covering part of their face added a stylish touch to the look. In fact, this outfit was proposed by Jessica to boost the sale. They would change every week and give special performances for customers who ordered the most expensive course. The Butterfly Pavilion selling point wasn't the food or service. Nabi greeted him in a graceful dancer's outfit. Welcome to our Butterfly Pavilion, Leo. Her voice was soft and sweet, and she smiled warmly. She wore a colorful cloth draped over her shoulders and a flowing skirt that moved as she walked. The veil covered her face, and she wore a golden circlet with a butterfly decoration on barato of it. Her face was decorated with golden powders and eyeliners, giving her a striking and elegant appearance. They were in a private room where it was just the two of them. Leo looked around and didn't see Tang Jiaofu anywhere. Where is Tang Patriarch? Isn't he also supposed to be here? He asked. Ah, that. Nabi smiled and walked closer. I might or might not confuse the schedule while telling him. I forgot to say that it's 7 in the morning, not in the evening. A confident smile on her face. So, how is my outfit? Leader of the mercenary union. Do you like it? She winked and struck a playful pose, showing off her outfit. Cinchuredo. What's so strange about it? Her words sent shivers down Leo's spine. Nabi was a very attractive woman. Even if she didn't say that she fell in love with him, her appearance alone was already enough to captivate anyone around her. But there was also this danger involving her. If he was careless, she would stab him with a dagger or something similar, making her an enemy. That would be troublesome, and he wanted to avoid that at all costs. House Sect was an old and big sect, and this woman tried to make him their leader. Of course, he considered it for a while. Taking the leadership meant he could expand the mercenary union's power faster. But at the same time, he would also be responsible for House Sect's problem. He wasn't sure about it, but at least he wouldn't let himself be trapped in a relationship with her. If what she said contained a truth about her feelings toward him, then he would respond accordingly. Hey, Nabi, he said to her, making her smile. Ah, finally calling me by my name, I see. Nabi said while looking up at him. Do you have anything you want to ask me, Leo? She was teasing him, and he was fully aware of that. However, it didn't stop him from asking his question. Why do you love me? He asked her. His voice sounded serious. It was an honest and sincere question. Nabi was surprised. She wasn't expecting that kind of question, but she quickly regained her composure. Cinchuredo, it's barato hard telling a story in this place. Leo wanted to say something, but stopped when he felt her trembling hand. Someone who was mischievous, confident, and mature like her could feel nervous too was something he found unexpected. He nodded. They sat on the edge of the room, and Nabi told him her story. First of all, do you know how House Sect's leader was chosen? She started, looking at him. From your reaction, I guess you don't know about it. Then he'll explain a bit about House Sect. Leo listened to her silently. He knew that House Sect was a big sect in Murim World, and they had a special rule for choosing their leader. But that was it. That was all he knew. Nabi's gaze fell to her hand. The leader of House Sect was always chosen by a special ceremony. The candidates were the sons and daughters of the previous sect leader. However, the previous sect leader had no children. Thus, he adopted 6 of us from different places. Chapter 204. Humiliating the pavilion leader, I was one of the 6. And from these 6 people, 1 would become a leader. The other 5 would be the servants of that leader. They had no right to oppose the leader. They must serve the leader obediently. A truly bizarre rule that made him feel strange. Was the sect leader truly such a remarkable barato? Why did the sect enforce such strict rules? I'm not sure why, but there have been no women among House Sect's leaders, Nabi said with a chuckle. So I assumed I wouldn't be considered. However, that doesn't exempt me from the ceremony. I remain a possible servant, after all. She turned to the side and took the glass of wine on the table, sipping it slowly. Being a servant means my freedom will be taken from me. I don't want that, and I'm sure the rest don't want it either. Putting the glass on the table, Nabi leaned her head against Leo's shoulder and continued. Her voice sounded weak and uneasy. The first candidate didn't survive. It was required by House Sect's rules after all, so I didn't truly feel guilty. I'm simply barato frightened. Nabi took a deep breath, calming herself after a wave of unpleasant memories. However, there was this strange man. He is strong and mysterious, saving my life and House Sect's disciples' life. He is the most handsome and manly person in the world, someone who saved us from our misery. Her hand trembled as she spoke, and tears began to fall from her eyes. You're a bad person, you know? She sobbed, and her body trembled. Saving me and making me feel this kind of feelings, but you have no plan to reciprocate my feelings. That is why you're a bad man. Me? I met you after you became the sect leader, didn't I? Leo asked in confusion. The timeline didn't add up. You don't know the details of how House Sect chooses its leader, do you? We have to be the first to take down the enemy that threatens House Sect. If you're the first one, then you'll become the leader and the other will be your servant. The remaining 5 people are all leaders when they come of age until the supreme leader is chosen. She smiled bitterly and said, that's how House Sect chooses their leader. They have a unique way of doing it, and it works very well for us. Securing that epigraph solidified my position, and I was chosen as the supreme leader. I see. Nabi's hand was shaking. Her face was full of fear. Leo held it barato and gently barato it. But I realize that I am not good enough. Supreme Evil's followers incident is a wake-up call, Nabi said with a sad expression. Her eyes were full of sadness. If I had greater strength, I could prevent many tragedies. My fellow brothers and sisters would survive the incident and not be reduced to mere tools. Not even House Sect was spared from the sacrifice that had to be made to summon Heart. If Leo and the others didn't intervene, perhaps the ritual would succeed. I am weak. That is why, when I heard about the Mercenary Union's expansion and their leader's willingness to expand, I had an idea. She grinned and looked at him. Barato to take the leadership. In exchange, I will do anything. My loyalty and my feelings are all yours. Just say it. They'll follow your order. I will become your perfect ally to survive in this harsh world. That's what I think. Leo felt a chill run down his spine. Nabi was too desperate to secure power. Her eyes showed determination, and her expression showed that she wasn't joking around. He didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. She had no other choice, after all. She was forced into this position, and now she had no way out. The feeling of powerlessness was unbearable, especially for her. As such, her desperation led to this. Is that necessary? After all, they were allies. Leo wasn't the one who threw away allies without any reasons, and Nabi's feeling was real. That much he knew. Leo, I need your strength, she said with a determined look on her face. Her hands were clenched tightly. Please marry me and become the leader of House Sect. I don't have anything except my dedication and resolve, Nabi said as she reached out and clasped Leo's hands firmly. She took a steady breath and continued, but I'll do anything for you. I'll become a loyal partner by your side. Just give me the instructions and I'll carry them out. She was under enormous pressure and had limited options. Her survival depended on it, so she was fully committed. However, the timing was simply not right. They had only recently met, and Leo did not want any additional responsibility. He was already overwhelmed managing the Mercenary Union. Nabi's expression turned sad. Even without words, she knew she was rejected, but it was something she expected. I see. Sorry. No, it's fine. You're a good person, and I don't want to make you feel guilty. I'm glad you didn't accept, to be honest. Now, let's go back to our original schedule, shall we? She rose from the barato and stretched her arms, but before that, she stepped closer to him and shared a brief barato. After a moment, they pulled apart, and she said, at least give me a small moment of comfort. I don't expect anything else, but at least give me this. Centurado, 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 Centurado. He leaned in close and barato softly. She smiled at the unexpected gesture, feeling warmth in the moment. His hands reached toward her, and she gently held them, curious about what he was doing. She didn't fully understand why he did this, but it made her happy nonetheless. This kind of affection was something she wanted for a long time. After all, you look truly lovely, Nabi. Her eyes widened and her face reddened, and her heart beat faster. Getting a compliment from someone else was normal for her. However, it felt different this time. She didn't know why. Perhaps because the words were said sincerely. Perhaps because he was someone she liked. Or maybe it was because of her own feelings. She didn't know. Why do you say that? I'm not lying, right? Let's go to the main dish. Leo said, it's going to hurt a bit at the start. Relax. Centurado, 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 Centurado. She was still on her knees, having just finished helping him with a task. Now she was looking at him with bright, hopeful eyes. He smiled at her. Ah, she said softly as he gently patted her bravado. You did great. Oh, really? She asked, smiling shyly. Her face turned red, and she felt warm all over. He nodded and pulled her closer. I can't be your husband or house sex leader. However, I can be your ally, helping you in times of need. Sweet words that could melt the heart. Leo was the first man to treat her gently like this. He treated her like a woman and not a mere political tool to gain power. Thank you. Her body trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. She felt happy. He'll always be here for you too, Leo. She leaned her head against his chest. She felt his warmth. It was nice. Her heartbeat quickened. I love you, she whispered. Her hands touched his back, hugging him. He hugged her back, caressing her hair. They stayed close together for a while. Getting Nabi's cooperation was important for a stable future. He felt guilty about taking advantage of the situation, but working together was beneficial for both of them. As a bonus, it also prevented the future where he would clash against her and the rest of House Sect. After their private conversation, they got dressed properly and discussed an important thing regarding the mercenary union's expansion. At night, Tang Jiaofu arrived and joined them. They had dinner and talked about business. The talk ended in an amicable atmosphere with a lot of profit to gain. The expansion went as planned. The four wind merchants' cooperation made the expansion smoother. It also made the mercenary union more popular than ever. In the end, they were able to have a branch in every city, fulfilling their original goal. While they were conversating, Leo noticed Tang Jiaofu looked more weary than usual. You look tired. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just... Tang Jiaofu looked away, embarrassed. I was doing my best to gather my troops, but the war ended before we could even do anything. I felt useless, and it was shameful. The man was old, but his body looked young. He had white hair and a mustache and wore a purple robe. His weary eyes and wrinkles showed he wasn't a simple character. Are you talking about the war between Supreme Evil and the rest? If that is the case, it's fine. Nabi smiled, trying to console the old man. I don't think Leo wants you to gather the troops for that. It's for something else. Leo nodded, agreeing with her. Tang Jiaofu's role was important. After all, yes, it's not that kind of war. He put his teacup on the table, looking at the ceiling. There will be another war after this, not too dangerous. I hope the Tang clan can help me when the time comes. Of course, he'll do anything to help. But Tang Jiaofu nodded his head vigorously. Then he asked, what kind of war do you mean? A silence reigned for a while before Nabi spoke up. Against the barbarian, she said calmly and seriously. I believe it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Chapter 206. 206. UUS first request in the end. The discussion was finished early because Tang Jiaofu left first. Leo didn't manage to give the reward he prepared for the Tang clan patriarch, but that could wait until later. His busy day didn't end there. Leo still had another promise with someone. Moving further from the downtown area, he arrived at a normal house. The wooden door opened and a girl in her early 20s welcomed him. She wore casual clothes and her hair was tied up neatly. Welcome to our tavern. Are you here alone? She said cheerfully. Leo looked around and replied, I have an appointment with someone. My name is Leo. Her smile changed, as if realizing the situation. Ah, so it is you? This way, please. Your companion is already here. He followed her. She brought him to the inner part of the tavern, where there was a table filled with food. Because this was a slightly high-end tavern, the atmosphere was nice and cozy. It was suitable for relaxation. There weren't a lot of people around, and there were a few private rooms. The waiter led Leo to a table where a man was waiting. The man was wearing a black robe, but the air around him couldn't hide the wealth and authority that he possessed. Upon seeing him, the man stood up. The prototype has been finished and is already being tested by our company. We will begin mass production soon enough. I'm glad to hear that. Leo smiled. He was happy hearing his project development was doing well. I will be looking forward to seeing the final product. The man in front of him was none other than Four Wind Merchants president, the first and biggest sponsor of Mercenary Union, a big merchant organization that spanned throughout the whole empire and its surrounding areas. Ming Yuchan helped him a lot at creating the second identity as the merchant and worked in the capital. Usually, the president always stayed in the capital, but Leo knew he came to the city because now the city had been relocated. There was also another matter that was more important than a simple stove appliance, the main reason Ming Yuchan came here. Leo looked at him and said, "Do you want to relocate your main headquarters in Chengdu, or—" He stopped talking and stared at him. The president of the Four Wind Merchant didn't look surprised or angry at all. Instead, he smiled and answered his question without hesitation. "I plan to create the headquarters in Qin City, the center of the trade. Chengdu will be the sub-branch of my business. It will act as a distribution hub and also a production center. But it is not my main concern right now. I have to ask you about the matter that I mentioned in my letter. About oil mining, yes?" Ming Yuchan nodded. He leaned forward and spoke, "Yes. We don't really have an idea how to start the operation in that place. Not until we found a strange substance coming out of the soil. And even so, I don't know how to refine it to become pure oil that can burn longer and cleaner. The sample you sent was already good enough, but it is not something we could easily get our hand on." "I see." Leo understood where the problem was. The sample that he gave Ming Yuchan was refined in a warehouse using the cutting-edge technology and nanite's help. It wasn't something that could be made by normal method. They burn so fast that we have trouble controlling it. "That's crude oil, I know." He nodded and looked at him. "Do you have any idea to solve the problem?" Ming Yuchan asked. "We have to refine it first with 4 steps: heating, separation, conversion, and treatment. We will change the crude oil into petroleum that could burn more stable. This way, we can use the oil in the stove and a lamp. In this world, oil wasn't something that was treated well. The people only used the crude oil for everything without refining it first. As a result, it created bad smells, toxic smoke, and burned fast. First of all, we need to build a facility in order to refine the oil. I have prepared the design, and I will help to build the facility. The refinery could produce the refined petroleum using a steam of pressure and heat to break down hydrocarbons into lighter and heavier components, such as petrol, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and fuel oils. But all they had to make was kerosene. Even normal people could handle it after some instructions. Ming Yuchan didn't seem to have a problem with this. He had done a similar project in the past, after all. Rather, he looked very surprised. "It's a lot of work. Are you sure about this?" he asked while reading the blueprints. "And with this, the problem that plagued the new capital will be gone. People will have work and get paid." Surprised, Ming Yuchan looked at Leo, who nodded his head and smiled. The man smiled back. "I will build it, and we will also hire people to work in our oil mine, although it will be a dangerous job." "It will be fine, don't worry," Leo assured him. "With the new technology, the productivity and the safety of your workers will increase tenfold. I will provide the safety equipment for the new hire as well." "I understand." Ming Yuchan was convinced. "But what will we do with all that oil? It's still not something common." "Then let's make it a common thing. We will revolutionize the world. Let's see, should we start creating a train to move from one city to another? We will require coal for that, so it's not a viable option for oil. We can also create a kerosene lamp. It's cheaper and better than candles, and it can light the night streets, reducing the crime rate." Ming Yuchan could see what kind of future his collaborator was thinking of, and he couldn't help but get excited. He didn't know what train was, but he had seen the vehicle that the hallowed insect mercenary used. If this train was similar to the wagon that could run without a horse, then the possibilities were endless. "I'll leave it to you," Ming Yuchan said, full of expectations. "You can decide how to use all that oil. We will be the ones who realize this project." Leo smiled and nodded his head. Leo laughed and called a waiter. He then proceeded to order a few dishes and drinks outside beer. He didn't like alcohol. The dinner continued in a merry atmosphere, and it didn't end until late at night. As the sun shone upon the land, people woke up and began their activities. Leo went to the mercenary union base with Yu. Today, he planned to teach her how to finish requests alone. He had promised her in the past, and he planned to fulfill that promise today. Due to the Emperor's declaration, many people made a request to the mercenary union now. There were more requests than what could be completed in a day. This resulted in many requests being put on hold until the next day, and then they were finished one by one. The number of people who wanted protection was increasing, especially merchants and travelers. As a result, the number of martial artists affiliated as mercenaries was also increasing. This also increased the revenue for the organization as a whole. People were happy, wandering martial artists were happy, and public safety improved as the number of martial artists became higher. This made it safer for ordinary people to walk around outside their house. All right, what do you want to do, Yu? The request is separated into different types, depending on your ability. But if you're confident in your abilities, you can choose whatever request you want. Leo explained as they walked toward the board, full of requests. Many people gathered in the base to read and choose a request. There was no rank or anything in the mercenary union. However, the receptionist from House Sect would determine whether the taker had the ability to complete it or not. If they didn't, then the request couldn't be taken. Everything was built on a reputation. No one would hire them if the mercenary union was bad, and no one would take their requests either. Yu looked like a child. Her height didn't even reach 150 centimeters tall. Her chi wasn't prominent at all, bordering 3. Can I choose one for myself? She asked. Leo smiled. Sure. Then this one. She took one paper and showed it to Leo. Leo nodded his head after reading the content. A group of thugs attacked the local farmers in the morning. The request is to find the thugs and eliminate them before they do anything else. This request is perfect for beginners, I guess. Yu is Anya's apprentice. Her specialty was espionage, not frontal battle. So this was perfect for her. They'll take this request, she said confidently. Chapter 207. 207. Yuyu's first mission. Chengdu's outskirts were crowded with farmers, peddlers, and many other people. It was a perfect place for criminals to prey on the weak. They were usually active when most of the people had gone home, and the streets were quiet, but that didn't mean they weren't present in the morning. Their main targets were farmers who lived far from the city. They would steal everything and leave their victims alive, so they would keep trying and eventually return to be targeted again. Yu and Leo went out to search for them, disguised as two travelers from a faraway place. The former didn't stand out because she was the local resident, while the latter had to use the optical illusion to make him look like Yuyu's dad. What should I call you? She asked him, and another two behind. Can you do this? Oh, of course, but are we really going to take them down? She asked. As Anya's apprentice, she had been trained in combat, but had never faced an opponent before. She felt nervous at the idea. Leo smiled and patted her bravado. Don't worry. Just do your best, and don't push yourself. If you can't right now, it's fine. There is time to train yourself, and I will support you. You can choose your own way to deal with your enemies. If you want, I can help. She nodded and clenched her fist. She was determined. And no, please let me do this alone. I want to be useful too. They probably realized that Leo and Yu stopped due to their presence and decided to come out to rob them, not realizing they were the ones in danger instead. Daddy isn't invited. Lower your bow, little girl. Another thug appeared from a different direction. Uncle don't want to hurt you. The men surrounded them, and Yu pointed her small crossbow at the man in front of her. She didn't respond, nor did she lower her crossbow. The men looked at each other, thinking they were facing an easy bravado. But the man behind her, the man they assumed was her father, suddenly said, "Be careful. Yu is bravado shy. She's also not very talkative. Please don't get closer, or you will pay the price." Leo spoke with a calm and gentle tone, which made the thugs laugh. Censuredo, they then turned their attention toward Yu and the man next to her. He collapsed to the ground, and Yu's clothes were stained. Aya! Her hand trembled, but she kept moving. She took out a dagger from her back and rushed toward the nearby thug. She's a trained fighter. Stop them. The thug swung his sword at her. She dodged the strike by jumping to the side and struck him down with her dagger. He fell to the ground, defeated. Nervousness disappeared from her eyes, replaced with coldness. Two down, she mumbled, just too barato. The thugs panicked, seeing two of their comrades taken down by Yu. They were so afraid, they didn't notice Leo, the man they had to watch out. With her small frame, she dashed toward one of the thugs. It wasn't as easy as the one before, striking him down. What? Why you? She jumped back to avoid the counterattack. The last remaining thug's face paled. He couldn't believe his comrades had been defeated so quickly. He also didn't understand why he had taken down one of them in the confusion. Shouting, he began to attack without thinking, just trying to land a single strike. But no matter how many times he tried to cut or stab her, his sword was easily avoided. He was a one-star artist, but Yu had trained her martial art higher than his, and her training method was better. In a battle like this, Yu was better, not him. Her only problem was her lack of confidence and experience. The battle continued until Yu managed to strike him with her dagger. Her dagger cut deeply, wounding his arm. He cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. The last thug fell to his knees, clutching his side in pain, but his strength was failing. His eyes widened in terror as he collapsed. No, I'm done for. Arg, no, stop. Please. A flash of light came and struck him down. He collapsed to the ground. His barato swayed briefly and then slumped down. Yu stood still in her position. Her barato was trembling. Her breath became faster and shorter. She felt nauseated. She wanted to throw up. It was the barato for her to take a life. Although the barato of barato wasn't something she was proud of, her pulse quickened. She felt the weight of what she had done and whispered, I can't believe what I've become. Her thought was interrupted by a voice. It's okay, Yu. Congratulations on finishing your first request as a mercenary. Thank you. Let's go back. Leo and Yu walked away together. The fallen were left behind as they departed. Chapter 208. 208. Private training with Yu. When the duo came back to the Mercenary Union building, they immediately reported to the receptionist. The receptionist, a girl in her late 20s, looked at the paper. She then read through the contents and confirmed their request. Congratulations, Mississippi Yu, for finishing the request. The reward is 2 silver coins. The receptionist smiled and gave 2 silvers to Yu. The girl's face was still pale from her very first mission. She took it and pocketed it, smiling awkwardly. Yay! She clapped her hands, pretending that nothing was wrong. I finished my first request. Thank you, receptionist. I'm looking forward to seeing you complete more quests. Yu nodded her head. Then she turned to Leo. Where are we going now? Home, she asked him. Yes, let's go home and take a bath, he said. He then whispered to her. Don't worry. The feeling of taking a life is normal, and you'll get used to it eventually. I don't feel well. Her face was flushed, and she was sweating profusely. Her breathing was erratic. It seemed she was going through the same symptoms as a fever or something. Leo looked at her and scanned her with his eyes. He noticed she was covered in a mess from an earlier encounter. He understood what was going on. Leo smiled as he watched her perform the action. After she was done, she looked up at him expectantly, as if asking what he thought about what she just did. He smiled and gently patted her head, making her laugh happily. Her barato were slightly pink. Then, she sat on the bathroom's floor. The cold tiles made her shiver. She stretched out on the floor and looked back toward the man behind her. She took a deep breath, her barato flushed with nervousness. Please, just go easy on me, she said softly, bracing herself for what was about to happen. Centurado, 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 Centurado. I'll use this station next. I'll train you myself. He waited at the edge of the marked area, but she couldn't respond because she was exhausted after such an intense workout. Her barato was still trembling from the strenuous practice. Centurado, 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 Centurado. She trembled with emotion as the moment passed. They held each other close, hearts racing. He sighed deeply, holding her tightly. Yu smiled, feeling warm and comfortable in his arms. It felt good being so close to him. Centurado, 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 Centurado. I want to be spoiled and pampered. Yu looked Barato uncomfortable and embarrassed. She didn't want anyone to know her secret. Meanwhile, Astrid couldn't even process what her friend said loudly. Fortunately, there were only them in the lobby right now, so no one heard them. What are you saying, Anya? Astrid retorted. What kind of request is that? A reasonable one. You're so boring. She pouted. Then, her eyes sparkled as an idea came to her right. Pung pung. You should try it with me. Once you experience it, you will get addicted to it. Look at Yu. She looks happy, right? Don't call me that. Astrid shouted loudly. Her face reddened like a tomato. If this was an animation film, then smoke would rise from her head due to how embarrassed she was. And I don't want to. And you should stop being too bold. Centurado. She looked like a small girl who had been scolded by her father for doing something she shouldn't have. Leo found her expression really cute. Are you embarrassed that people are watching you, Yu? He asked. She nodded. But I love it when the leader is close to me. She continued. Leo was surprised at her answer and chuckled. He put her down and told her to rest while he went to the two bickering girls. All right, that's enough. He said, don't force Astrid to do something she doesn't want, Anya. And I know that everyone in Hallowed Insect knew about our activities, but you shouldn't say it loudly like that. The lobby is a public space. Ah, yes. She lowered her head. Sorry. And don't call me Pung Pung. Astrid added. Leo laughed, seeing them interact like a close sister. Anyway, I am going on an expedition soon to officially open our mercenary union branch in Chin City. Jessica will also move with Nabi to open the... It seemed like her past hatred against her father and family for forcing her to marry a scoundrel from Tang clan still remained. The problem had already been dealt with and the scoundrel had died, but it seemed she still hadn't forgiven her father. Are you sure? You won't get this opportunity often, you know? Come on, Pung. Don't you think this is the right time to resolve the problem you have with your family? Just go there, say what you want, and punch them if they make you angry. They'll be there to support you. She pondered for a bit, then nodded her head weakly. Fine, I'll go. It's better than being angry at my family for years to come. And I'm not weak like I was in the past. They'll be able to resolve this problem once and for all. Seeing her conviction, Leo and Anya smiled. Well then, let's get going. We have busy days ahead of us. Leo said. A few days later, Leo, along with Astrid, went to Chin City to watch over the opening of the new branch. Anya and Yu were left in the base. Not because of anything, but bringing more members would be hard. In case there was a sudden request in the mercenary union, they would need to act fast and finish the requests. Leaving the base in the hands of Anya and Yu would suffice, as the two could complete most of the requests. Chin City needed a 2-day trip using a carriage. It wasn't far from Chengdu, and the road became better from the last time Leo visited, so the trip was pretty quick and easy. Leo and Astrid rode on a carriage with Mingyu-chan, who accidentally also went to Chin City at this time. It reassures me knowing that you are here with me. Good Sir Leo. Ha ha ha. No one will dare to attack our caravan. The merchant said happily. I'm also thankful for the vehicle, Lord Ming. Chapter 210, Chin City S branch. No need to thank me. How can the strongest man in the Central Plain say that? Everyone will be jealous hearing you saying this. Mingyu-chan said, also call me Yu-chan. There's no need for honorifics between us, right? Leo nodded, laughing as well. You're right. We'll just call you Yu-chan then. No need for honorifics anymore, right? Yes, Master Leono, just Leo. Leo turned to Astrid, who sat in front of him. Her expression showed her boredom. She fiddled with her hair and looked at the outside of the carriage through the window. Her gaze was unfocused as she stared blankly into the distance. Hey, Leo patted her shoulder. Don't worry about your reunion with your family. If it doesn't work out well, we can do something about it. Astrid nodded, sighing softly. She didn't speak at all, but Leo knew she was worried and anxious about meeting her old family. After all, she was declared dead without hesitation by her father, the Peng clan patriarch in the past. Her father also forced her into marriage with the undeserving Tang. This matter made Astrid lose her faith and trust in her family, and caused her to resent her father. If Leo was in her position, he would surely be pissed. However, this was a necessary step to expand the mercenary union. With the Murim alliance destroyed, the world experienced great changes. There were many wandering martial artists and sects that had no place to go. Not only that, the 9 great sects and 5 great clans began to expand their influence too. They wanted to take control of Central Plains resources, and the conflict began to break out. Naturally, they needed more manpower and hire more people to expand their army. Death count increased. The refugees became homeless, and more people turned to crime. As the world was slowly turning into chaos, there would be many more quests for the mercenary union to take. Anyway, we're almost in Qin City. The middle-aged coachman said, "We'll reach the gates in less than 10 minutes. Thanks for the hard work. Lord Ming has the right to choose the partner for the oil business." "Thanks, but I don't do anything. The blueprints are in public, so anyone can use them." Leo shrugged and smiled. "I don't mind it." Ming Yuchan, an old man who looked at each other and sighed. To be honest, the merchant still couldn't understand Leo's train of thought. Sometimes, he gave him a way to use his technology to make profit, while on the other hand, he released some technology for free in public. He had no care about his wealth or profit, something Ming Yuchan still didn't understand. He wondered what his goal was, if not for profit. "Master Leo, what is the purpose of releasing the blueprint of the suspension? I know you don't have any reason to help others for free. What's your purpose?" Leo looked up and shrugged. "Nothing much, just making the world better is all." His eyes turned cold as he continued. "There's nothing else. I don't need to care about money now, and I'm sure you can understand what kind of people are using it, right? They are merchants and normal people who need to go around. Centurado, I can make sure the technology will continue to exist even if I am gone. And the hidden geniuses with strange innovations that could help the world might be born too." Ming Yuchan looked enlightened, and he nodded. He couldn't help but sigh. Leo was a genius. No, he was above a genius. He could plan for decades, if not hundreds of years. A simple move had many underlying plans under it. The merchant couldn't explain this man's existence with words. Sly, shrewd, or arrogant? From the look of it, Leo didn't think highly about the technology, or he didn't want it to monopolize in his hand. He didn't seem to be sly either, or arrogant. He was simply kind, and Ming Yuchan could feel that kindness. Maybe my biggest gain by throwing away my pride that day is this. I am glad that I made that choice that day. You are an interesting person. Ming Yuchan smiled. I can feel the kindness in you. My father had once told me, kindness is the most dangerous and scariest weapon. Kindness, huh? Yes, because it is the only weapon that is unpayable. If you're being helped by a kind person, and that kindness is real, then it becomes impossible to pay it off because kindness cannot be repaid. Well, I shouldn't say that, don't I? It sounds like a hypocrite because I often used underhanded tricks in business. The merchant laughed and sighed. Master Leo, the world will be better if there are more kind people. And if there's anyone that will make this world a better place, that is you. I will serve as the other side of the coin, as I have always done that. They'll make sure you won't get bothered by trivial things like money. Smiling bitterly, Leo only nodded. A good guy? Him? In his standard, he wasn't a good guy. At least, not as kind as Ming Yuchan had said. He only wanted to avoid repeating the mistakes in the past. All right, enough about that. Let's focus on our work. Leo clapped his hands. We're going to arrive soon. As usual, there were many carriages trying to enter Qin City. However, with Ming Yuchan around, they were given a free pass, and the guards quickly checked them. They passed the queue and entered Qin City. Ming Yuchan and his caravan headed to their building in the city, while Leo and Astrid got off after they entered. The duo looked around and observed their surroundings. It's so different now, Astrid mumbled as she looked at her surroundings. The city looked so different compared to the last time she came. Everything looks so peaceful. Is it because there is no martial tournament right now? The city feels less crowded than before. As the princess of Peng Clan, her life had been really good. Everything she wanted, her parents and brothers would fulfill it. Anything that she asked for, her clan would give it to her. However, she had never felt any love from them. Astrid wasn't a spoiled brat, despite how her clan members treated her. Maybe a little, but that wasn't the point. In fact, Astrid had been a really responsible young girl that helped the clan with her work. She did her duties as a daughter of the patriarch without complaint, but the relationship between her and her father had been cold since the beginning. They rarely spoke to each other. Sinceredo, let's walk faster. The road through the rundown part of the city isn't exactly a good place. Leo said. Oh. She nodded and walked faster. The two arrived at a small district located near the seedy area of the city. This district was filled with many stores, inns, bars, and other shady places. Sinceredo. Smell of alcohol, sweat, and perfume assaulted their nose. The loud voices of men shouting and laughing filled the street, followed by the sound of glass breaking. It was a pretty rough night in the busy nightlife district. Astrid covered her nose and frowned. This smell, she muttered under her breath. It smells like a cheap alcohol. Yeah, Leo chuckled and pointed to one of the buildings located right outside the district. And this is our building. Unlike the buildings with many windows that allowed people walking down the street to see the entertainers performing, their building had a simple appearance. The two-floor building wasn't built like the usual building in this world. It had a modern design with glass windows on the second floor. The glass was made with a one-way glass that allowed people to see outside, but not from outside to see inside. They were also reinforced and bulletproof. There were many security devices and measures installed in the building to prevent intruders and keep it safe from thieves or other dangers. It wasn't something a common person would buy. Astrid was surprised by this building, especially when she saw that it wasn't made from concrete but glass and steel. It was also protected with metal plates on all sides. She couldn't believe that such structure existed in this world. It looked so different than other buildings in the area. The exterior walls were painted black, making it stand out even more. And the large board with Mercenary Union written on it was an easy indication that this building belonged to the Union. Isn't it too conspicuous? Astrid asked. Leo laughed and nodded. Yes, I deliberately asked them to design it like this. The more conspicuous the building, the more likely people will recognize it. I see, but still. Astrid looked around again before following him into the building. They were greeted by the sight of people working hard at their jobs. They wore soiled work clothes with tools in their hands. It looked like this building was manually constructed instead of using any magical technology she didn't know. Leader, one of them, who looked familiar to her, called out. It was Jack. Oh, you're here. Leo nodded and greeted him back. How is the situation? Anything that I need to know? Well, Sinceredo with a nod. Leo looked around and inspected the place. That's great. We need to start operating soon. And you're right. With the branch in this kind of place, ITLL make it easier for the workers to find jobs that suit their ability. Jack nodded and led them to the second floor. Let's talk more about the plan upstairs. We need to talk about many things before the grand opening of this place. I'll introduce you to the people we have hired as receptionists and guards. Leader. Lead the way. Chapter 211. 211. Reason creating hallowed insect. Leo and Astrid went up to the second floor. The interior of the building was much cleaner than downstairs, and everything was organized neatly. There was no dust or dirt anywhere, unlike downstairs, which looked like a construction site. It was quite impressive for the workers to finish their job in less than a month. It's a nice room, Leo commented, looking at the interior of the building, which consisted of wooden floors and white walls. A glass wall sat behind a large desk, giving a futuristic atmosphere. The walls were covered with posters and advertisements for Mercenary Union services. What left was the person sitting on the desk and became the branch manager. Leo's eyes darted at Astrid, and she looked back at him in confusion. She couldn't understand why he suddenly smiled, but she knew that whatever it meant couldn't be anything good, especially when he was looking in a certain direction. Could it be? She didn't have any clue what Leo was planning. Cold sweat started to flow from her forehead, but she didn't dare say anything. Please don't say it. But Leo's gaze remained unchanged, and he turned his head towards her. Then he spoke. What do you think about becoming a branch manager here? The grand opening of the Mercenary Union in Chin City was quite the spectacle. Entertainment was prepared, and every onlookers were given free cold drink that could be enjoyed in this hot weather. The crowd gathered outside of the building to witness this new place that would bring changes to the city. They came to see if there would be anything interesting to see or if it was worth their time. Many wandering martial artists based on Qin City waited for this moment. They had heard rumors that this mercenary union would recruit anyone that wanted to be a mercenary. The payment was high and there were many jobs available, so this would be a great chance for them. Some people they knew already went to Chengdu to join. However, a lot of people stayed in Qin City for various reasons. For example, their contract with merchants, or they had no money to go to Chengdu, or family reasons. So when they heard that the mercenary union would also open in Qin City, everyone celebrated because now they could work without going to Chengdu. They didn't have to move and spend money to go all the way to another city, and it was a big deal. Astrid was sitting nervously behind a table in the reception room. She glanced at piles of documents in front of her, which she had to finish reading today before the grand opening began. She felt nervous because she wasn't used to this job. It was the first time she had to deal with such a large number of applicants who wanted to become a member of the union. Astrid was a branch manager. Although it sounded simple, she had a lot of responsibilities to handle. She would be responsible for recruiting new mercenaries, helping existing ones find jobs, and make sure everyone was satisfied. Not to mention the fact that she would also be responsible for handling all financial matters and other important tasks that came along with being the branch manager. Why did he make me a branch manager? I don't want this position at all. Astrid cried out loud as she buried her face in her hands. She didn't want this kind of job, especially when there were so many people waiting to join the mercenary union. She didn't even know if she was capable enough to handle all those responsibilities, but Leo had given her the position nonetheless. Darn it, why did he do this to me? This isn't fair at all. She was really upset, but she had no choice. If Leo told her to be the branch manager, then she would do her best to perform well and meet his expectations. Still, this meant he trusted her ability. I have no other option, right? Sigh. She let out a deep breath, then closed her eyes to calm down. Astrid knew she should get used to this new role and work hard to make it successful. Her mind wandered to Leo and then to Yu. However, they were busy with their own tasks, so she couldn't bother them. Besides, she didn't know how to contact them right now. She cried out in frustration. She was alone here, and the only person she could rely on was herself. She had to learn everything by herself and figure out what she should do. Let's start working. One by one, she began reading the documents and checking the details of each applicant. Then, after confirming everything was in order, she stamped the papers and put them in the completed stack. This task wasn't easy. Her brain felt like it would explode any moment now because she was trying too much to memorize every little detail of every single applicant. There were hundreds of applicants who came here to join the mercenary union. It took her almost half an hour just to read each one's file. It wasn't something an average person could do, but she did her best anyway. And she suddenly stopped when she picked up a certain document. It wasn't an application document. It was a simple, folded letter. Curious, Astrid picked the paper and read it. And the moment her eyes saw the signature at the end of the letter, she froze and couldn't move. Then, her body shook violently and she almost fell off her chair. Her eyes scanned through the paper, and her hand trembled uncontrollably. In the letter, it was stated that Peng Clan wanted to hire mercenary union service for protection. She had never seen this kind of request before, but it made sense since the mercenary union provided all kinds of protection services, including escort and guarding duties. The problem was, it came from the Peng Clan, and it was addressed to this branch. What should I do with this? Frown marred Astrid's beautiful face, and she was about to reject the letter, but then she thought better. It will be rude of me to reject the letter. Peng Clan was a big client, and the payment for this job was also very big. If I just think about myself, I will definitely reject it. But I also need to consider leaders and the union's benefits too. She wanted to decline, but the amount of gold was just too much to refuse. If the clan hired their service, they could earn quite a bit from them. Not only that, Having one of the 5 great clans as a regular client would be a good boost for the reputation of the union. If Pung Clan was satisfied with their services, they could spread the word and recommend them to others, bringing more business opportunities to the union. But she couldn't bring herself to accept the offer. After all, Pung Clan was her family, and they were the ones that declared her dead and tried to force her to marry that scumbag from Tang Clan. Gritting her teeth, Astrid tried to keep calm. Her face was pale as her body continued shaking. She didn't know why they would come to ask for service. It wasn't like they were short of powerful members that could protect them. At that moment, the door was opened with a creaking sound, and a voice was heard from the entrance. "What's up, Astrid?" Leo, who just returned from a tour to observe the condition of Qin City, entered the room. He noticed Astrid's pale expression immediately, so he approached her and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Astrid, what's wrong?" Leo's question brought Astrid back from her thoughts, and she turned to him in surprise. Seeing the worry on Leo's face, she smiled weakly. "Nothing," she answered, "just thinking about something." Even when she said that, it was clear that she wasn't all right. "Are you sure? Your face looks really pale. Did you get sick?" His eyes wandered to the documents she held in her hands. "What's that?" Astrid's hand trembled, and she quickly hid the letter behind her back. "Nothing. Don't look." However, it was too late because he already grabbed it. He read the contents. His expression turned grim. "I see. It's a job request from the Pung Clan," he said slowly. Astrid nodded quietly. "I was thinking of accepting it." He hummed and thought about it. Then, he ripped the letter in pieces, surprising Astrid. Her eyes widened, and she stared at him. "WH, what are you doing?" She stammered out the words, but he only smiled and patted her head. "Don't accept it if you don't want to." He spoke in a calm voice. "It's not important. Besides, it's not like they can't hire other people for protection. But it will benefit the union. The money is big and the job is simple." Leo raised his eyebrow. "And you're okay with this?" He asked. "Let me ask you, Astrid. Why do you think I created the hallowed insect and mercenary union? To have control and make profit, right? To have control. But I also make these things because it is convenient and I want it to benefit the people around me." He smiled softly and continued. "If it makes one of my members unhappy, there is no point in accepting this request. You are my family, Barato, and you're a family now. If your happiness is disturbed, it is the same as losing." He sighed, and his eyes met with Astrid's. Having control doesn't mean just controlling people. If I control you, that is not control. It's being a jerk. Instead, it is better to control the situation and the surroundings so I can benefit you all. Do you understand? Hearing his words, Astrid felt her heart fluttering. She knew he was right, but still, she wanted to accept the request. After all, this was the best chance for her to make a good impression on Leo. When she looked down, she felt warmth on her head. His hand was stroking her hair, making her blush. "I know that you're worried. However, you shouldn't think about others' benefits when your own happiness is disturbed." He said, smiling, "You are the branch manager of this mercenary union. Every decision you make indeed affects many people, including yourself. But you also should remember that you have the highest authority here." She didn't answer, but she listened carefully. Leo continued, "I know you're not the selfish type, at least not since you joined, so I won't say you to think only about yourself. However, it's best for you to do what you think is best for the union and your own self. Be more like your past self, a selfish princess who thinks only about her own benefit." "But I can't." She shook her head. "If I reject it, the union, it will be fine." Leo cut her off. "Even if you accept it, it'll just reject the request anyway. They offer too little to hire our group who managed to destroy the Murim Alliance, which means they're looking down on us. They are not worthy to be our client. Do you understand?" His words resonate deeply within her heart, and she finally nodded slowly. "All right." Leo then grinned and continued to ruffle her hair. "Good. You should learn to be selfish from now on," he said cheerfully. "Think more about yourself and not others. Also, it's not like the world revolves around you. Even if you think it is, it doesn't matter. Now continue your hard work and be a good branch manager." "Yes." Astrid nodded enthusiastically and stood up. She followed Leo from behind and stopped when he did. Looking back at Astrid, He asked her again. Why are you following me? You said that I should be selfish. She replied, so I did. I don't want to work today and want to sleep in the office. He'll leave everything to you. Listening to her excuses, Leo sighed and patted her shoulder. That is that, and this is this. He said, there is no way I am letting you skip work on the first day. Astrid's expression immediately dropped. Chapter 212. 212. Story from the past. It had been 2 weeks since Mercenary Union opened their first branch in Chin City. Now the situation had calmed down considerably, and the business was doing well. Astrid, who was working in her office, sighed in relief and put a cold towel over her eyes. Finally, she muttered tiredly. She had been working for hours without rest since morning, so she wanted to take a break and relax for a while. No more paperwork to read through. She could finally rest. She leaned against her chair and let out another sigh before closing her eyes to get some rest. But just when she was about to fall asleep, knock, knock, knock. There were 3 loud knocks on her door. Grumbling loudly, Astrid removed the damp towel covering her eyes. She glared at the wooden door before calling out loudly. Who's there? Jack. A deep voice replied from behind the door. Sighing, she said, Come in. The door opened with a creaking sound, and Jack entered the room, carrying 2 bottles of liquor in one hand and snacks on a plate on another. Want a drink? Leader asked me to give you this when you are free. I think this is the perfect time to have some drinks, so I also prepared some food for us to eat. Jack said, and he said that you might want to ask something. How troublesome. He left it to me to answer bothersome questions because he didn't want to remember the past. Astrid's face instantly brightened upon hearing that. Since she joined, she wanted to hear the stories of Hallowed Insect. She heard a part of it from Anya, but suddenly she didn't want to share any more than she had already. Why? It's interesting, she thought inwardly. A part of the story about how the leader saved them all in the past and the interesting tales about their life before. Not only that, she was intrigued where they actually come from and why they were called NPCs by their leader, especially since Anya said it was a rude thing to say to a person. Astrid had so many questions that needed answers, but she couldn't ask Leo directly because he would dodge her question and say something else. Now that she had a chance to ask someone else, she would seize the opportunity. But first, I need a drink. Astrid's eyes lit up upon seeing the bottles of liquor. She picked up one of them and poured herself a glass full of alcohol. Don't be hasty, Jack said with a smile. Shut up. You don't know how busy I have been the last few days. Wow. To think the former Peng Clan's princess would utter such vulgar words. Leader sure had a big influence on you. Hey, don't say that. Leader didn't influence me to be rude. You just don't know him yet. Jack chuckled and took a sip of his liquor. Then he continued to eat some snacks while waiting for Astrid to start asking him questions. So what do you want to know? He asked. Well, first of all, she hesitated slightly before finally asking him her question. Is the leader really from a different world? Like Anya said? Hearing that, Jack froze for a second before sighing. He caressed the pistol on his waist to calm himself down and smiled again. I need to control my anger a little bit. Oh no, that girl really can't stop talking when she trusts someone. Well, not like anyone she trusts will spread the information outside. He then looked at Astrid seriously. Did you tell anyone else about that? Sensing the seriousness, Astrid shook her head. She knew the information was important and couldn't be leaked to outsiders. No, I haven't told anyone. Good. Jack sighed and continued to drink. I hope Leader doesn't mind this, but well. And yes, we are all from far away. It's not like I can say we're all from different dimensions or whatever. Well, just think we came from a place that you can't reach no matter what. Faraway place, Astrid murmured. In case you wondered why the leader asked you to meet your family once again, even though you are declared dead, I think he just wants to give you a choice. He said, in the past, he had a little conflict with his parents and regretted not solving it after they passed away. So that's why, Astrid muttered. She then remembered what Leo said when he refused Peng Clan's request, saying he would reject it no matter what anyway. Maybe it was to prevent her from having another problem with her old family? All right, now I want to know your story, Jack. She said, tell me about yourself. How did you meet the leader in the first place? Hearing that, Jack grinned. My story, huh? He chuckled and leaned back on his chair. It won't be pleasant to hear. I was once a thief, a murderer, and a criminal. A few years back, before he met Leo, Jack was just another criminal who spent most of his life in the streets. He lived a dangerous lifestyle and was constantly on the run from the cops. With just an old pistol in hand, he pickpocketed and mugged anyone that seemed weak. Sometimes he also worked as an errand boy for a gang. After all, in the slums where he lived, it was either work or die. There were no options to choose from. "Stop there, you brat." The policeman yelled at him, but he didn't listen and continued running through the crowded street, jumping over fences and pushing people out of the way. He had stolen an old, Biberato up radio from a store. The radio wasn't worth much, but it was enough for him to Barato for a day or two if he sold it. Besides, the owner of the shop had a terrible reputation, and everyone in the slums wanted him gone. "You can't catch me, old man," he yelled as he dashed forward. He stumbled over something on the ground, lost his balance, and bumped into an elderly woman carrying a bag of fruit. She cried out in pain and dropped her groceries. "My leg." "Sorry, ma'am." He quickly helped her to stand. He apologized once more and continued running. The policeman that had been chasing after him was right behind him now, so he picked up his pace again. He didn't know where to run, so he ran wherever his legs could take him. Moving toward the alley, little Jack grinned and looked up to see the roof of the building beside the alleyway. "Throw them, knife maniac." "Shut up, you pistol maniac." Shouting from above was a kid with long black hair. He rolled a trash can filled with garbage, and a policeman that chased Jack had to dodge. When he managed to avoid it, a Barato jumped down and cut his leg with a small knife. "Back off, pig. We hate you." The boy slashed the rope that held a bunch of cardboard, and the police officer was buried under a bunch of them. "Catch us if you can." The kid gestured rudely at the cop and laughed at him. Meanwhile, little Jack, who was watching, was chuckling and gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad, Blade Boy." Jack shouted to the boy, who replied with a rude gesture. Both of them ran into a narrow street and escaped into a small, cramped room inside an old, run-down building. They were both breathing heavily, trying to catch their breath, their bodies drenched with sweat and dirt. "Huh, I think I lost my shoe." "I think you did too," little Jack replied between laughs. He reached into his pocket and took out an old, rusty pistol that was covered in grime and rust. The gun wasn't loaded because it didn't have bullets anymore, but it was still a weapon nonetheless. He held it gently and smiled as he put it back in his pocket. "So what's the plan for tonight?" he asked. "I got an old radio. I can sell it for $2. Hey, Shui, we won't get hungry tonight." "Oh yeah? Then we can give these brats something to Barato." The boy with the black hair smiled and pointed at a few small kids sitting in a corner of the room. They all looked tired and hungry. Some of them even had bruises on their faces. "Yeah, right," Jack said sarcastically. "These brats can't do anything without us. I guess we will only get one bread each." "Jack!" Shui looked at him with sad eyes. Jack's gaze lingered briefly before he lowered it. Jack frowned slightly and released a slow breath. "I'm kidding. Don't be too upset, okay?" He walked over and gave the boy a reassuring pat. "All right, let's sell it and find some additional supplies. I heard there will be mercenaries coming to the slum later. They should have weapons and valuable things we can use." Shu's eyes lit up upon hearing that. "Let's do that." He grinned, and they went out to find something else to sell after hiding the radio. Later, both boys found a group of mercenaries sitting outside a small shop, eating noodles. Jack, responsible for stealing, had chosen his target, a black-haired boy, just a little bit older than him, appearing in his late teens, accompanied by a girl the same age. Jack grinned, looking at the boy's bag and belt where a scabbard was attached. He then turned his attention towards the girl's backpack. All right, they seem to be pretty wealthy. That photon sword and the backpack should sell pretty well. Let's get this party started. He grinned mischievously and nodded to his friend, signaling to be ready to run. With a swift movement, he entered the store and extended his hands toward the two targets he chose. But suddenly, he felt like he couldn't move. Invisible threads bound his body, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. He looked around frantically and saw the girl, one of his targets, looked at him with a cold expression. "What should I do to this thief, leader?" the girl asked the boy. She stood up, her hand Barato a piece of invisible threads, and stepped on Jack's back, pinning him down firmly. The boy looked at the fallen kid and smirked. Well, I don't know. What should I do, indeed? He smiled mischievously, looking at the struggling Jack beneath the girl's feet. Say, what should I do to you, thief? Do you have an answer to that? It was Jack's first meeting with Leo, his soon-to-be leader. The person who changed his life for the better and the one he was indebted the most to. Chapter 213. No rest for mercenaries, so that was how we met. He let us off and gave us food that night. Jack smiled as he remembered that memory. Of course, after Sis Jessica beat me up. But it was a great day. Astrid, who listened to his story, could only smile wryly. Jessica was a cruel person from the beginning, huh? You have no idea. Jack shrugged and downed the last of his alcohol before putting it back down again. He leaned against the chair, and his expression turned somber. Life in the slum was harsh, especially in those years where the government cut the welfare budget to support the war. Dangerous mercenaries that lost their job in the war came and started a gang war. There was a time where we were so hungry we stole anything from a store just for a day of food. Astrid listened to his story silently, not saying a word. Jack then took another deep breath and smiled. Well, to be honest, I betrayed the leader once. Huh? Astrid looked at Jack, her eyes wide. She was shocked by his sudden confession. I was one of his enemies, a traitor. Jack chuckled. Leader was kind, but me and Shuei got entangled with a big gang and had to work with them. We didn't know the leader was their enemy back then. And then? Jack chuckled. Sis Jessica showed me a really hard time. Yet, leader still helped us. Jack said, smiling. The kids from the slum were taken as experiment subjects. We can't save them alone, so we had to beg for help. But instead, we were used. Leader saved us and killed everyone in that lab. Jack sighed. He was remembering a painful memory, but his expression showed a smile. Sorry, but my story stops here. Just know that he had pulled me from the darkest time I experienced, and that is why I'm here. We're all here because of his kindness, even when we betrayed him. I see. Astrid nodded slowly. She was satisfied with the story she heard. I have to go. Jack stood up from the seat. If there is something that is not clear, just ask the leader directly. What I can say to you is, don't throw away your family so easily. Give them a chance, the last one. All right. And so, he left the room. While Astrid was busy with paperwork, Leo didn't exactly idling around and doing nothing. In fact, as the top leader of the mercenary union, he had something only he could do. A business that couldn't be replaced by anyone else. Namely attending a banquet. He had to go around and promote mercenary union service to other potential clients. It was not a job anyone could do, as they had to meet the potential client directly and explain what kind of services they were offering. It was a tough job, but he managed to do it nonetheless. Though he said that he didn't need Peng clan support, he still needed to convince those with money to hire the mercenaries. Most people in the Qin city were either merchants, martial artists, or rich people. Of course, getting patronage from normal citizens was also important. Not every mercenary was capable of handling important tasks. In fact, most people who joined in the mercenary union were not all strong, mainly 1 to 3 stars martial artists. So they had to rely on the richer people's support and get their recognition. I'm tired. He sighed and massaged his temple, working out the tension in his neck and shoulders. He had just finished meeting the owner of a large textile company, an old man named Liu. Liu had asked to escort one of his ships, which was supposed to deliver a large shipment to a different port city in the area. But due to the increase of the crime rate lately, they had decided to hire mercenaries for safety. It wasn't an easy task since there were many risks involved in such an operation. Thank you for accompanying me, Mingyu-chan. I appreciate it. Mingyu-chan smiled. I'm also doing my business too. Don't mind it. He replied, I have heard that they will start trading some of my oil in the cities. I will also actively ask the mercenary union to help with escort on top of my private guards. Indeed, Leo smiled. Both men continued chatting as they left Liu's building. A carriage waited for them, so both entered the carriage and drove off to their respective destination. After a while, the two arrived at a restaurant owned by Liu, just to celebrate their new partnership and friendship. He invited both Leo and Mingyu-chan to have dinner with him in his restaurant. Of course, it would also be a business opportunity for the owner. When they arrived, Liu immediately greeted them and led them to a private room where he had reserved for them. Welcome. I have invited some friends of mine who are interested in your mercenary union. Please take your time and have some good dinner. Liu said cheerfully. The atmosphere around him changed completely, from the strict and serious demeanor to the friendly, welcoming host that greeted his guests. Thank you for inviting us, Leo replied and looked around the room. There were many tables arranged in rows on each side of the hall. On each table sat 4 or 5 men dressed in fine clothing, drinking alcohol or having dinner while chatting with their companions. Some even wore expensive jewelry, such as rings or necklaces on their bodies. It was obvious they were rich people or merchants with good business. The two followed Liu and walked toward an empty table near the corner of the room where he took them earlier before. Master Leo, we've been waiting. My name is Yong Gong. It's an honor to meet Master Leo. Ha ha ha. We've heard about your amazing deeds. Please have a seat and have a chat with me. They were welcomed by a few men that were waiting in the private room, with smiles on their faces. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone had fun as they conversed. Leo and Ming Yuchan joined their conversation as the waiter came and served food. The dishes were delicious, but not too fancy, and they tasted great. While enjoying his meal, Leo glanced at the other men who sat beside Liu. Remembering all of their names was easy as he could just record in his mind, so it would be easier to remember their faces later. One by one, Leo recorded all of the guests in his head. Some of them wore fancy clothes, and others had simple ones, but none looked shabby at all. However, a banquet composed of high-profile people was bound to attract some troublemakers, and this time was no exception. Just when Leo and the others were having fun, a commotion could be heard outside the private room. A man could be heard shouting angrily at someone outside. "Hey, you dare to stand in my way? Do you know who I am?" The angry man yelled furiously. "I apologize, young master." A calm voice answered back. "I am sorry for stopping your path. However, there is an important discussion going on inside. Please come back tomorrow." "Huh? Do I look like someone who can be stopped so easily? I told you that it's important. I have to meet him right now. I'm really sorry, but you can't go through." "Barato, you jerk. My apologies. I will settle it quickly." Liu apologized and exited the room. Soon his voice boomed outside. "Hey, you ungrateful brat. I am here to bring urgent news, and your servant stops me. You old fool. How disrespectful. Who are you calling an old fool?" Leo chuckled as he heard this exchange. His interest was piqued, so he followed Liu and went out of the room to check the situation. When he opened the door, the voice from earlier continued. "Something happened in Qin City. The Lord. They found the Lord's dead body in his manor." Leo was taken aback by what he had heard. "Wait, what did you say? The Lord was the one that governed this city, right? So what does this mean? Was he Barato?" Leo was taken aback by what he had heard. "Wait, what did you say? The Lord was the one that governed the city, right? So what does this mean? Was he Barato? The Lord is that guy, right? The one he saved in the past from Tang's plan. He should be capable of protecting himself, being a martial artist of a high caliber. Although not known to the general public, he had a high level, and he also had many capable subordinates under his command. Did someone manage to kill him? Who?" A frown formed on Leo's face as he tried to come up with a reason why the man would die. Who could be capable enough to kill the Lord in the manor filled with martial artists and his subordinates? Then he thought about it more. He knew one particular man who had the power and ability to do such a thing. At that moment, his communication device rang, and he accepted the call. Astrid's voice rang out, and her panicked voice echoed in his ear. Leader, I can't make this decision alone. Help me. About the matter of the city lord, right? How do you know? I mean, yes. The city lord has been defeated. What should I do? There will be chaos if I just let this spread. Leader, help me. Astrid pleaded, and she sounded distressed and worried. Wait for me there. I will return soon. Chapter 214. Ruse. After explaining the situation to Ming Yuchan and the host, Leo returned to the mercenary union office. When he entered, a bunch of workers were running around with panicked expressions, trying to keep things in order. Meanwhile, Jack was standing behind Astrid, his hand patting her head to comfort her. Look, leader has arrived. Astrid was startled, and she quickly stood up. El leader. All right, tell me what you know so far. Y. Astrid then began to explain. I was contacted by someone who claimed that they knew the truth behind the death of the city lord. They knocked on a window from outside and left a letter. And the letter? Leo asked as he took a seat. It is right here. Jack took the envelope and handed it to Leo. He took the letter out and began reading. The content was mostly just random gibberish. But the most important thing was the fact it mentioned the Qin City's lord had been assassinated by a certain group of assassins called Black Dragon Triad. They wanted to create chaos in the city to profit themselves. I see. Leo nodded. So it was just the usual plot of bad people doing something evil after the greater evil is defeated. In short, remaining thugs from Supreme Evil followers showed up, becoming Black Dragon Triad, and killed the city lord. They want to take control of Qin City, creating a lawless land and recruit more people for their organization. Is that it? He summarized the contents of the letter, which Astrid and Jack agreed with. Yes, that's what the letter said. Good, Leo said, crumpling the paper in his hand. Jack, take care of the Union for a while. I think Astrid needs hands-on experience of being a good leader, so I will take her with me. What do you mean? I mean what I mean. Follow me. Saying that, he grabbed Astrid's collar and pulled her up from her seat. Wait. Leader, don't pull me. Astrid's protest fell on deaf ears as she was dragged by Leo out of the building. And so, the two of them headed towards the direction where the manor was located, leaving behind the confused workers who were left to their own devices. When he arrived at the main street, he released Astrid from his grip. He looked at her with a serious expression and said, Astrid, you're the branch manager. What do you think is the most important thing for the manager of an organization? Being able to control everything. Astrid answered immediately, thinking that it was obvious, but Leo shook his head. That's indeed important, but firstly you need to stay calm, to take control. He said, and what was your reaction when you received this letter? Panicking and waiting for me? No, that's wrong. He stared directly at Astrid's eyes, and she couldn't look away. You have to stay calm. Assess the situation with a calm mind, not with panic, and think of a way to solve the problem yourself, he explained. Staying calm will help you think rationally and logically. If you're panicking, you won't be able to think properly. Now, tell me what you should do first when you gained a shocking information from an unidentified source. Be verifying the source? Yes. If it is true, you will gain valuable information to make your next step. But what if the letter is just some random prank and lies to disturb you, and you just made yourself busy and worried for nothing? I will be an idiot. Astrid admitted that fact. She looked down and her shoulders dropped. That's why you have to stay calm and think. I will help you. So let's go to verify the source. Let's visit the manor to see the truth. He said, patting her shoulder. Making a mistake is human nature, but you must learn from it. Accidentally. This is an important case that you must learn how to solve. I will help you learn from this. She nodded. Leo and Astrid arrived at the manor where the city lord lived. It was a large, luxurious mansion, surrounded by a high wall. Both of them used optical illusion to hide themselves and sneaked through the security, bypassing all the guards. They were invisible, so nobody saw them as they walked past the gate. Strangely, the guards weren't in shambles, and the situation seemed normal. They guarded the general area of the mansion without much care in the world. It was like a normal day. It didn't look like their master was killed at all. It's strange, Astrid whispered. There is no panic among the guards. Leo hummed. It's indeed peculiar, but it might be just a ruse. Let's see more before we can conclude anything. Right? Astrid nodded in agreement. She followed behind Leo as they continued walking around the place, trying to gather information. However, after walking around the area for a few minutes, Leo suddenly stopped and turned around to face Astrid. His eyes widened when he saw someone coming out of the building, and he quickly hid himself and Astrid behind a wall. Leo recognized his face. How could he not? He had seen him up close before. It is City Lore, right? Astrid said. She peeked from behind the wall and observed the man carefully. His hair was long, black and smooth as silk. As she had already met him once in the tournament in the past, she also remembered his face. He's alive? Indeed he is. The man was dressed in fine clothing and wore a hat. His appearance was exactly like the city lord that Leo met before, and he didn't seem to have any injury or anything. And there was no strange chi or appearance at all. He was alive, kicking, walking, and breathing just fine. It's confirmed. The letter and information people received was a lie. The city lord is alive and kicking. Astrid sighed, and her shoulders slumped. What do you think about this, leader? Why would anyone make up such a lie? Why don't we find out now? He said, and took hold of Astrid's arm. Well, follow him. I have some questions for him. All right. Leo and Astrid quickly moved forward, following the city lord's movement. He left the building with two of his men, one on each side. Both were wearing similar clothing, but they looked more like bodyguards than actual servants. Let's go, he said. Right? Leo and Astrid moved closer and closer to their target, following them and wait for the perfect moment to ask. They moved pretty secretly, deliberately using the street without many people in it. And there was a certain place with no one in sight at all. At that moment, he decided to show himself to Qin City Lord. May I ask you some questions? City Lord? Leo and Astrid showed up, revealing themselves. Who are you? Identify yourself. When they appeared in front of him, the two men turned his heads towards them and raised his eyebrow. They grabbed the hilt of their swords and showed hostility. But Qin Weiqi, the city lord, raised his hand to stop his escort. Stop. Do you have a death wish? He said. It is the leader of the hallowed insect. You can't win against him. Huh? Both men blinked and stared at Leo. They then nodded their heads in understanding. Oh. The escorts knew their ability well. They had heard a rumor about a man with the ability to defeat an entire clan of martial artists alone. They were aware of Leo's existence and the rumors surrounding his strength. It's fine. He's not hostile toward me, Qin Weiqi once again said, smiling softly at Leo. It's been a long time since we met, hallowed insect's leader. The last time we met was on that roof, right? Indeed, Leo smiled, but then he turned serious. So, what about the information that I got from the letter? Is it true, or is it not? Qin Weiqi's expression became complicated, and then he sighed. It's a bit complicated, so may I ask for a place to talk in private? My house is too unsafe right now. Then follow me. I know a good place, Leo said. He then pointed at the two guards. If these two wanted to follow, feel free to. But don't make a lot of noise. Don't worry. They're trained and disciplined enough to keep quiet. He turned to his men. Good. This way. With that, Leo guided them through the back entrance of the mercenary union. Astrid wanted to ask something, but kept quiet. She remembered the lesson earlier to not make any decision without thinking. After they entered, they were greeted by Jack. He understood the situation just by glancing at three guests behind Leo and opened a secret underground room. I suggest the guards stay here, the gun maniac suggested. The underground room can't fit this many people and the security is good, so no worry. Qin Weiqi pondered for a bit, but decided to leave the two escorts. Stay and guard this place, he ordered. Understood. Then, the city lord nodded and looked at Leo. More specifically, at Astrid who stood beside him. From his look, he seemed to recognize her identity. Sensing his distrust, Leo patted Astrid's head and smiled. Don't worry. This girl is my subordinate, and you can trust her. Also, she's this branch's leader, so essentially she will be the one taking care of your problem if you want to hire us. HM. He didn't speak and just hummed in understanding, so they went into the underground room. Once inside, he sighed again and began to explain. The letter was indeed fake. He said, but I will die soon enough. Chapter 215. Hiding his words surprised both Astrid and Leo. What did you mean? Astrid asked, are you sick? Not really. He sighed, but I feel like there is someone targeting my life. Oh, Leo perked up. So, do you want to hire the mercenary union for protection? Qin Weiqi shook his head and rejected that option immediately. I have too many enemies, and if you take the case, it will affect the mercenary union negatively. He said, my enemies are high-ranking individuals. I can't affect my benefactor's business by bringing unnecessary troubles. Surprisingly, he was a considerate man. At first glance, It seemed that he was just some weak-willed man that had no power or influence at all. But it appeared that he actually cared for his people and his benefactor. As a city lord, he must have known what kind of trouble Leo could attract if he accepted the protection. I can't ask for your help directly, but I have a request for you instead. What is it? Please hide me. The letter I sent through my subordinates and the rumor I spread, it's all to buy me some time. Qin Weiqi looked at Leo and Astrid. I need some time and a place to hide from those who hunt me down. So you're going to fake your death. Exactly. A typical tactic for those with authority who wanted to escape assassination. But Leo understood that there was nothing else Qin Weiqi could do in a situation. He was alone and had no support. And even though he had the title of city lord, he didn't have the strength to fight off the assassins sent after him. The man sighed. I will be hunted down if I stay as a city lord. And I don't want to endanger those around me either. Then what do you want to do? Disappearing. Disappear and live a normal life. Leo looked at the city lord. His expression was resolute, and his eyes were full of determination. Would that be a good decision for him? Disappear and live a normal life, abandoning his duty to protect the people and city, leaving his post to someone else who could be worse? Or was this even an option? It was something to consider, but in the end, fine. As long as you pay us, we will work. We don't care about anything but money and profit. But having a city lord missing in a place where we just opened our branch will make us look bad. Don't you think? Do you have a plan to make yourself disappear without bringing a bad name to us? I have prepared for this. This is why I sent that letter to the Union. Qin Weiqi then took out a stack of documents from his robe, and Leo saw a lot of information written in it. This is my will and some information about the criminals and thugs in Qin City. My will states that everything will go to my adopted son. He explained, my adopted son's name is Qin Shangyu, and he will inherit everything I own. Don't worry, he's a capable man and knows my situation. The mercenary union won't be affected by this. Rather, many jobs will pop up, huh? You think this through? Leo grinned. Yes, and if it comes to that, I will recommend you to my successor. The city lord said I will also pay for this. I don't know how much you will charge me for hiding me, but I'm sure it will cost a lot. Not as much as you think. We have house sect cooperation to create a new identity. I suggest hiding in the new capital. There is no beggar sect yet in that area, so you can integrate yourself pretty quickly. If you have some skill, I can even create you a background as an apprentice from an artisan in a village in a remote place. Leo suggested. That is good. I have always wanted to be an artisan. Ha ha. Qin Weiqi smiled and nodded. That will do. How about the payment? Just tell your successor to pay. We will negotiate the price later. You will have to pay for a new identity, your living expenses, a new home, and your security. Is that all right? Sure. Thank you. Qin Weiqi then bowed deeply to him. Thank you so much for accepting my request. I will be in your debt forever. You don't need to bow, city lord. We're just doing our job, he said, turning to Astrid, who looked back with respect and trust in her eyes. Good. You learn. Leo grinned inwardly. Astrid was finally able to control herself, not letting the emotion and situation cloud her judgment. That was the first step to becoming a great leader. And then he realized something. He hadn't fulfilled the promise of making Astrid meet with her family again. Arranging meetings with Peng Clan was difficult after he tore their letter and returned them back in pieces. Well, now it would be easier. With help from the city lord, it would be easy to make a reason to meet Peng Clan again. Let's go. I have to make sure your disappearance will be perfect. He then looked at Qin Weiqi. And we need to make a new face and new identity for you. But before that, I might have to ask for a favor from you. Anything. Good. He then turned to Astrid, who looked back at him with eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. He smiled at her and ruffled her hair, which made her blush slightly. Leo gave Qin Weiqi a room to hide in the building until everything was ready and went to the second-floor office room with Astrid. Do you understand the situation now, Astrid? He asked. Astrid nodded, understanding what her leader meant. I understand. I was too quick in judging and let emotion get the better of me. Yes, you are. That was a good learning experience. He was satisfied with her answer and nodded. Now, tell me what you know about it. I will judge your understanding and add some information if necessary. Astrid thought for a bit and began explaining. As the city lord of the city, Qin Weiqi was the highest authority of the region, and he is a noble and rich man. The situation in the Central Plains right now is pretty bad, with sects and clans trying to fight over control. Her words trailed off as she thought for a bit before continuing. He's not safe, so he decided to hide and leave the position to someone else. She said the power struggle and the upcoming war made him lose the protection from the higher-up. He's not safe, so he has to go into hiding. That's about right. Leo nodded approvingly, but not completely. If that's the case, he won't relinquish his power to his successor and just disappear. There must be something else. Is it because of his successor? She asked, and he responded by smiling at her. It seemed that she had hit the bull's eye with this answer, and he was quite pleased by it. He chose to die and disappear to protect his successor, which means there's a power within Qin City that is bigger than him. Someone capable of killing a city lord in his manner without leaving any traces behind. He said that, or the one responsible has a backing of a higher power than him. You're correct. To be honest, Leo understood the situation perfectly. He secretly contacted Nabi and asked for explanation when he followed Qin Weiqi earlier as expected for City Lord. His office and his house contained a lot of important documents that were not meant to be leaked. And thanks to Nabi, who was able to read the document fast, they could quickly grasp the situation and make a good plan to counteract it. In a simple term, Qin Weiqi was about to be assassinated alongside his successor to take control of the city. It was a simple but effective ploy. Qin Shangyu was his successor and a good candidate for the position of city lord, and with him in charge of the city, the current city lord could retire peacefully. Not only that, with Leo showing his face in the city lord manor later, the culprit would know that Qin Weiqi's successor and the Union were working together. Thus, they wouldn't suspect the truth, especially with the city lord spreading false rumors and making a fake letter of his own to trick them. At the same time, the traitor would back away, fearing the hallowed insect would find out about their identity and get back to them. As expected, Qin Weiqi was not as weak-willed as he looked. Good job, Nabi, he thought. Well done. But remember, Astrid, this case is just one among many that will come in the future. There will be more and more people coming to the mercenary union and seeking help. So you need to stay sharp and think of the best way to solve it. Yes, leader. I will keep that in mind, she replied, nodding her head earnestly. Her eyes sparkled as she listened to him speak. Leo looked at her, and she stared back with eyes filled with admiration and expectation. He thought that he could leave this case entirely to her. Chapter 216, Successor leaving it to Astrid proved to be a correct decision. With Jack giving her direction, she was able to arrange everything perfectly. Qin Weiqi, now with a different face, left for a journey toward the capital, leaving a will in the hands of the mercenary union. Inside was the city lord's testament and request for protection from the mercenary union. The letter also stated that his will should only be delivered by the union in person to the recipient. Qin Shangyu didn't live in the same manner as Qin Weiqi. He was a busy man who worked outside and only visited his adoptive father every now and then. So it wouldn't be strange for him to receive the will through a third party. With this, they could cover up Qin Weiqi's escape perfectly. The letter and the will would serve as the evidence and proof that the previous city lord was taken out by a third party, and his passing would not bring shame or doubt upon the mercenary union. For his new identity, Leo chose the background of an apprentice of a blacksmith in a village far away, because apparently Qin Weiqi had a hobby of making weapons. It was the perfect cover story for him, especially since the capital city didn't have beggar sect's presence in it. The city's beggar sect didn't expand their influence that far yet. By integrating into society early on, Qin Weiqi could easily adapt himself and hide among the crowd without anyone noticing. After Astrid returned, Leo patted her head in recognition. Good job, Astrid. Now, how about the other part? Ugh, it's finished. The successor knows what happened and is working to become the new city lord now. We stationed one mercenary group, Brown Bear, around the manor as his guards. She reported. Good. He nodded approvingly. Then, let's talk about your next job. You have to go to Peng Clan. What? So suddenly? What do you want me to do there? To meet your old family, of course. Astrid's eyes went wide. Her face became red and her hands trembled. Yes? She didn't know how to respond. She had prepared her heart, but she never thought he would take action this fast. Meeting her old family again, after everything she did, she didn't think it was the right decision. It might bring a lot of trouble for both sides. Leader, that. Seeing her troubled expression, Leo sighed and patted her head. Don't worry. You will be there for business, not as your old self. You are there as Astrid from Hallowed Insect, not as Peng Clan's princess. Leo explained. Your goal is to get a promise from them. From the look of it, they want to get close to the mercenary union, and this is a chance. Don't disappoint me, Astrid. You know what to do, right? Work? She asked, unsure of herself. She still couldn't believe what she had heard, but Leo simply nodded his head. Yeah, work. Now chop chop and go. Don't keep your old family waiting. Ugh. All right. Astrid didn't want to go, but she was the branch's leader. There was nothing she could do to avoid this meeting. Thankfully, as a branch manager, she held the authority and the saying here. Even her senior couldn't refuse her request. I will drag Jack with me. It's not like he has something else to do. While the mercenary union was trying its best to expand its influence, Shui managed to reach the central plain's edge after a few days of walking. The area was close to a huge lake, which was a source of water for the region. Flowers bloomed all over the place, and the air smelled fresh and clean. In a war-filled central plains, a place like this was rare. Everywhere was filled with barren land, desolation, and ruins. Even though the area was beautiful and had abundant resources, it was still dangerous because of the lack of security. But, for some reason, this place was peaceful. There was a log house standing by itself in the middle of a small forest surrounded by trees and bushes. The swordsman from Hallowed Insect looked at the house and approached it. On his waist were two swords, a white and black one. If looked closely, the white sword was broken. Its sheath looked worn out and old, but didn't take away the majestic feeling from it. The sound of water running in a river nearby reached Shu's ears as he got closer to the house. There was a single presence inside, sitting in meditation. Shui could feel his energy, calm and serene. His presence reminded him of a lake, where the surface was undisturbed and the bottom was hidden from view. Excuse me. He knocked on the door softly and waited for the reply. A moment later, he heard a faint voice coming from within. Yes, please wait a minute. A woman answered. Soon after that, a beautiful young lady in a simple robe appeared from inside the house. She had a gentle and soft appearance, and her hair was tied in a simple braid that hung over her shoulder. She smiled innocently like a naive woman, but her hand, hiding behind her back, was holding a small sword. She wasn't as defenseless as she seemed. What's your purpose for coming here? What are you looking for? The lady looked at Shui with curiosity. She didn't seem hostile or wary, but she kept her distance from him. Shui noticed this, but he didn't say anything about it. My name is Shui, and I have a chance to have a bout against Xiao Atian a few times. I am here to deliver his final massage, he said calmly while cupping his hand, following the greeting custom of the Central Plain. I'm also here to give this back, he said as he unsheathed his white sword, a broken weapon. It was the sword Xiao Atian used to fight against Hart, as well as to bury his remains. Hearing his words, the girl's eyes widened. She observed Shui from top to bottom and noticed the black sword he carried with him and the sheath of the white sword that was hung on his waist. Atian Swart, you are one of his opponents. She murmured to herself, please come in. I'd like to hear the story of how he lost. I am ashamed, but I'm not his last opponent. Shui said, however, I have watched his fight, so I can tell you the result of his fight against his last opponent. Shui and the girl, who introduced herself as Xiao Aru, sat in a comfortable position inside. He then told the story, how Xiao Atian fought valiantly but died in vain in the battle against Hart, the follower of supreme evil. He explained every detail of their fight and how the two clashed in their final battle. After listening, The girl remained silent. She didn't shed a tear, but she couldn't hide the sadness that appeared on her face. A complicated feeling showed on her face, and Shui knew that it was the expression of someone who was grieving over the barato of her beloved one. Her hand touched the barato of the sword on the table gently, and it trembled slightly. "My condolences." Xiao Atian was indeed strong, and he fought until his last breath. He said, "It wasn't a lie." The swordsman who had challenged the world alone, despite the odds, had indeed shown his strength and courage. "I know." Xiao Ahu smiled finally. Her voice quivered, but there was no sorrow or regret in her words. It was just acceptance. "My father has always been a fool. He wandered around the world after my mother's death and challenged many strong people. He always came home injured, not that he returned often." Her hand then clenched tightly, and her voice cracked. Her face distorted and tears rolled down from her eyes. "I am sad, but not surprised that this is the outcome. I always knew there would be no other ending. I just wish that he wouldn't have died in vain, and I'm glad he did." Shui listened quietly. He understood her pain. It must be hard to lose a parent, especially if it was someone like Xiao Tian. Say, this Hart fellow, he's an evil being, right? He is one of the most evil people I have ever encountered. From our investigation, Hart has caused terrible harm to a great number of people, performing dark rituals in an attempt to revive supreme evil. Good, that's good. I don't know if it's right for me to say this, but at least his passing was not in vain. Xiao Aru smiled faintly as she spoke. Her eyes glistened brightly, and her barato trembled slightly. "Thank you for telling me about my father." "No problem. Now that I have fulfilled my promise, I will take my leave." "Ah, please wait a minute." Xiao Aru suddenly stood up and went into the inner room. After a few minutes, she returned with changed clothes, and her face was cleaned. She wore a light, purple dress with flowers embroidery on its sleeves and skirt. On her head, she also wore a hair ornament made of white flowers and a red jewel in the center. "May I request a duel? I'm not as skilled as my father, but I do know how to wield a sword." She asked politely, and Shui could see that her eyes were clear. There was no longer sadness in them, only a strong will and determination. It was as if the previous event hadn't affected her at all. Looking at her, Shui nodded. He didn't back off from her request, and instead he accepted it. "If that's what you want." Shui replied calmly and got up. "Then I accept." Chapter 217, 217. Xiao Aru, both of them moved a bit away from the lake and flower garden, at a grassland with nothing around them. "Ready?" Xiao Aru raised her sword, pointing it at the swordsman who came to her abode. "Yes." "Good." She took a deep breath, and her eyes focused on the target ahead. A faint light emitted from her sword as she gathered her chi around it. The sword then glowed with a silver color and began vibrating slightly. At the same time, Shui unsheathed his black sword. He didn't plan to use nanites to enhance his physical power. Instead, he planned to use chi he unlocked, which was bordering 6 stars, and unlocked his element already. Why? Because he wanted to have a proper duel against Xiao Aru. For what he felt, she was also a 6 stars martial artist, bordering 7 stars. Her stance was solid, and she was clearly experienced in using a sword. As a swordsman himself, he would love to experience her sword technique. Let's begin. A wind blew through the field, carrying the scent of flowers with it. Shui and Xiao Aru stood facing each other, both holding their respective weapons. The girl charged first, swinging her blade toward her opponent with incredible speed. She moved swiftly like a breeze, but her strikes were heavy and precise like a raging storm. In response, Shui parried every blow using his sword. His movements were elegant yet powerful, his strikes accurate and sharp. Both of them exchanged blows in rapid succession, each strike clashing with another. Their swords clashed again and again, creating sparks of light in the air. As they fought, their skills increased exponentially. Soon enough, neither could keep up with the other's pace and resorted to using their full strength. Each clash became fiercer than the last. Grass got cut as their swords slashed the air, and their surroundings were filled with dust and debris from their battle. "Amazing, you're very strong," Xiao Aru exclaimed as she dodged Shu's attack. She took a distance from him and change her grip. With 2 hands on the hilt, she swung the blade horizontally. Dragon's Claw. Her blade transformed into a giant dragon's claw, tearing apart everything in its wake. It created a deep wound on the ground, splitting the ground apart. Splitting water. Shu's black sword glowed brightly, and the light turned into a wave, splitting the dragon claw into half, avoiding his body and crashing into a tree behind him. The giant tree was cleaved in half, and it fell down. Not bad. I have not seen anyone able to stop my technique so easily. Xiao Aru nodded, acknowledging Shu's strength. She didn't expect such a young man to be this strong. You too, Shui replied. Your sword looked similar to Wandering Sword Saint. However, it lacked the fierceness and instead is filled with calmness. Xiao Aru grinned. Indeed, that was the result of me practicing his sword style. His brute and fierce style is too unsuited to me, so I changed it a bit. The girl took a stance and readied her sword. The blade pointed at Shui. The chi flowed from her body into her sword and it vibrated. Let's get serious now. A silver dragon formed around her blade, coiling and protecting the sword in its grasp. Xiao Aru charged forward with incredible speed. She slashed downward at her opponent with all her might, sending out a massive shockwave that shattered the earth around her. Her sword glowed with an intense brightness, blinding those nearby. However, Shui wasn't intimidated by this display. Instead, he calmly stepped aside, dodging the attack effortlessly. His black blade shone brightly, and a huge wave appeared on it, flowing around the blade. Breaking wave, Shui said and slashed. The massive water wave followed the movement of the sword and slammed right into the dragon. A huge splash of water occurred as the silver dragon roared in defiance. Dragon's roar. Xiao Aru shouted out loud as she thrust her sword forward. The silver dragon opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful roar. It echoed throughout the area, shaking everything nearby. Storm of Sea. Shui responded by unleashing his own technique. A torrential storm raged around him, whipping up powerful gusts of wind. He swung his blade in a circular motion, and the storm became bigger. Grass around them was no more, replaced by a muddy field of soil. Shui didn't stop, and the girl also refused to back down. She continued to push forward, slashing wildly with her weapon while dodging his strikes. Each time she attacked, Shui countered with his own techniques. Their duel lasted for several minutes before finally coming to a halt. Both were breathing hard. Both of their faces were covered in sweat, their clothes drenched in perspiration. I lost. The swordswoman, Xiao Aru, she was the first to fall to her knees when Shu's sword reached her neck. Sweat covered her face as she struggled to catch her breath. She looked tired and defeated. It seems I'm not strong enough. She sighed heavily and closed her eyes. No, you're strong. Shui answered calmly. If you were to reach the next level of stars, you would have no match in terms of sword skill in the entire land. I'm sure. His answer brought a small smile on her face, but quickly faded. She opened her eyes and stared at the sky, her expression full of melancholy and sadness. You don't need to console me like that. My talent was inferior compared to my late father. He reached the 8 stars in his prime, but my 7 stars was only because I was blessed by a connection to him, not because of my own hard work and training. If it wasn't for him and his blessing, I would not have reached the 7 stars in this age. Her voice was full of regret, and her eyes were brimming with unshed tears. I am only lucky to be born as the Wandering Sword Saint's daughter, inheriting the skill he honed all over the years and talent he had. Hearing this, Shui remained silent for a while before speaking. Then, let's change that. He extended his hand to help her get up from her knees. Why don't you prove to the world that you're worthy of your name? Show them that you can surpass Wandering Sword Saint. That way, you won't have anything to be ashamed about anymore. He continued. Her eyes widened, and she blinked a few times. What are you saying? Come with me. Join my group, and I will train you. Shui replied, I have some experience and team that can make you stronger. If you want to surpass him, you need to improve your strength first. And we can do that. My leader will guide you, but I will train you personally. If I'm going to do that, then I need you to trust in me. He paused for a second before continuing. But only if you're willing. Silence filled the air as the swordswoman pondered her decision. The offer was tempting indeed. However, it meant that she had to leave her home behind. She looked up at the sky once again, and her mind wandered back to the days when she was younger, and everything seemed so simple. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "He'll go." Xiao Aru nodded and stood up on her feet. "I'm not staying here anymore. Having nothing left for me, it's best for me to move on. Perhaps, in a different land, I can grow better and find my purpose in life again. Perhaps." Shui nodded his head. "We will try to maintain this place as best as we can. My friend has a little bit of expertise in maintaining things." Xiao Aru nodded, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes shone with determination, and the sadness faded away from her expression. "All right, I trust you. Please take good care of this place. No matter what. This place was my father and mother's favorite." Shui then helped her get up, and the two started walking back to her house. As they walked, the wind picked up and blew through the flowers, creating a beautiful sight. They didn't go immediately. Instead, Xiao Aru asked for his help to dig a grave for Wandering Sword Saint, burying his urn and sword near the lake where a small grave was already built for his late wife. "Mother, I hope that fool of a father can meet you and don't wander anywhere in the afterlife. Stay together with mother in peace. Father, I will be fine here." The swordswoman murmured to herself, standing in front of her parents' grave. Her eyes were wet with tears and her cheeks were flushed red, but there was a smile on her face. With that, Shui left for Chengdu, taking along Xiao Aru. Chapter 218. Peng Clan South situation in another place. Astrid had just arrived at Peng Manor, riding a carriage. Jack accompanied her as she entered the manor. When she arrived, a servant led them to a meeting room, and she was greeted by a familiar face, Peng Sheng, the head of the Peng clan, and her father. He looked older than when they last met. His hair had turned grayer, and he seemed to have lost weight, but he was still healthy, except for his legs that weren't functioning. A beautiful woman sat next to him. She was Tang Yuxuan, Peng Sheng's spouse, and Peng Liyu's mother. They looked at Astrid, who sat next to them, with a frown. Peng Sheng looked like he was trying hard not to scowl, but he managed to maintain his composure despite his obvious displeasure. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded angrily. Astrid didn't flinch or back away, even though she was scared. Instead, she replied with a cold voice. "You asked us to meet you in order to talk about a job that Peng clan wanted to hire from the mercenary union." She spoke with a flat tone and an indifferent face, her gaze fixed on them without wavering. "We're here for that reason alone. Please state your business." She was scared of Peng Sheng, but she had to stay firm and resolute in front of him, even though she felt her heart racing and sweat running down her neck. Still, she held her head high, staring at him with an expressionless look. The man looked taken aback by her response. He glanced at Tang Yuxuan and then back again at her before answering. "And why should I?" he retorted. "Because I am responsible for the Mercenary Union branch in this city. I am the branch manager of Mercenary Union, Astrid. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Peng Sheng. I hope you don't confuse me with someone else." She replied politely and gave him a bow. She knew her status was far below Peng Sheng's, and she had to treat him with respect. But not too much, or she would be a doormat. As someone who also held authority, albeit not in the same position as Peng Sheng, Astrid still had to keep her dignity. "Branch manager, you said?" Peng Sheng raised an eyebrow. "You, who is nothing but a useless woman. You, who left your family in shame. You, a disgrace to our name, hold a power and position as high as the branch manager of such an influential organization?" She bit her lip, but she remained silent and kept her gaze locked on Peng Sheng's eyes, not flinching nor averting her gaze. It was hard, but she had to maintain her composure and remain calm in order to deal with this man properly. Her father had never approved of her choices, so it didn't surprise her if he acted like that. "Lord Peng Sheng, if you don't have anything else to discuss, we'll take our leave," Astrid said. "No, stay." A woman next to him interjected, stopping Astrid from standing. We will continue the talk about the collaboration between the Peng clan and the mercenary union. Branch manager Astrid. She said politely. Tang Yuxuan, Astrid's mother, smiled at her and nodded. Thank you for coming to meet us today. I hope we can work out something good together. There was no coldness that Astrid could feel from her. It seemed like she was neutral and open to any suggestion that Astrid had. All right, what kind of collaboration do you want with the mercenary union, Lady Peng? She sat again and began talking about their deal, not wasting any more time on pointless things. We wish to hire your organization to protect our clan. There have been some incidents lately, and we believe we need more security measures. Tang Yuxuan explained, and then looked at her husband who refused to meet her eyes. He just sat there, glaring daggers at Astrid. I understand, she replied calmly. Do you know who your enemy is? What kind of threats do you face? We have no clue, and it was always at night. Night, huh? She then pondered a bit, and Jack chimed in, giving advice. If it's a nighttime assault, it's better to send people to perform a night watch. An unknown attack always happened at night, huh? Such a common thing happened a lot. Most of the time, the culprit was the spy or insider. If not, then it's someone from outside that didn't want to reveal himself. Yeah, that's why we will need your people. Peng Sheng finally spoke up, agreeing with the suggestion. How much do we have to pay? An arrogant statement like usual, but that was normal. Astrid had expected this already. The Peng clan had been in decline, but they still had enough wealth and money. We can send a mercenary group composed of 10 people to guard your manor. Their job will be to keep an eye on your manor day and night. It will be a permanent job, so we will rotate them regularly. Astrid stated. As for payment, the normal rate will be applied, 50 gold every month per team. But we can discuss the payment in private after we've established the details. She then turned to Jack, who was writing something on paper. Jack handed her the paper, and Astrid checked its contents before handing it over to Tang Yuxuan. That will be our first proposal. Upon seeing the paper, both Peng Sheng and Tang Yuxuan's eyes widened. 1. They had never seen such a high-quality paper. 2. They never expected Astrid to prepare something like that beforehand. Doing something like this meant they already knew what Peng clan wanted to discuss. And the content in the paper showed the agreement and terms that both sides could reach. In summary, they were prepared for the negotiation. It wasn't something made on the spot. How scary their information network must have been to know the problem before meeting them. Please look through our offer. I think it should be reasonable enough. Astrid added, but if there are any changes you'd like to make, please tell us and we can discuss the terms again. She gave them some time to look at the paper and consider the offer while she waited for them to finish reading. She noticed that Peng Sheng's face changed as he looked at the paper. After a moment of silence, Peng Sheng finally spoke up. We will agree to this, but you have to make sure your mercenaries are trustworthy. And that includes their behavior. I don't want anyone from my house getting assaulted by your men. Understandable. She nodded and continued. The mercenary union has a set of rules to ensure our clients are protected against any form of harassment or assault. If someone from our side breaks those rules, they will face severe consequences. Astrid paused before continuing her explanation. She wanted to make sure that both of them understood everything clearly before making their decision. We can sign a contract with your clan, ensuring the safety and security of everyone involved in this deal. If you have a guard arrangement on your own part, our mercenaries can adjust themselves to help you. Astrid then turned her head toward Jack. Do we have a contract that we can show to our clients? Here. Jack nodded and pulled out a sheet of paper, handing it to her. She looked at it briefly and nodded her head in satisfaction, before showing the paper to Peng Sheng. Is it satisfactory, Lord Peng? Peng Sheng stared at the contract, and he couldn't help but frown. The content was pretty detailed and easy to understand, and it covered everything that should be discussed. There was nothing wrong with this, and because there was nothing wrong with it, he gazed at Astrid. Her appearance was slightly different from the one in his memory, with short hair and fitted clothing. However, there was no doubt that she was his daughter. He clenched his jaw. He bore the frustration of not realizing how competent she had become in this short of a time. If she stayed, the Peng clan would prosper even further with the support of the mercenary union behind them. She had always been a troublemaker in his eyes, always doing whatever she wanted, not following the rules of the family, and not caring about her reputation. To be frank, she had always been a failure for him. Even if he didn't do anything to her, her fate would never change. That was his belief. But now, he had no idea that she would rise up to become a successful woman. And she was already declared dead in public, so there's no way she could go back to being Peng Clan's princess anymore. The fact that he had to deal with her as a representative of Peng Clan also made him feel bitter. Peng Sheng didn't speak again. His face was red from anger, and his hands clenched into fists. His eyes stared daggers at her. He wanted nothing more than to yell at her right now. Seeing her husband acting like this, Tang Yuxuan chimed in. She knew what her husband thought about Astrid. The poor girl was treated harshly by him, but didn't mean she hated her own daughter. Peng Sheng, she warned her husband. Priority. I know. Let's sign the contract. He muttered and nodded to Astrid, who was still sitting there waiting patiently. You got a deal. Chapter 219. What is home? One after signing the contract, Astrid left with Jack. The Peng couple looked at them boarding the carriage and going back to their mercenary union building. Their expressions were hard to read. Tang Yuxuan noticed this and asked him gently. She knew that her husband was not happy with what just happened. Why are you angry? Why wouldn't I? Peng Sheng snorted and spat out the answer. She, who was just a brat before, already held such a high position. She, that ungrateful brat, even made a deal with me. Her own father. If she hadn't left the family and instead helped us to rebuild our power and prestige, maybe we wouldn't have to face all of this. He continued his ranting as Tang Yuxuan remained quiet, letting him vent his anger out until he calmed down enough to think straight. Then she spoke once again. You're blaming her again for things you can't control. You know that's not true. Peng Sheng said bitterly. She was never interested in helping us or the clan. She only cared about herself, and she's the one who caused our clan to lose face. Was it not you who forced her to marry an unworthy man from a powerful clan? Was it not you who forced her to live a life she didn't want? Was it not you who disowned her and declared her gone? Tang Yuxuan said sternly. I have always supported your decision to have her married off for the Peng clan's sake. But you can't deny the fact that you failed your daughter. She was only a child, and yet you've made such poor choices regarding her well-being. Peng Sheng fell silent. I know you regret it. You've never been a bad man, but your selfishness blinded you. She sighed, we should stop thinking about what-ifs and think of ways to improve our situation. Thankfully, she didn't fully hate us and give us a reasonable offer. Fine. It was hard to admit it, but his wife had a point. If she was still with the Peng clan, perhaps Peng Sheng wouldn't need to beg for help from a mercenary group. After Peng Liyu's supposed death, Peng clan had been on decline, and he needed the help of others. Not only that, a lot of their members were sacrificed by supreme evil followers, further worsening their condition. He was really at his wit's end and desperate enough to beg for help from anyone. However, what happened just now left him with a sour taste. His ego was hurt. It felt like she was rubbing salt on his wound. In a fit of anger, he threw a nearby vase to the wall, causing a loud crash and a lot of shards to fly everywhere. A servant was called by Tang Yuxuan, and he immediately cleaned everything. He let out a long, weary sigh and closed his eyes. What can we do to recover our glory? I don't know. Neither do I. He had no choice but to rely on the mercenaries now. Finishing everything in Qin City, Leo continued to other cities to open mercenary unions branches. There was actually no need to oversee them all, but he wanted to check and knew the branch managers' faces and skills. In every city he went to, the first thing he would do was check on the manager's profile and their skill. Only Chengdu, Qin City, and the capital would have a member of the hallowed insect overseeing the branch directly. He planned to appoint Shirley as the new capital city's branch manager when the situation stabilized. While the other branch managers were from Tang Clan and House Sect, they had enough capable men to manage all the branches, and with House Sect support, there was nothing he could complain about. It took around a few days for him to finish everything before returning to Chengdu. Turbulence had passed by, leaving an everlasting scar in people's hearts. The grief and sorrow were overwhelming, and it felt like a nightmare. Even though it was safe now, no one could ever forget what happened. But time heals all wounds. With the help of the mercenaries who helped them with their problems and a new city built, people who worked to restore the order of the city, it would become a peaceful place again sooner or later. Arriving at the hallowed insect's main base, Leo found Jessica sitting leisurely on the sofa, reading a book while listening to some classical music. The scene was peaceful and relaxing, and she raised her head upon noticing his presence. "Leader, you're back." "Hello, Jessica. Is everyone doing fine?" Leo greeted her with a warm smile. "Where's the other?" Closing her book, Jessica rose from the sofa and moved to the couch where she could sat beside him. "Anya took you to have fun outside. Shirley is in the underground arena, while Chiaki said she found a strange flower with an interesting effect and took the bike with her. They wouldn't be coming back until later." "Oh, strange flower, you say?" "Yeah, I don't know the details since Chiaki is always busy with research," Jessica said, shrugging, "and it's been quite a boring week for me. There's no work at all, leader. The city is peaceful, and we're not called by any clients to do any jobs. Peace is good." "Yes, truly." Moving closer, Jessica wrapped her arm around him, resting her head on his chest. She listened to his heartbeat for a bit before she looked at his face with a mischievous look. "So, you have time right now, right?" she asked, her eyes glimmering brightly, her cheeks blushing slightly. "You're right. I do have free time." Leo smiled at her. "Want to visit the Butterfly Pavilion? It seems there is an interesting performance today." Jessica's eyes lit up, and she nodded her head enthusiastically. "Yes, I would like that," she exclaimed cheerfully. "Then let us go. We can also have dinner afterward." And with that, they left together after Jessica changed into the local robe and went into the Butterfly Pavilion to enjoy the show. In another place, the underground arena, the atmosphere was different from the calmness of the Butterfly Pavilion. Screams filled with excitement over sweat and bloodshed. Shirley sat at her usual seat, watching a fight in front of her eyes. The man with his muscles bulging out of his clothes, and the other guy had a slender body with toned muscles. Both were wearing simple martial clothes and wielded a weapon. One of the fighters was wielding 2 long daggers, slashing and stabbing wildly at his opponent. Meanwhile, his opponent defended himself with 2 gauntlets, trying to find a chance to counterattack. But he couldn't do much since the dual dagger user was very skilled and he had no room to counter. Chi waved around them, and they were exchanging blows like mad. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, creating an ear-piercing sound as they collided. Each strike was met by an equal blow, creating an endless loop of offense and defense. Double fangs. Suddenly, the dual dagger user screamed out loud, and his dagger shone brightly, emitting an aura that seemed to have turned them into fangs. The daggers were swung down and slashed toward the guy who was wearing the gauntlets. The air whistled sharply as the 2 weapons slashed toward the man, who raised his arms up in an instant to defend against the attack. "Boulder skin," the guy with the gauntlet yelled, and his skin became as hard as rock, repelling the dagger's slashes. A shockwave burst out, and the man staggered a bit, but his feet stayed firm, resisting the force of the impact. After that, he took the chance to launch a counterattack with his punch. Elephant fist. His fist slammed into the dagger-wielding guy's chest with full force and knocked him back several meters. The guy was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground before rolling to a stop. However, before he could even recover from his attack, the dagger guy immediately got back on his feet, ready for another round. His eyes burned with rage, and his face flushed red. His breathing grew heavier as his body tensed up. Seeing the battle was about to end, Shirley sighed and leaned on her seat's armrest. Her expression was one of boredom, as if watching a fight was nothing special anymore. As expected, a few seconds later the guy with the dagger couldn't keep up his pace and finally got hit hard. He winced in pain and fell to the ground. His barato lay unmoving, but his barato rose and fell gently, signifying that he was alive but unconscious. Afterward, the fight was declared over and the gauntlet-wielding man became the winner. Cheers and applause filled the arena. People screamed, happy with the result. Of course, where there was happiness, sadness was also present. Those who bet on the dagger-wielding man wallowed in despair. The money was gone. Amidst such atmosphere, Shirley hung her head lifelessly and muttered, "Ah, this is boring. I want to go home."